This map pool is really great for XSET. I expect that Fracture Ban out of them. That's one of the best maps that FaZe has in their pool. And Bind, XSET doesn't particularly love playing it. It's FaZe's perma, so they're forced to get rid of two maps that are, A, beneficial to XSET in getting rid of Bind, and Fracture as well, getting rid of one of those best maps for FaZe. XSET go to Split. That's been their home ground. I was expecting FaZe to go with Breeze. I think that is going to be their best map in this series.
Yeah, I just want to add that FaZe picked attack on Split, and I think people don't realize that that's actually not a bad tactic. I feel like when you go into attack side Split, as a player, you're like, all right, we don't have that much pressure. We can get 3-4 rounds and still rattle off a great defensive half. Yeah. So you kind of go into that match with less pressure to get more rounds, and you're just kind of playing your game. And if you rattle off like a 7-5 half on attack, you're perfectly set up to take over that game.
Yeah, the later picks that we're seeing on through here in way of the Icebox, Xbox, excuse me, XSET has been looking incredible
PC game,
on the box. Yeah, sorry. XSET has been looking incredible on Icebox. We figured it out eventually there, but that is one where FaZe has been kind of primed in the style that they are shifting. They've moved away from the Neon on the map, obviously, as it doesn't work that well. That's where Baby Bay is playing that chamber. You have Dicey in towards that Sage. Still, I think XSET is better on most of this pool besides Breeze. I would expect 3-1 for them with FaZe taking Breeze.
Yeah, but I do like FaZe's, you know, their gumshoe to go for the attack on Split.
Yeah.
That tells me, that's why I like seeing FaZe in this situation, because they'll do stuff like that. They're not just going to conform to whatever is the normal situation. They'll go for the attack on Split. It's game one. If something, whatever happens at that point. You know, you kind of just got to play your game. But all right, folks, the match is going to be starting in just a little bit. When we come back, we're going to be diving into Agent Select and sending it on over to the bald man himself and Mr. Widow Peak Brennan Sideshow. That being said, we're going to go to a commercial break. When we come back, it's time to jump into the match. Hope everyone's working on their bingo card. Already got a few of them there.
I'm close.
That's right. We're getting real close. We're getting real close. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Challengers as we get ready for this matchup between XSET and FaZe Clan. Agent Select is ready to go for Split. Remember, FaZe is on the attack first. So let's jump into the Agent Select, see what we end up getting here. Don't expect too many wild changes, Mimi, but, you know, again, it's FaZe. Anything's possible.
Yeah, this is generally just going to be the kind of stylistic difference between XSET and FaZe. And do they prioritize the Raze or the Neon? For FaZe, it's obviously the Neon. They'll go back to the pick on Baby Bay. That puts Zekin in towards the Raze. And then it kind of comes down to what do we have to support? What do we have to combo? For the side of XSET, they have Def with those Gravels, and they're actually going to go to the Aaron Viper again. They were playing with the Cypher at one point, but I think the Viper is the better pick.
Yeah, I mean, XSET is a team that plays very slow on attack. You're going to see them going up mid a lot, trying to bait out Raze nades, bait out Fade, Tether, you know, Astra Suck, all of that util. They're going to reset on an extremity and pop or split. They like to do that a lot. They like to split with the Raze ult a lot. On the FaZe side, they like to take fast map control with Neon. Vents control is the name of the game for Neon comps. You take fast vents, you kind of hold that person in control. You can hear all the rotations throughout the map with the person in vents. So whenever you're regrouping, you have all the information.
Yeah, and look for how Poise and Baby Bay play together. Watch those walls pop off. Poise goes through the slide off of that flash that Poise is popping. It works really well for them. XSET is going to need to shut that down.
All right, real quick, just numbers for game one. Who's winning?
XSET.
XSET?
XSET.
Oh, we're going XSET for the desk over here. But all right, now it's time to go ahead and bring up our casters on the giant screen. It's the Egg and Mustache Mountain as they call the action. Gentlemen, I love you and I miss you oh so much. Go ahead, take it away.
Thank you very much, Boomer Boy and Azumas. Yep, let's get this game underway. I'm excited for it. These kind of matches, Josh, here, XSET versus FaZe, it's always nice to call because the stakes are very simple. You win this, you're into Copenhagen. You lose it, you're going home.
Yeah, and at some sense, it's the worst place in the bracket to lose. It's Heartbreak Hotel in the lower bracket final because you cannot have another instance if you're on the XSET team where you get within touching distance and you just can't make it. For FaZe, I really agree with the desk. They're playing with house money here. They've made an insane run. And the question is just whether or not they can keep it up. Interesting to see that they've picked the attack side here on Split. Their attack side has looked pretty poor in their previous games that they've played, you know, when they were going up against 100 Thieves. But at the same time, their first half has been fantastic. So you've got the two kind of dueling against each other here. If FaZe can get out to something hot, could bode really well.
Let's go right into it. Pistol round, an important one. Here on Split. And you're going to see some slow, purposeful gameplay from XSET. FaZe really looking to do the opposite a lot of the time, I think.
Well, you heard it from Valen as well, kind of explaining how these compositions tend to work. Obviously going for something slightly different here on the pistol.
Of course.
All gathering up outside of A. And you won't expect XSET to be playing aggressively into you here. The FaZe are more so playing to deny information. The flash, obviously, and the fact that they've heard a headhunter over by A ramp indicates there's somebody there. And now a knife, a fault line, two smokes, and Cryo.
I mean, they're just sending it. They're just sending it. Cryo is under pressure, but he's got to anchor it. Lock it down for the team. He's got that crossfire. BCJ from on high. All the players of FaZe are just toppling one after the other. And Cryo, well, plays it patiently. Doesn't overextend himself. Rendezvous TPs away to safety. Flyer's struggling a little bit. Early days yet. Boombot still survives there, but Dicey will try and even this out now.
We've seen some insane moments from these FaZe players. I'm not just talking about Dicey. Flyer's been nuts too.
I don't want to count these guys out.
Not by any means, but look at the respect that XSET are giving them. Allowing them to take site, get the spike, maybe even go for a plant here before XSET decide to close the noose.
Okay. Well, there's one nade. Still Dicey, you've got to be joking. You've got to be joking, man. Back against the wall, there's no shot he's able to hit those shots and rattle it off, but at the end of the day, it's XSET who will take away that pistol round.
And I feel like that pistol kind of summarizes what you're going to be seeing all throughout this best of 5 series.
It's going to be a quick bingo game, I think.
Explosive nature coming out from FaZe. Their players are fabulous. They can pull out ridiculous moments. You saw the 1v4 from Superman, Dicey, Baby Bear. Everybody on this team can have their moments. And XSET are going to try and play as drilled as possible. That is the name of the game for them. Really focusing on that teamwork, setting up good crossfires, having clinical retakes, and putting the FaZe players in unwinnable situations.
Yeah.
You can be as good as you like. Hello, wait a second. FaZe are going for the force. They love going for this. Every single time they're on the attack and they get the spike down on the pistol, they're going to force second round.
Always going for it. The Trailblazer just whipping past. Probably gathering a bit of information, potentially, but the players of FaZe were tucked around the corner, hiding themselves.
It is the same
It's the exact
setup
same
here,
setup.
except Cryo's not anchoring the A side.
This time they're taking a bit of ramp control, but no, it's just a pivot. Baby Bay was holding it for a moment. Stun, sent across. Guns being fired. Except more than aware now that they bought into this one. And they're going to get this plant down on top of it. Cryo, he's being pressured down to 40 health. No kills on either side, but eventually something's got to give. Something's got to topple. Firing from either side as well. The exchange of utilities, snake bites, nades, all of it just going one side to the other. Both teams trying to wrangle for control of A Heaven.
BCJ's doing heavy lifting, just trying to heal the rest of his team up. And XSET, they're happy to be in a retake scenario, but without A Heaven control,
way.
This is not possible.
No
All
one's watching
funneling into Superman and Poised. And that's why FaZe forces second round. They can get into some really tricky scenarios. And XSET couldn't find the pick that they needed there. Once FaZe had got up A ramp, that was good night.
Yeah, and for how purposeful XSET love to play the game, I feel like as well, a matchup against FaZe, they're the kind of team where you don't want to give them an inch because they will take a mile. One little misstep, not clearing the corner, not expecting Superman to be there.
Sure, I think the wider problem for XSET was that they just didn't have any control over A Heaven. FaZe were very proactive in that post plant. Talk about proactivity. Here's XSET going for a quite unusual A main push with 3 of their players and Zekken behind.
The contact thing, Dicey going to be the one absorbing this one. The wall goes up now. Dicey's aware though. He knows that's just to try and stop and work away around his trademark. Mowing down the opposition. Feeding him a couple of those auto points as well. He's going to be looking to try and get that tour de force online relatively soon.
Yeah, that is going to be extremely dangerous as you head into the next round where XSET have rifles. This time, that play just not even slightly working. As soon as Aaron puts down the wall to get past the trademark, it might work if Dicey's playing another position, if he's in sewers or helping his team take mid control, and he just leaves that trademark alone. But when Dicey's within audible range of the wall happening there,
he just knows.
He reads everything.
Yeah, fully aware.
And so X really are going to have a challenge in this next round. Zekken, of course, in a 1v5 here with only a classic, has little to no chance of making this one happen. But XSET are given some time here, and Def is given some time to think over what their plan should be against Dicey's op. And it's not normal that you would be too much afraid or build a game plan around an attacking op player on Split of all places, but on this map, on any map, if you put a tour de force or an op into Dicey's hands on their attack side, he's finding you openers.
He's a menace.
He really is. They can work him into such great positions here, up through mid, peeking towards B Heaven. They can have him hold the line towards A ramps.
Yeah.
That is your first prime game in flawless of this match. As Dicey just mops up XSET over by A.
Dicey being one of the heavy hitters for FaZe in terms of his playoff performance as well. He's been right up there.
It's been spectacular. So their answer is to put Cryo on an op. He's going to be holding A heaven. Look at how passive Cryo's positioned, actually, at the beginning of this round. They're anticipating FaZe to take really early A ramp control. That's what they're doing. And Baby Bay walks into the sight line.
Does get punished, though.
He misses.
Yeah, Cryo whiffs the shot ever so slightly, and Baby Bay, wow. You already know he's just going to be wandering straight up into this one, but Aaron takes a slide off angle, works his way up there into the ropes, and he does catch Baby Bay, who was playing slightly alone mid. Being played pretty heavily, nade in the hand, but Aaron, he covers his knees to drop down across the ropes. Dodge and juking sideways this way. That Superman, though, still rips his head off. It matters not.
But Aaron's kind of snarled them up there, and that was a really nice dynamic play from him. Or from Aaron, rather, sorry. In the middle of the round. To be able to get behind the neon wall, pick up a kill, and still be there to collect a mid push. It didn't go exactly to plan for XSET. And now Dicey is the playmaker. Superman's not really anywhere in a position where he can make anything happen, just as the spike in market. And there are XSET players all over the place in dangerous positions. These are the rounds where Dicey can use his tour de force to pick off players in spots you would not expect an attack opera to be able to.
Yeah, and look at how scared XSET are. They are so worried about the potential lurk through into the spawn. Cryo just gets off the angle for but a moment.
Yeah,
leaves it.
And that threat that Dicey could be in spawn has just given them free access to the B site. They must be aware that BCJ could be here, but are they going to clear it?
BCJ eventually finds it. That's just fortunate timing. Dicey wandering around, just trying to clear every potential angle. Now just let up to Superman. Quick little reload, gets that one bit of information. Of course, he knew BCJ was there anyway, but it is just cautious play still. Walking past, BCJ makes no noise, and yeah, too much to watch for.
Def sneaking above him over at Rafters, and that information game goes both ways. FaZe had got themselves into some weird positions, but they were themselves unaware of where the defensive players could be for XSET. So we're going to tie things back up at 2-2. The threat of Dicey's tour de force now offline. And look at how Baby Bay was punished here. This wrap around is a really crucial theme to punishing Neons. If you can get between the Neon and the rest of their team, and loop behind them, through their wall, this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You're going to be able to isolate Baby Bay a lot. And think about, there were multiple different ways that Baby Bay could have died. He had to dodge an op shot from Cryo, even to start the round. And speaking of which, Cryo...
again?
Yeah, they're still able to buy in this one, and still having to worry about Cryo's op, but it's not on any kind of angle early.
Yeah, well, Fastlane's going to get dropped down straight across the side here. Baby Bay, no, that's that random spam. Given a slight corridor, one angle. Def knew that he could just spam his way through and potentially be rewarded, and indeed he was. Baby removed, the spike will still go down, but XSET picking them apart as the reposition of FaZe is trying to be played here. They're trying to gain some control back onto the map. Still, Flyer gets the one. Superman takes it up. One little shot, okay, bit of a phantom moment, but he gets it in the end. But the double face of XSET is there. Zekin and Aaron, safe hands for them.
A very heavy theme from FaZe so far in this attack half. Early days, of course, but FaZe have been trending towards the A site in almost all of the rounds that we've seen played. On the pistol, on the force buy, here again, once we had a rifle v rifle round, trying to go for these fast execs into A and then get aggressive in the post plan. This time, instead of taking heaven control, because they had that cosmic divide from Supermen that was kind of blocking that area off, they instead push for screens. But Cryo did a good job of stopping them, or at least delaying them for long enough that the rest of the stragglers could get picked off. XSET's retakes have been clean. They were extraordinarily good against 100 Thieves. And they're looking good here again, able to deal with this aggression.
Yeah, unique puzzle, I think, that's facing a team like XSET as well. At the back of my head, I always think when I'm watching this team that they, I think, do well against teams that are a little bit more purposeful when they're doing the expected plays. FaZe don't tend to do that. They take a lot of risks sometimes.
They've been quite face up so far, though. They've been hitting wherever the Neon has been going. This time, playing much more of a spread default. Not going for a fast B hit here. But once more, you have kind of Baby Bay and Cryo facing off. The spike starts to head back away from A ramp as XSET are throwing utility in there to keep that area of the map under their control. And you can see, based on the defensive rotations, they're expecting this to be a B hit. Some kind of mid-split, perhaps. But they're reading this play.
Information was gained at some point, not sure when, but there we go. Null Command popped off, stun, rips across. Action up onto a couple of targets. Nobody's quite watching it. Def does cover it, but the damage always being done still. Swinging from poised, he's going to be dropped down to his knees, providing that information, but out of the fight. Dicey with this one. They have lined up for him. It's immaculate. The Resurrector's there, just baits it, and the angle was held. FaZe, they're going to bring it up now, even 3-3 on their attack side, a split. They're doing some damage and doing some work.
Yeah, they really need these rounds. If they have a chance of being able to take split away, their attack half has to be decent. 3 rounds on the board already is good. What went wrong for XSET there? Well, the Null Command just completely isolated those 2 players on site, and they had no idea that there was a player wrapping them around the pillar. A bit too static in terms of the anchoring against such a fast exec. FaZe are going to be quick. They're going to be on top of you before you can react. So XSET need to preempt these kind of moves.
XSET try and expect it.
XSET have a ton of ults to be able to work with here, but FaZe, again, are just keeping it simple. All of their players grouped up towards B main. They've thrown 1 default round, and it looks like they're just going to burst B again.
Yeah. No but surprise, XSET's economy not looking too good with the Spectres in hand, but now Rolling Thunder to pull. That's a player isolated. Right down, second no showstopper. Whips himself out of heaven. The satchel's in his hands. He does get the 1, but still the players are just toppling. Quarter force in hand for Cryo, but still that Cosmic Divide just blocking off that line of sight angle. He has to back away, has to respect it. Now down to the 3v3. Cryo. It's all down to the timing being taken, but Dicey just edges it out ever so slightly.
Cryo was reading that play so nicely. FaZe, Dicey going for the same play, really, that they've been doing on the A side, getting aggressive in the post plan. But Cryo's timing just not quite there. Double swing comes out from FaZe. They haven't quite managed to isolate a player. And BCJ is wrapping him.
This guy's a menace with a Spectre in hand sometimes, but the timing as well, the positioning being taken, Def doing enough to distract him as well, firing off a couple of shots, rattling it, making sure that the attention was focused. The perfect opportunity granted for BCJ to grab that round.
Everybody was looking hell there from FaZe, even in their player advantage situation. They're not able to win that one. This one's been back and forth, and that's been something you can't really say about FaZe games so far.
No.
They have either dominated the half or gotten plowed. So it's good to see both of these teams on somewhat even footing when you would consider XSET to be the heavy favorites here on Split.
It bodes well for potentially a close series.
We haven't seen FaZe go towards mid on any of these rounds so far, particularly. This time might be the exception. They had 1 round where they went towards Vent after making a bit of pressure up towards A ramp. There is just so much utility here for an XSET.
Look at what I have to get through. I mean, Baby just disrespects it.
It's one of the advantages of having a maniac playing Neon on your team.
Yeah. Flashes has bored him. He's going to be working his way up with the trademark on now. They're just biding their time if they can still. Dicey holds the angle. The aim reset, man. What is that? 2 kills. And he gets the 3rd. Why not?
He's just so clean.
Name of the game is consistency with him.
1 enemy remaining.
And Bebe just locks down that 1 mid angle. The ropes, not letting any players from XSET rotate in.
XSET need to be able to trade those. If Dicey's able to run away with this series,
How does he do it?
it's going to be absurd. Dicey's been such a beast in the playoffs, and I think a lot of people are coming into this game wondering what that head-to-head is going to look like between Dicey and Cryo, or Dicey and Zek, and these star players from XSET. Are they going to be enough to shut him down? You heard Baby Bay talk about it in the interview. He said, we need to get on top of Cryo and Zekken early and squash them. That's a squashing that Dicey just gave them in that round.
Yeah, his consistency has just been honestly sublime. One of the best players in the North American playoffs, in my opinion.
Definitely.
When it comes to just the level of play. He's played some of the most games out of any other players, just in terms of the way that FaZe have traveled throughout this tournament and this bracket. And yet he's still putting up just incredible numbers.
Yeah. He's been better in the playoffs than he was in groups, and he was already crazy in groups.
It just reminds me, thinking back as well, when FaZe were just in the open quals, and the question was, can they do it in the group stage?
Yeah.
And I mean, they certainly did.
Well, guess what? They can do it in the group stage, and they can do it in the playoffs.
Here we are, lower finals. Reminder of the stakes as well. You win this series, you are going to Copenhagen. It's one of the North American representatives.
But it's going to be a long series, I can tell you that one. Replay of Dicey hitting these clean shots. Def not quite there with the trade, and then Cryo comes to see if he can equalize the round or grab a pick. and just peeks straight into Dicey, who is 13-5 right now.
God almighty.
He would be top fragging even without that 4K that he managed in the round. So XSET take a timeout. They need to freeze the game a little bit here as FaZe have picked up some momentum in the final 3 rounds.
Yeah. Notice all the rounds being won here off the back of these retakes.
Yes. XSET, I think, have come in with a smart game plan, which is to play retake a majority of the time. FaZe's composition, if you try and anchor the site against them, BabyBay's going to be on top of you. And the amount of utility they have with the double flash and the stuns into the Astra
pull, everything.
It's absurd if you're trying to anchor sites against them. But you can see that FaZe are not content to just get the plant down. They want to push on the post plant as well. And that's where the real fight is going to end up happening. Whether XSET are able to control that. Of course, not exactly how round 8 went, but that has been a serious theme so far in the match. And this is going to be a rough buy.
Yeah.
Only BCJ saving the Vandal. This is going to allow FaZe to start treading towards a very successful first half.
This is where you can get the snowball going.
It's so weird watching FaZe, Brent, because they... actually, they're going to be pushing into a 3-player split here, so...
Yeah, I
have to see how this one goes.
I mean, XSET just stacking with a couple of players, maybe anticipating that they would lean over towards A. They've got the rifle over here. BCJ, I mean, he could do some serious damage, some serious work, and there he is. Flash popped around the corner. Another player spotted, and yep, poised. You're not going to be able to whip out any utility. No flashes available for you. A third online. Will he get the fourth? Not quite just yet, but his teammate's there to back him up anyway. Zekken with the swing and the trade, and that is going to be the thrifty online.
Oh, what a play by BCJ. You could see it was getting dangerous just by how the minimap was set up at the beginning of the round. Yeah, and it wasn't too much of a gamble either. Only 3 players A at the beginning of the round. It's where FaZe have been going the most, and they themselves are taking a timeout. Here's the replay. BCJ getting on a really tight off angle there. The pick up BabyBay, pop flashes himself back in with a nade that was coming out from Zekken too. Yeah. To stop any players from getting aggressive on him and trading. Oh, BCJ's happy about that one.
He's feeling himself, man. He's feeling himself. I got to say as well, I mean, while we've got a bit of time here, the XSET guys, a lot of attention obviously on Cryo and Zekken, but I think this playoffs, I don't know, I've seen an uptick in terms of the performance of some of these players. BCJ has had some incredible moments. Aaron as well, I mean, he doesn't put up the highest numbers, but I think he's been particularly clean on a lot of these retakes as well.
I think the role change, putting Def more, I mean, I know he's playing smokes here on split because they're running double controller, but putting him more onto that flex initiator role and having Aaron play primary smokes, I think has helped both players in terms of consistency and in terms of their fragging output as well. But for FaZe, I mean, you could say kind of the same with Flyer coming into the team. That was a smart roster move, bringing him back on board. That's helped them go on this playoffs run. Both teams looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, massive round win for XSET.
And FaZe take the timeout and are essentially not adjusting anything. I mean, I'm sure there'll be some micro adjustments in terms of how they actually take the site hit.
But it is just going to be an A hit.
They're set up for the same thing. Fault line up, Neon takes A ramp. And the question is now more so just how do they deal with the A heaven control?
And they don't. They just simply don't. Okay. Complete disrespect being shown. And I'm not sure what the adjustment was there. A couple of pings. Players were facing within the fast lane. BabyBay wasn't pushed up entirely. I think maybe the idea was that they'd punish anyone who tried to swing into it. But, I mean, just absolute big guy buffs, big guy scenes. BCJ, look at this. You're just tearing them asunder.
And he finds the timing as BabyBay's got a stun in his hand. Just as BabyBay pulls out the stun, BCJ swings. And I think you're dead right, Bren. I think the FaZe adjustment there was supposed to be, let's hold the fast lane and try and punish the XSET players who swung. Yeah. And they didn't manage it. XSET's still able to find the timing. Now FaZe are on a bad buy and running a bit more of a default with this early B main control. We've seen this kind of round before from them as well.
We've also seen them win these rounds a lot.
Very true.
Dicey, tour de force. Still a bit more cautious now.
Covering it. Obscuring vision.
In terms of the first half win rates, Bren, when you've been watching FaZe on their playoffs run, their first half v second half is just night and day. So the fact that they're starting off with 4 rounds here, it's pretty good. Their split attack has not been successful, but their first halves have been. But they need at least 5 in the first half to be able to win. That's just been the theme so far. I know that this is a attack side split and you can really pull out huge defensive rounds. But so far with FaZe, they've played so much better in the first half than they have the second. Some kind of weird psychological game at foot there, but
Yeah, it's really strange, honestly.
I've never seen it before with another team in Valorant, but FaZe have been consistently repeating the same pattern in these playoffs. They just take their foot off the gas in the second half a little. Or you could spin that the other way and that they come out of the gates incredibly strong.
This round largely cleaned up, I think, for XSET. Pretty standard stuff. You saw the Seekers being used in the mid-round just for that information in case there was a contact play, I imagine. In FaZe, they're worried about that when they're on this half pipe. Boys will look to do a bit of damage. Quick peek, gets the info. Picked up the rifle as well. Okay, well, no time though. Won't be able to win out this round unless somehow just goes around the map and kills both of them, but nothing else is going to be happening.
But XSET have got good economy here as well, so even the damage that he's done is not truly important.
And it's the final round.
It's the final round of the half.
Yeah.
Cryo's still going to be able to op here. Aaron has a Viper's Pit. XSET have all the tools that they need to be able to shut this down. The question for FaZe, when you're playing against probably Aaron pitting off the rip, somewhere like mid, that's what he did with his previous ult, and you have Cryo opping, it feels like running a fast round would be a good idea. But FaZe have run so many fast rounds, and quite a number of them have failed, so they might be in a bit of a dilemma here. You can see this is actually going to be like a fake of the A ramp pressure, with the same fault line, a bit of a different wall being used, but actually the spike is not committed. Players aren't either.
Oh, baby bay! Okay, Zekken. Sidestep out from the box. He does get the trade online, and yeah, it's not the mid Viper's Pit. Aaron just dropped that one down. He had to respect the fact that they could be running through it, but still they have to get through all of this utility. The smokes dropped up. The Viper was down, but I'll be coming back soon enough.
For FaZe, I think they'll be happy with that. Going 1-for-1 with Baby Bay and BCJ. I mean, BCJ's been on fire recently, and it's allowed FaZe to get a bit of mid control. These defensive players were pulled towards A ramp at the beginning of the round, so they're not here early enough to contest.
Incredibly grouped from FaZe. 1 round and a half. They can make it 7-5.
That's pretty successful.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to be walking back into Cryo here, holding the line with the operator to try and get Flyer in position to use his breach ult.
Dangerous. Recall on it. Cryo's got to be aware, surely. They could be making the play, just about respects it. Keeps away to safety and ended up spotting a lot of them. Rolling Thunder now. Scattered across, Cosmic Divide on top of it. And the pull. Everything being utilized for them to try and grab control of the B side and try and get that plant down. 20 seconds remaining with FaZe picking up that 1 kill in mid. This could be looking up right now for FaZe.
This Cosmic Divide is going to allow XSET to get a lot of control for their retake, but they are not going to be allowed to use any ultimates, any abilities at all. Poised with that null command. Look at the positioning of XSET. They know where these post-plan players are.
Wow, but the elevation, Superman is favored in that one. In fact, he's got a teammate just below him as well. Cryo holding it down, scoped up. Needs to find this angle, needs to find a shot to just try and at least create an opening for him, but now he's just left alone. Suppressed as well, can't even help the Headhunter. An impossible task with the crossfire set up there, and that's going to be FaZe getting that 5th round on the board in this first half. 7-5 being the case here for Split. An interesting first half as well, going against the grain, I think, for what we expected of FaZe. Going to a short break on the other side of things, we'll see the continuation of Split, so don't go into the action here. Second half of Split, our first map in this best of 5, and FaZe was, in terms of the history of them starting up, when it comes to these 7-5 halves, Josh, in the playoffs. I mean, what is it, just one map that they've won?
Yeah.
In this particular scoreline?
FaZe have had some extremely one-sided halves, but they've always been at the beginning of a map. They don't really have any maps where they've been able to do an incredible comeback. They did win 1-5-7 half against LG, where they were able to come back and still win the map, but generally they like to be leading. And so now, even though they're on the favored side, you could argue, of Split, I think this is still going to be a really sticky one for FaZe to try and pull out. They need Dicey to be going huge here for them, and Baby Bay to avoid those first deaths, of which he had tons in the first half.
Yeah.
Of course, you still want to apply the pressure and apply the threat to XSET, that you could be playing aggressive, that you can be retaking map control.
Look at how grouped they are.
Yeah.
Started over towards A main, anticipating a bit of aggression. Maybe they could battle out with numbers, and they are still grouped. XSET don't want to take any risks with this one.
for FaZe, they're actually running some kind of trap play, I think, off the back of a fault line. And now they're going to go and have Baby Bay clear out that area of the map.
Haven't taken B main though. Still, Never's aware. He knows that his position could be compromised and could be taken, and the crossfires are being set up now. FaZe obliterating XSET as they just try and work their way in from heaven.
And that B main control never happened. Dicey pushed Def and got aggressive onto him. Even as Dicey falls, Baby Bay is wrapped so quickly.
They don't know though. Just bides his time. Effective enough. Some call it baiting, but it's certainly going to be getting a kill at the end of the day.
Sometimes baiting's good for your team.
Don't tell my ranked teammates that.
Stun out the cryo, 2v4 now for the XSET players, and the FaZe retake is coming thick and fast.
Yeah, Aaron's got to do some absolute magic. I mean, with the frenzy in his hands, it might have been possible. Still, it's going to be FaZe. You're going to be able to get that defuse online. Now, winning that pistol round bodes well for them, I think.
Yeah, they might need to be taking, from XSET's point of view in that pistol, they might need to be taking somebody with Def to retake B main control there.
Yeah, the B main.
Because you know the extremities are going to be contested. The way that FaZe's defense works, they're going to have Baby Bay fighting on one side of the map. They're going to have Dicey posted up with his rendezvous on an aggressive off angle on the other side. And pick your poison on which one you end up going into there. You've got to be cautious of it. And now this is XSET forcing. Same situation as round 2. XSET are going to buy up into this.
Whoa. It's risky.
With Spectres and only a Frenzy for Zekken.
That is risky. Opted into it though. And they have taken a lot of space. Up into mid, into the ropes, just scouting it out, making sure that there's no, again, unsavory angles. A bit delayed in terms of the way they were peeking that one, but crouched, looking for a bit of information. FaZe players, though, look at their positions, ready to absorb anything that might just come their way over towards A. Poised anchoring in a far back as well. Screens being watched down. Baby Bay just in heaven, right around this corner. A knife, great information going to be found.
I mean, that is a ton of info.
3
XSET
players.
may well have to adjust their game plan in this round. Expecting a defensive rotation to come through, or at least FaZe to be ready on the trigger. XSET now looking like they want to fake towards B heaven, or perhaps commit. There is a trademark here, and getting the information on where Dicey is playing that could be important for future gun rounds as well.
Trademark is going to trigger that fault line. Gets destroyed. Fault line rips across. Still, they are fast into the side here. XSET not wasting any time, but still, Fly holds onto the high ground. Dicey as well was not pushed away from that one angle at the back of the pillar. And they have just fallen. XSET, only Aaron left alive, and with this force into this one, the economy is going to be taken. Once again, a tumble, a reset. Back to the drawing board.
This is exactly what FaZe needed to get them into this game. Aaron's not giving up, still going for it with the Spectre, but ends up getting shut down. And I really feel like XSET have opened the door to a FaZe. I'm not going to call it a comeback. It was only a 7-5 half, but this could be a bit of momentum that FaZe need to get something really going on their defense side. Yeah. And what a demon Dicey has been so far in this half.
Yeah, part of the reason it's so dangerous is because of this guy at the top of the scoreboard. I mean, he had a phenomenal first half, just in terms of what he was putting up numbers-wise. But now you're in his playground, the defensive side, where he can take those off angles. He can hold the space.
Yeah.
And he's going to disrespect you. Even if you use utility to clear him, he's going to be holding his angle most of the time still.
And on the pistol round, he gets rid of Def and holds on to B main control. In that second round, he kills 2 players that are coming down from B heaven.
Just not worried about it at all, was he?
So this is going to be a light buy from XSET. Aaron going for a Spectre. Sometimes it feels like that's his weapon of choice, even on the rifle rounds.
Yeah.
And this is, once more, a pretty standard approach to the defense from FaZe. They're not going to fight really aggressively for mid most of the time.
Unbelievable, the flash. Oh, boy.
One enemy remains.
Not a
Dealt
chance.
with. And look at that, right on the other side of things. Poised. Looks like he was set up nicely with the rest of his team.
Yeah, just playing off the back of Baby Bay.
Yeah.
You've got that duo of Poison Baby Bay holding down A main really aggressively. And that makes the Viper utility from Aaron functionally useless. Because the Viper utility is supposed to fake like you could be going up a ramp. You could be taking that area of the map with 1, 2, 5 players. And if FaZe are playing a ramp aggressively
Just
with
right
Poison Baby
past
Bay, you're never worried about people lurking up that area.
Yeah.
Of course, it means that you're not as quick to pivot on some kind of mid hit. Running an A split might be particularly effective on those rounds.
All lined up for him.
Yeah. So
Well, round.
XSET are finally going to have rifles here.
Yeah. Get some better weaponry in their hands. FaZe look to potentially snowball this one out of control. Oh, Valen's going to be cheering for them on the desk.
Is Cryo not buying armor here? Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he had the money for it. Maybe just forgot. Oh, the close-up dog, BCJ. Oh, my word.
Just mixing it up. FaZe haven't fought for mid at any point in this half so far. Walk down, punish onto BCJ. Easy peasy.
That is dire.
Dicey 5-0 in first kills.
He is absolutely demolishing. Except looking to try and take a bit of a contact play, but they're going to expect this one. Cryo, he has just opened it up. Wasn't looking great for them, especially with that angle that Babybay was holding. You never really anticipate that, but still, the damage now done. Poised. Monstrous task ahead of him to try and anchor this one down. His teammates, though, supporting Superman from the high ground. You got to be joking. And he collects 3. No one trades him out. Another round win for FaZe, and an important one. Once more, the gun's taken out of XSET's hands.
Doing superbly here. And one of the themes of FaZe defense is that they're not even letting XSET get into post-plant situations. They are crushing them, anchoring the sites, pressuring their extremities. This time, going for the first pick down mid. And putting the squeeze on them as they enter through these choke points. This is a very different approach to the defense side from these two teams. And for FaZe, it's working beautifully.
Yeah.
In the group stage, this team was playing retakes all the time. That was all they were going for on their defense side. And now they've mixed it up superbly.
Those extra elements that they sprinkle in every now and then.
More aggression towards A ramp. Aaron finds one, traded out, and they're using that information to try and get really quick through B heaven.
That's a really fast pivot.
But they don't have B main control again. It's Dicey once more, holding down that area of the map.
Ooh. Yeah, the bird's going to go a bit skew-whiff there. Aftershock pushes them back once more. I like the idea behind XSET. They wanted to quickly take space. They've been pushed back. Once again, cautiously trying to retake. Hold control, hold those angles. But Josh, you are right. They gave up that B main control. Dicey. Oh, it could be dangerous still. Cross their placement slightly off. Flash off to the side. He dodges it. They're going to be rewarded though. Flyer also takes out Cryo.
Dicey is so pushed. I mean, he's contesting market angles at the moment.
He's fearless.
He really is.
He really is fearless. This is a thing as well that's, honestly, I respect the most about FaZe, is that these guys have been adding so many extra bits and pieces to their overall game plan over the course of the playoffs. They've been evolving as a team, but they haven't lost the confidence. A lot of teams tend to drop that as well, especially in these high-pressure situations. An elimination match. Not only that, Copenhagen on the line, but still, they make these plays.
Yeah, Babybay's not afraid to take the first fights, even when they're going poorly, if he thinks it'll set up the rest of his team.
He's happy to do it.
Dicey is not afraid to take duels against anybody.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, you've got Superman putting up that playoffs performance again. Valen was talking about it on the desk. This guy steps up. When the pressure is on, Superman delivers.
Nasty.
And they really are shutting down the XSET star players. It's not been an explosive performance coming out from Cryozek. We've had some moments where Cryo's been able to grab a couple of entry kills up in a ramp and make something happen for XSET. But overall, this has been a limp attack side. FaZe really coming out swinging here. Up 10-7.
Timeout for XSET. Got to work out difference maker, I think. Because they are really just finding it hard to get an edge. All this aggressive A main control that FaZe are playing initially off the rip, it means that they can't get value out of the Viper lurk.
Yeah.
Dicey is just, I mean, even if you use utility to clear him out, it feels like he's still going to be coming back to disrespect you. In B main, wherever he might want to be playing.
And for XSET, they have a really weird puzzle for them on attack. Because they can take mid control. I don't doubt that. XSET could have mid control for free in a lot of these rounds if they put bodies there. But the question is, when you get to the site, how do you plant freely and play post plants in that situation when you don't have a ramp or you don't have B main? It makes these post plant situations really wonky were they to get into them. And FaZe are fighting tooth and nail for extremities. Look at this again.
So much dumped into this one, but the players are ready. BCJ on the ropes. Everybody dealt with. He's going to be falling. A lot of utility out of that one as well. You see from XSET side of things, they're just making sure that they can hold control of mid as the Trailblazer comes up, scouts a bit of what might be lurking up into B heaven. The XSET players are leaning a completely different way.
Look how much of the map XSET have for free. They could walk into A Heaven right now. They could walk into the site if they knew that this area was open. And FaZe are just determined to hold onto the A ramp and B main areas.
Oh, Aaron is in. He's so far in his spawn.
This is just going to come down to timing.
What is going on here?
And whether Flyer and Poise can hit some shots.
He holds it still. Poise just making a solo push there into the sewers. XSET. Maybe the shift jumping up there into sewers, but BCJ catches him.
And they've dealt with the threat. A really wild push out of A main.
Oh my goodness.
But eventually Flyer and Poise do fall, and they only took one player with them. This should allow XSET to get into a decent post-plant situation, 4v2. Barring any miracles coming out from the two top fraggers of FaZe, Superman and Dicey.
Yeah, Superman, okay. Opportunity to deny the plant. I think planted for Heaven there with a bit of spam, but doesn't find it. Needs to wait for Dicey to try and cover his back, and he is in Heaven now. Oh, up onto the ramp, 31 health. Does he find the shot? Does he find the mark? The answer is no. Dicey also in his maker.
FaZe still with a decent lead, but we've seen them slip up in these second halves before.
I think we should also...
They need to close the door on XSET and start to punish the economy here, I think, because XSET are getting it into a decent place right now. Heading into round 19. A reminder that XSET are 14-2 this year on Split. They don't lose this map, except to top-tier opponents. And FaZe have looked a bit dodgy here, so this would be a major upset to begin this BO5 series.
It would really, I think, shift as well some of the expectations of the overall series. I mean, we heard the analyst desk. I think everybody would have expected XSET to be favored in this one.
Yeah, just because you're the favorite doesn't mean you win the match. If that was always the case, we wouldn't even bother playing the games.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Dicey's going to play a tucked position here at B main. He's been contesting this area really aggressively in some of the previous rounds, but XSET still have the guts to just contact walk into B. That could have meant death to any of their players. They are just peeking these angles without utility, and that means Dicey doesn't realize how close these players are. They could be in his face before he can respond, but of course, the rendezvous always going to be good for it.
Jiggle peek. Flash, Dicey dodges it. Face to one side.
No one's looked at him.
Anybody going to scale off of this one here? Second. Okay, BCJ eventually covers that one angle. Second's life not going to be in vain, but maybe he wants to try and play this one fast and loose still with the overdrive. Oh, it's taken out of his hands. Sent straight back. Looking at that scoreboard still. Okay, fragment from Poise is going to be denying quite a bit, but Cryo, he's got the impeccable timing. Lurking his way through mid, takes it in the end, helps his team out.
What a bold call from Def, I think, in that round. I really can't overstate how much danger there could have potentially been.
Into that.
Just contacting into the area of the map where Dicey's been playing aggressive angles. And then look at the double take from BCJ. He flashes. That was his second flash. The first one a bit of a fake, I think, just to help the first end. And then flashes himself through, takes a look at the close left, and then he processes the information.
Yeah.
But that's Dicey.
Just the whip back is like, oh my goodness.
And also,
out of control.
Just speaking to the confidence of Dicey that he doesn't go for the rendezvous there. That he just holds
it. Just
himself.
disrespects it, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
he's just playing to disrespect XSET and see if he can pick up some cheeky kills here and there and turn the round around. This game is now getting really close. It was neck and neck the entire first half. FaZe obviously getting out to a really strong lead in the second. But XSET feel like they've figured something out here. They were able to get a pick over by A ramp and cause a bit of chaos in the camp when it came to round 18. And round 19 is just a B exec where they don't lose a player early on because they're able to take a lot of map control off the rip.
Just for free. Yeah, I'm not sure what kind of read they had that, you know, Dicey wouldn't be playing that angle. It ends up working out for them. Potentially the fact that Dicey has been playing back at pillar every time they've been trying to go for those BX execs straight from heaven.
Yeah. The question is, do they mix it up? This looks like it's going to be a bit of mid-aggression for FaZe. They caught BCJ with his dog in his hands last time.
Cryo, oh my goodness, you're in danger. Aftershock, the vulnerable! It's all comboed up together.
That's perfect. That is really well played.
That is so nerdy.
You know that the player is going to tuck into that angle if they hear a flash and a neon running down mid.
My
Punished to perfection. Gorgeous utility from Superman and Flyer.
He's going to be happy with that one. Out of all the players as well to get that opening pick on, Cryo's the one who's honestly been salvaging some of these rounds.
He has, but he's also been playing the lurk role in some of them too. So I think XSET will still have the front-loaded firepower to get into some of the sites here. Using the blast pack to get rid of the trademark, that triggers out fragment grenade from Poised as he tries to retain control over B Heaven. Flash, a knife. Using a lot of the KO utility there to gain information in B Heaven. And now XSET have just bled it out and can go back into him.
The idea here, maybe a bit of a fake onto the A side. Looks like they were leaning for the stars. Okay. Contact play.
It's just impeccable.
Boys just holds it down. The reset. Aaron looks to try and salvage anything, but Dice is watching it.
Oh, what a tremendous play by Poised. I think he overuses his utility a bit there, and XSET have the right read. It's a good call from Def to go back into Poised. But you're not expecting the KO to hit the 3K on you as you walk into Heaven.
This is the danger of FaZe, isn't it?
It is. There's so much
Every
attention
single
on
one of these
Baby Bay and
players.
Dicey, but they do have potent fraggers.
Look at this. Bit of lack of confidence maybe there from Def as well. Didn't want to take the fast and loose swing to try and trade that one.
Well, they've been contacting a lot around the map, trying to draw out utility from FaZe and get into an advantage when they finally exec. But you are going to run into danger. You are just going to walk into people's crosshairs occasionally.
Important round for XSET if you look at the money. It's one they're going to need to convert because a few of them might be able to buy onto the next round upcoming, but
Valen spoke about how XSET like to approach their split attack, using a lot of mid control and then splitting with the showstopper. So all eyes on Zekken here with his ult online. Round 21, such a pivotal round.
they might struggle with this one though.
Def is once more going to attempt to take B main control and knows that Dicey could be around there. This time asks for a flash from BCJ to get onto the angle. And it looks like they're going to take the showstopper into B main instead of going for that split play through mid.
Dicey could do some serious damage.
You are divided.
Any player that oversteps himself. Cosmic Divide, double satchel play, and look at that. What a disrespect. He stands his ground against it, poised as well from heaven. He's going to be supporting it.
30 seconds left.
And the play is just disrupted. The play is killed. Yet Aaron, he wants to capitalize. He lurked his way up through mid and he's managed to find this opening. Snakebite. Great timing with that one. It locks out FaZe. They can't follow up on all of this. He just needs to hold this, but time is running low, Josh.
Def is sprinting. His little legs are going
So
as fast
low on
as
the
they
time.
possibly can.
10 seconds left.
And these FaZe players have been locked out for a moment. He is just going to be able to get to the site in time. And once more, Cryo is on the lurk here.
Something needs to happen here. Big performance out of one of the players, running right into the fast lane. Aaron tries to take the timing, still from the high ground once more. Ripping around, and it's Def who secures it. With the help of Cryo, it's enough of a distraction that they just about get it.
Gorgeous play there. Really good from both sides, actually. I love the slide coming out from Baby Bay. You could see how much that messed with the crosshair placement.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Cryo's been really smart on these lurk plays. You expect Cryo to be a heavy hitter, to be dueling in the same way that Dicey does and trying to find entry kills for them. But instead, he's actually picking up much more of a backstabbing role in the post plants.
Almost what Def used to do.
Yes, absolutely. Def used to be a heavy lurker, and this time he's actually going with the spike into the site. And it's Cryo that's picking up that backstab role. And Aaron does a gorgeous job with his lurk.
Setting it up.
Setting that play up.
Yeah.
Once more, a slow default to begin this round, seeing if they can catch some aggression from Baby Bay. The score 10-11. Dancing on a knife's edge here.
It really is. Baby Bay, I cannot believe this. Just waddles his way up. Of course, being backed up in the end. The stun. No way.
How does Second get out?
I mean, he satchels himself away, just hopping.
He was about to get stunned up. One-tapped Baby Bay, and then backs it up. The spike, in the meanwhile, is outside B main, and Dicey was holding that angle with the operator.
He's still pushed.
He's still in a really advanced position. Look at the ping on the map. XSET know that he could be here.
And they're going to be starting to use that utility. The flash, though. Oh, it's slightly off. Slightly ajar. Doesn't even catch onto Dicey.
Just a perfect, tiny angle for Dicey to be holding. It is really difficult to get a flash that perfectly aligns with the angle he's holding there.
And of course, he's still going to be holding this angle. Of course, he's still disrespecting it.
How can he keep getting away with it?
Another kill for his collection.
Just chamber things, isn't it?
On the straight pass. Don't even think he's got the teleport online, but he does not care. Smokes up, though. Aaron has found a cheeky timing in this one. Worked his way up to new box, but Flyer more than aware. Spike dropped down to the floor, and that's going to be called easily enough. FaZe bring it to 12, and now just 1 round away.
FaZe would begin this series with a serious blow to XSET here. Their 3rd loss all year on Split. If FaZe can find this final round, and XSET's economy is not looking good. Even on light armor, Spectre, Zekken, their big entry player, with a Spectre in hand as well. And he hasn't really, he's been suffering the same fate of so many of these other XSET players, getting picked off left, right, and center by the FaZe guys.
Yeah. What a difficult round, but FaZe are primed, ready and waiting. Ultimates, the weaponry, it's all going their way.
1 round win, taking Split would topple all of the expectations for how the maps theoretically should fall in this series. There's a long way to go, of course. But Dicey's been the man for it. Posted up again into B main here.
And it's so slow by XSET. Look at the contain. They've done a couple of rounds like this, and they've been rewarded for it with FaZe just overextending, trying to fight over A main or mid.
I love how confidently Zekken gets round behind the Trailblazer there. Throwing the blast pack down in case there's some piece of utility or to help him take an advantageous duel. And they know where this trademark is. Dicey's been putting the trademark in pretty much the same place every time.
Every time.
But if you're trying to be Split with 40 seconds left, Flyer's got his Rolling Thunder.
They've got this contain as well. There's really no time. You can feel that the pressure is mounting, and XSET
There's
looking
30
a bit
seconds.
flustered. Looking a bit flustered. Still, the trademark eventually goes down, but there's a bit of a set play off of it. Nade rebounds. It was a flash to push them back. Time is running low, and XSET, they're going to be punished for it. The Rolling Thunder rips across. Zekken, he's taken out easily enough, and Flyer still there, ready and waiting once more. Up on Heaven, the shot's though just about whiffing. 15 seconds left. Cryo's going to be tearing his way through onto the site. The plant, it needs to go down, but Dicey's been contained.
What a turnaround from XSET. What a round from Cryo.
How did they do that?
They muscled into B Heaven past the Rolling Thunder that had isolated and taken down Zekken. They dug deep for that one, but they need one more to take us to OT. Can they pull out the magic again here?
Cryo with 4 kills in that round.
Absurd performance. And now he's going to be opping on attack. Both of the chambers picking up the operator. Cryo maybe expecting some kind of aggression coming out on A.
He's just holding this angle.
But if anyone pushes him here, it's going to be off the back of a fault line. It's going to be off the back of a stun from the Neon as well. This op feels like he's going to have to dance around the utility to get value out of it. And FaZe are actually fighting for mid. They've made an adaptation here. No aggression off the bat. The problem with this setup is that FaZe have to be worried about an A-ramp lurk. They're hoping the conditioning of the A-main aggression that they've been showing on defense will stop XSET from going for something like that.
Yeah. See on the minimap there, Aaron actually putting up a lot of his Viper utility, just signifying that they could be going for that lurk into a ram. Down the satchel. Second gets the 1, but Poise cleans up 2.
Poise, what? Monster performance from Poised. He's been up there with Superman and with the heavy hitters of FaZe. Takes down the stars. Cryo and Zekken both hit the deck. And now it falls onto the more supportive players of XSET to see if they can recover this and get to OT.
40 seconds in the round. FaZe, they've got this player advantage. The ultimates are being committed here. Seeker's scattered across. Def's ended up falling. He was trying to catch that one timing, trying to get some space onto B, but Dicey was just watching it. All up to BCJ and Aaron. 24 seconds remaining. It's looking inevitable for FaZe to grab this first map in the series. Still holding it down. Still Aaron with the operator now. 16 seconds, a quick jiggle. He can't find the shot, and Poised. He gets it. The tip-tap with the movement. It's going to be 13 rounds on the board for them, taking that first map split. All expectations out the window for this series now, Josh.
It really is. All of the expectations have just been discarded. If there was one safe map for XSET, it should have been split. If they're not able to get the win there, they're going to have to dig deep. They're going to have to rally back and find some crucial victories in the rest of the map pool, because that's their home turf. 14-2 so far this year, and they can't win it. Is it going to be the same story again for XSET falling at the final hurdle?
Surely not. Surely not. Well, Analyst Desk are going to be breaking down the map that we've just seen thus far, and of course setting up the rest of this series in its best of 5. Remember, everything on the line, the winner going to Copenhagen. So don't go anywhere, you know you're not going to want to miss it.
One team is left to book their ticket to Copenhagen. Oh, wait, actually, that's a bingo
You're
thing.
cheating
Hold on
again.
a
You're just
second. That's why I'm the host. I can do whatever I want, Mamie. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Challengers right here at the Analyst Desk as we break down split between FaZe and XSET. FaZe walk away with the victory 13-11, and there was a lot of ups and downs in this game. And we'll start with the first half here because Mimi was very clear that, look, we knew that Baby Bay was going to be an impact player in some capacity,
Sure.
but the other team knew that as well, and that's the reason why they shut him down time and time again.
I think as we've gotten deeper in towards the playoffs, you've seen the effectiveness of Baby Bay playing on that Neon slowly falling off. And credit to FaZe, they've adapted, they've brought out new things to be able to cancel that. But in this game, I think XSET had an excellent understanding of how to deny Baby Bay in the early round. They know that every time those two walls pop off, there's going to be a KO flash one side, there's going to be a Baby Bay swinging through. So they just spam through the walls. They fight forward. It was round after round that Baby Bay was dying early. The first 5 rounds that XSET was winning, every single one of those was a round in which Baby Bay was the first kill. And in so many of those, it was BCJ to do it on the Sky. This guy had a massive performance. I think his step up in the first half was part of the reason that XSET was able to keep that game so incredibly close.
Yeah, you saw him getting hyped there. I mean, he was shutting down that ramp control so hard, and that's a big part of FaZe's game plan is to take fast ramp control, kind of reset, look for picks in heaven with the Neon, and then go back and go through main or ramp split.
Yeah, and you had some great, analysis on what we were going to be looking out for, and it played out exactly as we wanted, or as you would have expected. But also, there were some win conditions in that first half that you were like, if FaZe hit this number of wins because they chose attack first, you're thinking, okay, FaZe might have an easier path to victory. But, typical of FaZe Clan, they decided to take the hard road, if you will. And then we make our way over to the second half. And this is where things really started to get a bit out of control. And it felt like we were seeing some uncharacteristic plays out of XSET, Valen, that threw us all off guard.
Yeah, it wasn't really XSET's fault. I think FaZe had a perfect game plan going into that match. They were kind of giving up mid control, not giving them any fights. And as an attacker, when you get no fights in mid, it's really awkward. So you have to look towards mail, you have to look towards vents, and they had perfect trap setups. Yeah. They had a chamber trip with a breach stun to go off. They had Poise sitting in vents, getting multi-frags and kind of, just flashing and getting out or nading and getting out. But also they mixed it up very well. We saw aggressive plays, stun, suck combos with Baby Bay running it down mid or running it down A main. And man, their mix-up of pace was just phenomenal, and I think that's why they came out with the win today on this map.
And I think the change-up as well in between the two styles of the Neon versus the Raze, I think Raze Astra is a really tough matchup when you're playing against that Neon. Similar to when Neon is playing against Breach, a lot of times that Neon can be breaking the timings, making it tough for your set plays to work on out. But in the second half, this is what you were talking about, GB, in that it was FaZe in some of these pretty tough positions, as XSET was taking that mid-control in the early round, finding themselves in pretty good positions, but they were expelling so much of their utility in doing so, and FaZe was so willing to give up that space. Then the late rounds, a lot of the time, BCJ would be out of the Sky utility. They'd be pushing one at a time, and they were getting mowed down on the extremities by Dicey and in particular by Poised.
Yeah, I mean, I like to call it, make them beat you on the split. Don't let them win the round in mid. Make them have to branch out into mail. Make them have to branch out in A heaven through vents to win the round. Don't let them win it in mid because XSET has great utility, great aimers, and they'll fight you and kill you in middle.
Yeah, but there were still enough moments that XSET was showing us where they were taking that fight in towards mid, that FaZe were still taking that fight in towards mid, that they forced XSET to still put that element of respect.
Right.
XSET was never getting that space. They never thought that every round we're going to be getting this for free. FaZe was applying enough pressure, switching up how they played enough, that XSET had to play incredibly slow, which again led to those late round situations where players were dying with no utility in tough positions.
And credit to XSET though, right? Because this game probably should have ended with a 13, 8 or 9 or something like that, because realistically, right, like there were some rounds at XSET won that they were able to squeak away. That this goes to show, like, when XSET are in those situations, the composure can bring them to the promised land. It's just FaZe, man. They just have a unique way to play the game, Valen.
Yeah, I mean, Cryocells was going crazy. He was winning them some big rounds. BCJ was winning them some big rounds. I think a lot of the swing rounds in the game that led XSET to get multiple victories in a row or round wins in a row were because of the hero plays. Sure. I think FaZe outplayed them on the macro level entirely.
Yeah, well, we're going into our next map here, which I'm not going to lie, completely forgot because of my age. There we go. Breeze. I'm going to write this down. breezy.
He's been too focused on the bingo, he's forgetting how to do his actual job.
Look, I'm just trying
There's
to
something
win.
about old people in bingo. I don't know
I'm
what the
so
synergy
close.
is.
I need someone to mention the lab and then Money in the Bank plays. And then I win.
We'll get you there.
So I'm so excited.
money.
It's the only way that I win. Actually, Money in the Bank was a song okay, never mind.
Moving on.
I might be there. I might be there. Only one away. All right, so we're going to bring up Agent Select here for Breeze. Valen, your thoughts on this one, for both of these teams going into it?
Yeah, I mean, I like what XSET is starting to pull out with the Cypher. I think Cypher gets a lot of value with the camera, the trips, both on attack and defense. And I think it fits the role super well.
Yeah.
Def, great lurk player, so putting him on Cypher kind of makes sense. We're going to see Crow still on Jet. Zekin on the KO.
Interesting, yeah. They have been playing this comp in the past. So this is one of those moments where we saw so many different flexible moments coming out of Zekin. The KO is a role that he was playing quite a while ago. They moved away from it for a bit. Now they're going back in towards that. I think it's a pretty solid one for him. The synergy between him and Cryo continue to hold on true. The biggest thing I'm looking at in this matchup is Def on that Cypher. How is he holding information with the cameras? And importantly, is he varying his trips enough and playing in positions where he's not getting hit by poised knives on the KO so those trips can stay up and deny Baby Bay? Because again, it's the attack side. We're looking for Baby Bay on those fast sight hits, and Cypher can be a hard counter if you play it right.
Well, now we're in this situation. We got our agents locked in. Game is about to be ready. You guys went for XSET decidingly in that first game. Are you still feeling strong for XSET, or do you think that now FaZe has that confidence? First pancakes out of the way.
Yeah, I think Breeze is a really flippy map. I think FaZe is feeling it. I think they can take this.
Yeah, I think FaZe winning map 1's a huge confidence booster. They're letting everything loose. They're just playing, map 1's out of the way. BO3 from now on for them. I think they're going to take this map.
Yeah, they're letting loose for sure. Speaking of people who let loose, that's a segue.
You said it.
You said it. That's a bingo.
I actually did that one by mistake. We have Brennan Sideshow on the call. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yeah, we're going to be feeling loosey-goosey for this one. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, jumping into it. Map number 2 in this series. An important one, of course, as we've been highlighting over and over and over again. But Breeze, this is a map where, XSET used to be pretty renowned in terms of their gameplay on this one. Recently, though, have been slipping, and it is a must-win for them. I think if you go 2 maps down in a best-of-5, it is almost impossible to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, I think they really need an upset win here to draw the series back level 1-1. FaZe upset on arguably XSET's best map. I think XSET need to pull deep here and try and do the same. They are a team that's fallen at that final hurdle repeatedly throughout their team's existence. And I think that 0-2 deficit would be incredibly hard for them to come back from. FaZe in a great position right now, on their comfort territory. See what they can pull out on the attack side.
Keep that confidence up, honestly. Desk was talking about it, the confidence booster of winning that first map, and you can see it manifesting itself already in mid. BCJ falls early.
Baby Bay was not getting these entry kills, particularly. For FaZe, when they were playing on Split, it's a very different map here. He's going to be empowered by the initiator play and able to get down these long sight lines. XSET have taken a reactive play here and pushed out of halls, out of cave, and cleared this area.
They broke a trademark as well, so they're aware of it, at least FaZe Clan are. And they're going to start to try and move their way up onto the site. Def's taking a very far back position. Doesn't want to try and anchor close to the walls. He's got his camp set up for it, and still he's going to be getting that tag there right off the trip. It does set him up for a kill. Cryo also found one a little bit earlier. Bebe walking, knows as a player at the Archers. Knife going to be broken down. Can he find this one? The trade is there. Second collects it. Nice little pop flash around the corner, but the weaponry not ideal. Not really up to the task.
In the meantime, Cryo Aaron taking this top fight. Superman with a peek finds Cryo. They know where Aaron's positioned.
Up to Aaron with the ghost. Taps it round, but Dicey's too consistent with it. Too clean with it. Ice cold. Pistol round going away a FaZe.
Pretty good pistol round as well, finding that entry pick, using Superman's wall to fake like it was a mid to A, and that actually pulled a lot of the players off the site. I like the response as well from XSET there, pushing out on Cave. Did he get tagged by that? I mean, he died before he even could.
That is such a small shot.
Really cool recon dart as well there. Yeah, a lot of dynamic pushes and pulls around the map there. Both teams happy to move away from the standard positions that you would be flanking or fighting in, to adapt to what their opponents are doing.
Sure. When you're going up against a Neon, you got to expect it, Can't really hold in typical angles in case you get ran over.
And this time, the attacking team has actually won the pistol round, so XSET not afforded that extra money in order to force. So we're going to see a very standard round 2 here, where FaZe should be heavily favored.
It's got to be a bit worried here, but a lot of that utility actually just not missing him. Plant's going to start to go down. If Baby ends up pushing forwards here and doesn't check that one corner, can an angle be found for XSET to try and get something done? The answer is no. FaZe is just too aware.
This duo of Poised and Baby has been very clean with each other. Whenever Baby gets pressured, Poised is there to try and trade.
Partial shots. Within a little bit. Okay. Dicey, though, should be able to clean up. Surely. There's one.
One enemy
Ended up
remaining.
buying a rifle into this one.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Dicey love doing that. If you give them enough money, they will have a rifle round 2. And Cryo's the last player alive here. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do too much damage. And Dicey collects that kill.
Yeah.
4 ult points for him already in the second round. Going to be looking to try and build those up in round 3. And FaZe have got some decent equipment to take with them into this bonus.
What's this adjustment going to be really now? XSET have got a bit of information just in terms of how they've been playing this one, but honestly, FaZe have been playing with a bit of nuance to it. You described it with the pistol round strat in terms of that fast lane that was sent up. It kind of almost looked like it was going to be the A split.
Yeah, they even threw the Viper wall to fake that too.
Yeah.
So Def is going to move his Cypher setup over to the A site, using some kill trips, using a camera as well. The hope is that Baby will simply run into a trip, give them the first kill, and they can play retake off the back of the cam. There's Viper wall. Oh no, sorry, that's the fast lane that they put down at the top. Whoa, Baby's completely caught.
Stunned up.
Stunned up as well. You rarely see that.
Revealed, but nobody was really in position to follow up on it. Still Shock Dart, holding close to the wall. The pressure is on. It's mounting. FaZe are now just squeezing from every possible position. The players, can they hold on to anything there? You can see the utility was sent flying. Zekin, he took out Poised of his own fragment nade. It's a 3v3, and that is when it gets particularly dangerous.
Cryo roughly knows the position of Baby. They can see him jumping as well. So that's going to be a free one. Back into a 2v2. And Superman and Flyer are a long way away. 1 shock dart, 2 snake bites.
Set up for them to play this postman, though.
Yeah. And Cryo has a single smoke that he could put on top of the spike.
Time's running out. If XSET end up just bleeding this clock down by not really playing with too much pace, it'd be dire for them. And there it is. Snake bite into the shock dart. That's an insta-kill. Aaron just could not stand up to it.
For Cryo, I just don't think he has the time here. Even though he's able to get the kill, Superman on the flank too. And what a successful bonus round for FaZe that was. In fact, the snake bite didn't even hit particularly well. There was a small area that Aaron could have tried to defuse without becoming vulnerable, but in all of the pressure and the chaos of it all,
When time's running low.
as the time is ticking,
Yeah.
the combo worked perfectly for FaZe. And Baby able to do so much damage there by playing aggressively once they already have the site.
Look at this.
If there had been a single player watching halls there, the
He would've-
round
he
goes
would've gone down.
completely differently.
Yeah, taken care of. Baby choosing to just invest with the Spectre because he's got that ultimate. Overdrive, seeing if he can beam any of them down. He seems to just get ridiculous value out of it.
Yeah, I've never seen
any other player.
I've never seen a Neon get as much value out of it as Baby does. It's all the Crossfire and Overwatch
Sure.
kind of experience that he has. A lot of these players with a Crossfire background.
Ah, there we go. Doesn't even need the ultimate at the end of the day. Forced into a favorable fight there as Zekin just swings into the Viper wall, but FaZe are playing this nice and slow, just waiting. XSET, of course, the ones who need to be taking some risks. Viper wall goes down, though. Flash, that is right in front of Cryo's face.
And Dicey, meanwhile, is just the slowest lurk in the world. Up through elbow, now starting to wrap nest. XSET had a timing here. The spike has been dropped. And now Dicey's in a weird position.
This is bizarre. Gun swapped around. Cryo, does he know that there's a player close? It's up to Dicey to try and catch the lurk. BCJ finds him.
And that's a game changer.
Just spotted him. Cryo's just hopping around.
Yeah, he was the one player with a rifle in this round. Got enough kills to be able to build up his Blade Storm too. And Baby is booking it to be.
Yeah. A dire situation. Wall put up as well. Baby is going to be weakened as the decay kicks in.
And that round may be getting overcooked just a little bit. Looks like guaranteed XSET thrifty from here unless Flyer can pull out a 1v4 with 10 seconds.
3 players watching it.
Simply impossible.
Not happening.
And that round, XSET go for something a little different. So the majority of their defense side so far in this series, they've been trying to play retake against FaZe. They've been going for retake setups, and sure, there's a trip there from Def, and in the previous map, you know, they had a couple of rounds where they were playing aggressively. But that was a very different round. They played on the site with their thrifty buy, trying to deny the plant coming down, anchoring far forward positions, stopping BabyBay from getting all the way to yellow.
I will find you.
And the round plays out
This goes here.
completely differently. If FaZe are not allowed to get into post plants, that could be the solution for XSET.
Gotta go.
You want to play?
Fast mid take
Let's
from
play.
FaZe. Dark clears a bit of space. BabyBay happy to take it. Tour de Force was ripped through the hands there of Dicey. Going to be working with that one into this round here with the ultimate Cryo. An aggressive peek. What are ways for that to go wrong?
Actually finding the tag there onto Flyer, I think. Down to 28
Players
health.
are working
Finished
away
off.
anyway. Still through double doors. The stun. It's connecting, but BCJ with a shock darts. Gliding through the air, rebounding, finding the players, and yeah, everybody's getting dropped.
Cryo finishing things off with a shorty as well. XSET finding a bit of a solution here. Of course, not the best buy in the world from FaZe. Now they'll have rifles in their hands again. And the timeout here called from FaZe.
Okay.
So using this one pretty early on.
It is early, isn't it?
About the middle of the first half.
Feels like they've been pretty varied in their approach to each round.
Yeah, and this is something that they were struggling with a little on Breeze. On their attack side, was getting funky with the fakes. Poised as an IGL, loves going for the QB sneak play, the fake play, this kind of stuff. But the compositions that they've been playing recently with the Neon don't lend themselves necessarily to that style. And trying to play some of the slower rounds, some of the more informational rounds, can be a bit tricky.
Yeah. You say that, but you can, I mean, you can effectively fake pretty well with a fast lane, and we see teams do it pretty often, honestly.
Yeah.
Fracture gameplay as well when you see the Neon players.
Yep. The issue with it sometimes is that it's a bit easy to read.
Yeah,
That the Neon
when
is
there's
there
not enough
with nothing
push behind it with the rest of the utility, you immediately just know.
But to FaZe's credit, they've actually been pretty good at mixing things up. They're attacking half on split. They were running the same kind of play pretty often with the A ramp control, but here on Breeze, they've gone for a variety of different approaches. What an interesting Viper wall that Aaron has used off the rip here that just blocks off the double door connector and blocks off halls. So they have a Viper wall here that they can use to stop some kind of A split, or at least make it more difficult for FaZe.
They got to be reading this. This has to be some sort of tendency. FaZe going for the A split, maybe when they've got BabyBay's ult online and the no command. But, I mean, it gets right. Look at the players. They're finding it difficult to just chew through this one. They're scared of it. There's going to be the Hunter's Fury. BabyBay, though, he's sending it all the way through. BCJ will be rewarded in the end, though. Gets that one pick off onto Superman.
That cancelled the Viper's Pit as well. Absolute chaos. Improvisational plays all over.
BabyBay suppressed. He doesn't have access to his ult. Put away, and time is running low on it. It's going to start to expire. Running down. He's being spammed at this box. He's only got the stinger in his hands. He gets the one pick off. BCJ, though, still putting in good work. The spike is down now for FaZe. Could be favorable for them as long as they take these fights. Oh, and they are taking them.
Oh, what a fantastic series of shots at the end there from Flyer. It's a 3v2 for FaZe, and Cryo's in a bit of a wonky position with the operator. But those shots were clinical. And FaZe managed to navigate around that strange defensive setup fairly well. Their initial idea was to use a Viper's Pit so that they could cross the site.
Yeah.
Which I've never seen before on Breeze like that.
Salvaged a bit by BabyBay's aggression, though.
Yes, and it definitely was. I think the rounds in which BabyBay is able to get aggressive and play around that yellow box have been the rounds that the FaZe look best.
Cryo with the operator. That is such an aggressive peak. He had the dash off, was obviously queued up, so he's able to get back out of there. To safety. Okay, BCJ dodging, juking, but that tag onto him. Surely not. How does Flyer track him like that?
BCJ.
That's absurd.
Looking like a rabbit.
That is absurd.
Now the A side weakened up. Aaron has a lot of here in his anchor position.
I mean, he's got to just pull out some ridiculous stuff, hasn't he? He can't quite get the second one. Only grabbing the first. BabyBay as well, just wandering his way through the double doors to help support the rest of their team as they're going for that A hit with the spike already down. The question is, with that kill, Finding a second one. How is he so consistent?
Flyer on a lurk play as the Sova in that round, collecting these last two players. And the XSET guys had no idea that he was there.
No clue.
Why would you expect the Sova to be in that position? FaZe are running away with it now. These last two rounds, the serious rifle v rifle rounds, FaZe have had a large advantage and been able to win a lot of the crucial duels that have decided how the round plays out.
Important time for a timeout. I was just thinking it. Series starting to run away from them. Yeah.
Weirdly, Flyer barely adjusts his ultimate at all, and BCJ, in fact, is just hopping back into it, expecting Flyer to overreact to one of the pings.
Yeah, pull it back a little bit.
Cryocells has been trying to op a lot in these defensive rounds and get aggressive and get involved, but he's actually 0 for 0 on first kills to first bloods. After 7 rounds of play, your Jet player on defense has not been involved in a single opening duel.
Honestly, Cryo, he hasn't really been finding him. He's
No.
been trying to go for those plays aggressively, but
He's been looking for them, but FaZe have been dodging him. And what that often means for XSET is that they're putting an operator into his hands, making a serious financial investment there, and it's not paying off.
no.
They've lost a player on the other side of the map or lost the site entirely before Cryo can really do anything. He's going to have his Blade Storm active, presumably for this eco round.
Right here.
And he will be hunting. In quite a passive position over by Bridge at the moment. Maybe just playing a bit of a rotate, trying to react to the FaZe pathing.
I wonder if they're just going to be trying to set something up. Maybe I was thinking possibly an aggressive play for some mid control, but no. They investing ultimates into this round.
Yeah,
the half buy.
Starting out with the Viper's Pit immediately over a B.
That's really interesting. I mean, they got a trip inside of it as well.
Yep, it's a great combo to work with. And it allows Def to watch towards Halls with BCJ instead.
Fast line comes up. That's going to pull the knife out of Zekken just to try and push them back.
It looks like this is going to end on A. You can see that XSET are thinking the same.
Yeah.
That means Zekken's going to be asked to anchor the site pretty heavily.
Interesting little fight and duel that's being taken down the halls. Maybe they cleans that one. It is a 4v4. Cryo tagged. Oh, okay. We'll skip away. Don't want your head taken off. Viper wall up. That's the updraft, and he's found his mark. Superman down. Zekken with the rifle. Of course, he invested it into this round, and he is once more coming up with significant damage. But Babyface looking to try and answer back. 3 kills in the round. Has to dodge to the side. A glide. One stray shot. It was a jump from BCJ, but it is that 2v1, and the timing from Aaron lurks it around. The distraction from BCJ just dragging the attention of Baby.
Nice try from Baby Bay towards the end, but XSET really got going there with Cryocell's knives. Still not an opening engagement, and in fact, a bit of a weird decision from XSET again in terms of how they took the opening fight.
Just a weird round in general.
It
half of them decided to buy, half of them didn't.
Yeah, XSET were managing their economy fairly well, though, considering they still wanted to win that round.
Of course.
But they wanted the safety net of still being able to invest in the next if it failed. But yeah, the way that they challenged down Halls in that round was just double swinging it with Def and BCJ instead of having some kind of flash for Zekken and then peek with Cryo.
Sure.
It feels like XSET are not the same well-drilled team when it comes to Breeze, but they're trying to muscle it out here.
Zekken feeling the pressure. He's just dumping utility to the back of that site, and he was so worried about the double doors push because there's really not much of a presence in mid. The exception of Cryo with that operator holding a deep sight line.
This one's for the trip at the back of Halls. Taking that one out easily. Perfect shot. That now reduces a little bit of the information, but BCJ is watching over in that area anyway. And XSET are putting a premium on opening the door. They're playing around switch themselves. You can now hear it closing. After BCJ's already watched Halls. And once more in his anchor position.
And this is going to be a lot on the line for Zekken to try and hold back all of this. The pressure, that stun, oh my goodness, just fills in all the gaps, doesn't it? Zekken is just being pressured so goddamn hard, and he will be removed, but not before BCJ and Cryo have got the rotation coming through. Cryo's in mid with the operator, he's watching that one, but look at this counter lurk. Dicey's there, a bit of a backstab in play, but 2 players left alive for FaZe. Baby, I mean, the overdrive's not the best. Just trying to hit those quick shots, rattling it off. He was doing a bit of damage, he's finding it in the end still. Now, Dicey left alone in the 1v2. Can't quite get it isolated. XSET collect it.
Much better round from XSET there on their defense. I know they've won 2 back-to-back, but I love the way that they played that, actually. Trying to go for the plant denial, and FaZe's really late lurk from Dicey through elbow is not getting the goods. This is the second time that he's tried that. The first time caught by BCJ once he got into backside. And Brent, both of the times that Dicey's gone for that lurk, FaZe have struggled to get the plant down on A. They just don't have the ability to push forwards. They don't have enough rifles, enough firepower to get into the post plant and allow the lurk to work.
What is the read here from XSET? They have stacked over towards B, right into this half by her FaZe.
Yeah, pretty perfect read. Now as the Viper wall goes up.
Oh, just disjointed him? How was Dicey getting that one? This is straight through main, just holding. Trying to take the fights. Of course, that's the comfort territory of FaZe when they can take those duels. Long sight lines for them, but it's the 1-for-1.
Dicey is weak here. And he's the player with a rifle. But the 41 health actually might be important there. Doesn't die to a single body shot from the Vandal. FaZe are going to go and explore the rest of the map. It looks like perhaps they want to return back to B, but the spike is getting pretty heavily committed over on the A side of things. I just struggle to see how FaZe are going to be able to get in here. Poised gets another ult point.
That seems like a kind of round where, honestly, FaZe are just happy to send a bit of individualism into the round.
Yeah.
Flyer takes some space up into mid. They can grab a couple of the orbs. Maybe somebody peeks into Dicey for him to get a pick, but other than that, the game plan now with 30 seconds left, going to try and end up on B.
And now we have a slow round like this. Look at how much value Def Cypher is getting. Unfortunately, though, the trap wire was a bit too high.
He just crouches under it, or what? Or just
Flyer's got underneath it.
Just jumped over it, maybe a bit of sublime movement, but Flyer, this timing right now is everything. Where? Not quite. Kill's going their way. Flyer whips it around, and BCJ tries to collect it. Not happening.
Spike planted.
Oh, in theory, that Cypher setup is so good. It gives them information everywhere.
How did he get over that?
I think you got underneath it. Just when we watched it from Flyer's POV, it looked a little too tall. A little too high up. I think he's just on the limbo straight underneath them.
Not ideal, is it?
And that is the play that's just ruined XSET in this half, I think. Their economy's still going to be fine, and Cryo's going to keep his operator. But yeah, that's pretty brutal.
Very brutal.
Because in general, I mean, I was just about to praise Def's setup, because if he hadn't made that small mistake with the trap positioning, otherwise he's getting really good information everywhere. He's got a trip at in tunnel, he's got a trip at the back of halls, and he's got a cam over on the A site, and he's anchoring B. He is everywhere. Unfortunately, just a minor mistake with his setup. Not in terms of the positioning on the map, but just a small positioning on which brick to attach it to. And it all comes tumbling down.
30 seconds left.
Take a look at the replay here. He's just able to get under it.
No way.
Looking down at the floor does
way.
alter your model slightly so that you can slip under some of those marginal trips. Brutal. Def just getting snuck up on him. What a 180 as well to take down BCJ.
Yeah, nasty.
See, Def knows what happened there, I think. Always rough when you have the responsibilities of the IGL. You really want to take your team to that first international tournament.
2 rounds left in this half.
Revealing area.
FaZe's got everything going for them. Taking a spike up into elbow here. That is a tag. BCJ, okay. Significant damage being done there, actually. A stray shot onto Poise drops him down to 49 health, but the hit comes through regardless of it. And it's up to Def, but he is being hard cleared. Shot darts and the lot, all the utility just being used into that corner, but maybe a lease of life here for XSET. Getting a couple of pickoffs at the long sight line. Second just can't quite get it, but Cryo is still doing great work with the operator.
Babyface looking to get aggressive, takes a tag himself. They've got a combined 57 health between them.
One shot will do it. Cryo's aware. Pulls out the classic. He knows that he doesn't really need the operator in hand to try and bring down Baby Bay. Poised maybe though, might be a different ask, and there we go. A jiggle. Not even a jiggle, just honestly just...
It's just a rough angle
subtly
that
taking
Cryo's
that.
holding.
Yeah.
Poised sees him far before he appears on Cryo's screen.
Up to Aaron. He thinks he's at Archers.
Wraparound! No way! What? He's anticipating Baby being tucked up to the box, and instead, that's a mid-range wall bang.
You are kidding me.
All off the damage that Zekken was able to do with the Marshal. What a clutch. What a thrifty.
Oh, boy. And that's just a little pre-fire. Value play. Couple of bullets in there just in case Baby Bay's playing close.
Yeah. Great awareness. And a lot of the time, those plays are not going to work. The player's going to be positioned somewhere else, but always worth going for.
He weaves it in and out as well as he's just clearing, but what a Red Bull clutch.
Aaron has been great for them in the playoffs so far, coming up with a big round there. You can see what it means to them.
That's a good spot.
You can see the look on their faces as well, the intense focus and pressure that seems to be applied to these players. XSET 5-6.
Final round of the first half. And that's going to be the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, the counter.
Rip on either side. Both players just trying to find a mark, honestly, off the back of, I think, a bit of that utility that was being used down in mid.
It's a -8 and a first kill for Cryo. He's finally found that first blood that he's been looking for over onto Baby Bay. FaZe's attack rounds have been stunted here. XSET have just been able to position themselves wonderfully. They've given FaZe mid control in almost all of these rounds.
Almost every time.
And chosen to hard anchor the sites instead. A good adaptation that's working for them. But can they deal with the pit?
I think everything's going to be on the shoulders of Flyers Lurk, but they've been doing this so often. BCJ was watching the angle. Repositions himself. Will he catch it in time? Flyer wins out the fight. 30 health now. But he has to do a little bit more. Maybe his sheer presence can just distract and pull them away. As you can see, the spike is actually rotating all the way now over towards the B site. Cryo, he's left alone. He has the operator in his hands. What can he do here? The angle's taken. The trade is there. Dicey does return. The fire and Flyer right in mid. 2 shots found. It's returned regardless. But now it's just a 1v1 once more.
You want to play? Let's play.
Aaron good for the clutch in the previous round. Can he pull it off again and get XSET level at the half?
He's pulled out the ultimate. Why not? Final round of it. Pull the force locks down that main angle. The wall's going to be dropping. How does Aaron win this one? Just doesn't seem like it should be favored, but he's peeking around, taking the angles, trying to be methodical with the way he's clearing it. The TP back round the corner. Oh my word.
Oh, and Dicey just losing his nerve in the final moment there. Doesn't know where Aaron's approaching from. Could be tunnel, could have lurked in at the back of his wall, could be deeper ladder. And he goes for the rendezvous.
Okay. Just out in the open, gave him the shot. That's going to be the first half, ladies and gentlemen. A Red Bull clutch to end that one. Still, you're going to see the continuation of this map just after the back of this one. The 2-minute break. Give a bit of a breather, I think, for these players and these teams as well, because it has been so back and forth. We'll see you in just a few. Very different situation, I think, from what we know of FaZe Clan in these playoffs. I mean, a lot of these maps that they've been playing up to this point have been so one-sided on one half, and then there's the possibility of a comeback or a fake comeback, whatever, this way, that way. But no, even in this best of 5 here at the lower finals.
It definitely feels like a different story when both these teams are matching up. And FaZe have been good on both sides of this map. So the game is absolutely not over. XSET leaning on Aaron to pull out some huge clutches. 1v2 and a 1v1 to put them even. The pistol round is going to decide so much.
A lot on the line, but Dicey, the aggression is there, and he oversteps himself. Return fire, a bit of a trade. Maybe. Let's rip a couple of the stuns as well, just to make his mark is known. His presence is there, but Superman with the reposition here. They're doubled up. Him and Flyer, they're going to be able to win this one. The dash across, it breaks the crosshair placement. This breaks it completely.
There is no way that Cryo gets another there. 3 kills in the round on the pistol. He just dashed into Flyer's face and hit him.
I'm not going to lie. I think that might just be off the back of Cryo maybe activating his dash prior when the first kill comes through. And he didn't use it, so he was like, well, I might as well use it now to get into double door.
Absurd. Leaving things on the poison. Wow. Def is already so pushed up. He's going to be going for these lurks a lot, Def, on their attack side. But that pistol is powered by Cryo, who is sat 18 and 9 currently on Breeze. Woken up, coming up with a big performance. Maybe not in terms of the first kills necessarily, but look at this one.
That's mad. That is mad.
They did not know that these players were at double doors, but they couldn't have chosen a better way of breaking the crosshair placement.
Yeah, and again, don't know if that was intentional.
I don't think it was.
I don't think it was. I think his dash was probably expiring and he just thought to use it to get in, but it gives him the information. Breaks the crosshair placement.
And again, the attacking team wins the pistol, so no force buys coming through. Snake Dart combo to see if they can pull off a cheeky pick at the beginning of the round. Aaron watches to see whether there's a Halls push coming through. Negative. And now just going for a pretty default A hit. Look at this Viper wall, though, from Arian. Really deep, allowing them to fight aggressively in this post-plant.
Yeah, they want to try and fight and hold control, I think, from a lot of the map. They don't want to give opportunities for any pop flash plays as well. That's why you see them just trying to take this one, and a wise move, I think, for them to make that one when Poise was holding that shorty in his hands. Eventually, the FaZe players end up dropping. XSET now leading in this map.
Nicely cleaned up. And you're right, Brent. We might see just a topsy-turvy series. All of your expectations would be, looking at how these teams have played on these maps before, that XSET are the superior team on Split, and they've also been slipping recently on Breeze, so you'd probably favor FaZe there. To put the series at 1-1. You heard the analyst desk talk about it. But these teams are trying to rewrite the expectations on both sides of the coin. This is a bonus round where Cryo is going to get a rifle in his hands. Only had a ghost with him on the second round. And definitely looking for these opening kills.
Yeah. Updraft play with the flash and the dart. Respect shown by FaZe as well. They're just backing away from all of that utility. But you have to be aware that they have given up control of mid. They're just holding these angles. It's a crossfire, as you can see. Just a couple of pings as well into elbow. That's from Flyer. Making sure that nobody really pushes up onto Baby Bay when he's least expecting it. But for XSET, once again, happy to just play slow, cautiously.
Cryo has dodged the recon dart there, so it's possible they don't realize he's in this push position at mid. And XSET's mantra on this map on attack side previously was control the halls, control the universe. They just take a quick peek to see whether anyone from FaZe was pushing, and now it's back into a pretty standard A hit.
Cryo's just trying to catch that low timing. Still, they know Dicey was there. The knife was used prior. It caught onto him, and he disrespected it. He didn't teleport away.
I mean, his rendezvous may have been broken, actually, as well. I can't see the second one on the map. Possible they took that one out with the nade, and he just stayed there for a little too long.
Knife prior, he couldn't use it.
Of course, right.
Yeah. Matters not. Regardless, though, FaZe still with the better rifles. They're going to be trying to wade their way through all of this utility, and they hear the footsteps. The timing is taken. 12 seconds left into the round. Def is firing off a couple of shots there. Flyer ends up getting caught out with a double swing, stun, and a snake bite. It's all now onto Def to try and do a bit of dirty work, but no, not quite capable.
It's a decent bonus round, but it hasn't harmed FaZe too much. They're still going to be able to keep a decent economy heading into round 16 here. And FaZe, despite losing that A-site anchor, able to retake fairly effectively.
Back and forth, back and forth.
If FaZe are going to be playing for retakes on this map, though, they need to find their group stage form. They were winning a huge amount of retakes, nearly 50% of their retakes during the group stage. That's madness. Most teams are nowhere near that number. In the playoffs, it's been down a little bit to around 30%. That's much more average. If FaZe can find anywhere near their group stage form on the retake game, it's going to be incredibly difficult for XSET to hold on.
Yeah.
Pretty far away from any ults being online right now. Though they may be generated throughout the round. XSET looking like they want to take some mid control early on. I think against FaZe, it's so important that you're in a position to shut down Baby Bay. He's just wandering around.
Straight up on the wall.
Doing a tightrope walk.
What is going on, man? Parkour up in mid. It's pressed, of course, so can't quite dash away, but it's just, again, the positioning of XSET is anticipating, I think, a bit of that aggression in mid. They're a bit of it out with the dart. It tags onto two of the players, so they know that they've taken mid control here. But it's just absorbing all of it.
XSET are doing a great job at absorbing that aggression. Def, with both of the cyber cages, knows he's not being pushed.
Oh, he's in trouble.
But he will be soon.
Off to the side. He needs to try and get some damage. And he's done a bit of it. Still Cryo whips around. A slight angle there. Flick of the wrist. At the back of the pyramid. Noise being cut. 50 seconds left on the clock here. The spike's still not down for them. But with that flash play, it's a perfect peek from Cryo, and he's rewarded with the kill. Still, this needs to go down, and the timing of it once more. He flicks to the side. Flyer does get the one. Down now to the 2v1. Superman. He's going to try and clutch this up. Cryo on the verge of getting an ace in this. Oh, there you have it. Crispy shots. The guy's feeling himself.
Who dares say XSET don't have heavy hitters? Cryo has woken up thoroughly, and he is dominating so far in this map. We were talking so much about how good Dicey was in on-split. He just seemed like he was everywhere all at once, finding the crucial kills. Cryo wasn't really able to have the impact he wanted on the defensive side, but he was still getting kill after kill. And this time, now that he's on attack, and he can be the tip of the spear, diving deep into the sights with utility for him, he's just racking up all of the kills. 23 in 16 rounds. That's mammoth.
Carrying forwards the guns. I mean, a lot of the players ended up dying, so XSET are investing in back to zero on a couple of the players, but it's going to be this the B-pop. Dash into the cloud burst. Over the side of things, you need to deal with Superman though, and eventually he will go down. Only the classic in hand, so there's a bit of significant damage to death there, but with BCJ cleaned up, he's going to be affording them a rifle.
That's pretty rough. Maybe grabbing that kill also takes away good post-plant positions over by window. So XSET have to try and fight archers instead. And that means there's a player ready to collect them potentially, but they deal with the threat of poised. Now it's about the tunnel push.
Yeah, pretty smart adjustment from XSET. They're able to just take space off the back of that one as soon as BCJ goes down, and
yeah. Very well dealt with there. A kill from Babybay really could have posed a significant threat, and instead XSET making the call, getting proactive in the post plan, and adjusting beautifully.
Good.
Very clean. Looking much better on their attack side Breeze than we saw recently, for example, in their game against Optic, or the last couple of times that they've played it too. It felt like there was something off a little, but find the same level of synergy with their execs that they've showcased on Haven, for example. With Cryo dashing into his smoke, perfect flash from Zekken, and he comes out of the cloud burst, Cryo ready to entry. FaZe taking a timeout as they figure out what's the adjustment that we need to make here.
Yeah.
And XSET have been so diligent at the beginning of these rounds, absorbing mid-aggression, going back, checking to see whether anyone pushed halls, checking to see whether anyone pushed cave or double doors. It's very hard for FaZe to do something in the beginning of the round that's going to set them up for an advantage.
It feels like that's where they want to lean to in terms of their strengths, I think. Take a bit of that early map control in mid. Maybe, you know, we've seen Babybay just running up on the walls.
Yeah. They could do something interesting, for example, though, where a push in one area of the map creates a trigger to push somewhere else. What I mean by that is you could try and push Babybay deep into cave at the beginning of the round, not to fight, but just to wait there. And if he gets contact at any point, you send other people pushing down halls, for example. So even if Babybay dies, you've taken another portion of the map when you know XSET are in, you know, somewhere else. These are the kind of ideas that FaZe could use to still have an aggressive, dynamic defense. You don't have to always go for a push at the beginning of the round.
FaZe positioning is pretty far back, honestly. It felt like they were only just decided where they want the players to sort of lean. You have the ultimates. Okay, Viper's pick gets dropped down. That's a bit later into the round. Through B main, and coincidentally, that's exactly where XSET are leaning as well. So now the drone comes through, tries to get that tag. I think it was timing ever so slightly. Oh, Hunter's Fury, that's just being let rip. BCJ gets the tag. Can he find a second one? Trying to predict the positioning.
Really interesting utility usage there as well. Throwing the drone out, and Def throws a cage for the audio cue. If Superman runs through that cyber cage and it makes the noise, that gives BCJ an information on where to ult.
Sure.
So really cool idea there with the cyber cage that I've never seen before. Just using it for the audio cue to set up for the Hunter's Fury, but the play was, broadly speaking, unsuccessful. Superman staying inside that pit, and that kind of locks off B main.
40 seconds remaining for this team here. That's the Viper wall. Sent across, scattered across. You can see even a snakebite was just launched across the site. Is this going to be enough to pull the FaZe players over? I mean, the idea from XSET here is that they just contact in tunnel, but there's one player who's watching it. His name's Babybay. Not quite 7 AM, but he might make it work. Still holds it, but no. Def is the one who wins that fight out, but time is running low. You have to be worried about this player who's been lurking into the Viper's pit. Superman could be doing some significant damage with the Hunter's Fury as well. He eventually will fall there to the fragment nade.
How does he end up going down to the fragment? Zekken is carrying them through this, pushing away all of the players that could have contested the spike plant. As Cryo gets that one down. And now Dicey and Flyer are left in a pretty unwinnable spot.
Yeah, forced to save. Money's so low. Got to keep the weapons coming into the next one, especially the operator. That's a heavy investment.
What a call from Def in that round to go for the A fake, pull 3 of the players over to A, and then he entries on A and takes out Babybay. Sometimes those plays from Def can end up going terribly. We've seen maps and series where he has really bad first deaths, because he just wants to be the IGL at the front, leading his team and finding the timings. But when he's on his game, when he's able to find those entry picks like he did onto Baby Bay there, it just opens up avenues for the map. And XSET are pulling this one away. FaZe's economy is going to be in a disastrous position, and XSET are 2 rounds away from being able to punch back in the series. Bram, we spoke at the beginning of this map about how important it was for XSET to get this. I think going down 0-2 would have been a bit of a death blow.
Yeah.
Or could still be a death blow if they're not able to close it.
Not many teams able to come back, I think, when they're 2 maps down in a series. It's BO5. At that point, you are open for the reverse sweep. Get into that kind of territory. There's a reason we don't see many of them in esports.
Yeah, they're special. Dicey taking an aggressive position here. It's been a very quiet map from him, especially compared to Split. And once again, it's another punish onto Dicey.
He goes for that play often. The aggressive peek into that one, but that off angle that Zekken was holding, it looked almost purposeful in terms of just where he was playing.
Dicey and Baby Bay are 0-5 in first kills to first deaths since the pistol. I mean, they have been getting rolled on this half.
And now it's just being picked apart. One by one, the players just trying to lock down the side for FaZe, but they are losing it. Poise even going for a bit of a flank timing, but it was being watched the entirety of the time, and XSET on the verge of getting that round point for them. Reaching that 12th round would be massive.
Spike planted.
It's a confidence booster as well. Feels like they're playing looser. Cryo's really woken up and having a huge impact, and they're actually able to shut down the 2 key players on FaZe. The rest of the FaZe squad has had some great performances in the series so far. Superman in particular, the player that's alive here, ended up putting out really good, consistent trading and fragging on Split. But the danger men are Baby Bay and Dicey, and if you're able to control them at the beginning of the round, suddenly things get a lot easier.
This tale of 2 halves that is following FaZe in terms of this performance.
Successful.
Big upticks and a drop. Rearing its head once more. XSET have firmly started running away with this one. One round away now from taking this map and evening up the series.
It's a great point, Brent. FaZe had 6 at the half, and they've only been able to put a single 1 on the board. Their first half v second half win rate in the playoffs is absurd. They're 58% in the first half. That's like you're playing like Optic.
Yeah.
You're
Up to world-class level.
World-class level. Second half, they dropped down to 45%. That's like playing like TSM. So,
God.
FaZe have to be able to find that consistency, and they did it on Split. They did a great job in the second half on Split. But this time, it looks like all of the gas is out of the tank. And this is going to be a long series. You can't afford to fall off here.
Yeah, they've let it slip. 1 moment away for XSET to get themselves back into this series if they can even it up. All your confidence might be back off of it.
Now Superman trying to anchor the A site. Bit of a different setup here. Almost creating a kind of fast lane with the Viper walls.
Yeah. One next to the other there. Okay, fragment. And a snake bite. That is a lot of damage now being applied over towards Superman. Laying behind the pyramid. Still the cam just watching for this mid lurk just in case there's a presence there.
And they really are getting good value out of Def's Cypher. He's deep down halls as well. Opportunity for this to become an A-split at any point.
Yeah. Looks like that timing. They just want to threaten a bit of that horse control. Cage, Cloudburst all comes through at the same time. Players now starting to swarm through. They're taking control of this one. Zekken opens the Baby Bay falling. Superman, though, he's got to do a bit more. Finding Zekken, finds another one. Still, the angles that is being held. His teammates now finally helping it and supplementing it up. Still BCJ. He might just put an end to it. Returns with 2. Spike is going to get planted. Post plans for them. Jiggle Peak, Dicey pre-aiming it toward a force in his hands. It's all down to Dev. Can he close this one out? FaZe desperate to stay into this map now. Knife into the back. Information gained, and they just lined up, but Dev couldn't get it.
For a moment there, it all looked too simple for Def. But just a slight reposition, and suddenly he had to reset the aim there. Poise comes out on top, saves the operator. The second round in this half for FaZe. Off the back of Superman's great anchoring, gotta say, massive credit to him. He's dodging all sorts of utility. He's dodging an A-split. They've lost Hall's control. He has to try and avoid that angle as well. Slips around, grabs Zekken, able to punish Cryo as he re-peeks here. Fantastic anchoring.
You've lost horse control. You don't really have much presence in mid. It could be coming from any angle, but I mean, he stays cool, calm, and collected. Now FaZe, they've been granted an opportunity. Can they bring this one to OT?
But the buy is so shoddy. Light armor and poised. A glass cannon vandal for Flyer. They need all of these wins. And they'll get easier as they go. This could be the most difficult one that they face.
Have to win out from here, though. It's the task that they've got.
Once more going for the Superman anchor towards the A site. Giving up mid-control completely to XSET. Not going for that early round aggression. Apart from BabyBay, who's taking a creep towards double doors.
He just wants to hold it.
There's no potential here for him to get flashed out or, you know, recon darted out. There can't really be any aggression here from BabyBay. He's just holding.
Not much has changed the game plan of XSET. They're still incredibly purposeful in terms of the way they want to play this one. Laceon popped off for Cryo.
Oh, you can see BabyBay desperately wants to be.
He's antsy.
They want information. Because at some point here, Flyer's going to get really scared. That they could be deep. On tunnel, they could be deep into nest.
Clubbers cuts to the cross, now the dash. Engage once more. Cryo still! He clears the angle and it is traded. 1 for 1 here. Superman, though, holding up close and personal now. Up into A main. Flyer supporting him and all the kills once more. Going their way, rattled one after the other. Aaron, though, 20 seconds left in the round for him. He's tagged up by the dart. Tip tap of the Vandal. Doesn't connect onto a head like he was hoping for. And now time is really just whittled down. Not winnable for him.
Yeah, he's been a demon in the clutch so far in this game, but this one is not a feasible situation.
Takes away a rifle, though.
It's good economic damage. All of these peaks are going to hurt FaZe. But at the end of the day, they get the round win that's needed. And it's off the back, again, of Superman and Flyer anchoring the A site to perfection. BabyBay gives them that early information that they're coming through double door, and then Superman's just playing like a rat around all of his smokes, around the Viper wall, while Flyer supports him from further away. And I think when you look at how much space XSET are being given in mid, it's really that early round conditioning of aggression that stops them from taking it. In theory, XSET could go all the way into nest and be putting tons of pressure on Flyer there. They could be flanking him, lurking on him. That's what Def, in fact, likes to do in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah.
But they're kind of timid in terms of their mid control because they're worried that BabyBay could be pushing. And this slow default has been getting them a lot of success so far on their attack side. So they seem reluctant to shift the game plan away.
Might see it now, though, with the XSET timeout. Different approach maybe to these upcoming rounds because these are the ones that are the most dangerous. You can't really let it slip away your lead like this. 1 round is all you need for XSET. Sometimes it can be the hardest, though.
See whether the game plan adjusts here. It looks like that's going to be the case, actually. Superman making his way over to the B site this time. Leaving A completely for retake. And maybe some level of aggression through halls, as you see BabyBay and Dicey posted up there.
Things down. Viper spit now over towards B main. You can see XSET are leaning there heavily. They're just playing a bit further back. Worried, I think, as well. Once more, that early conditioning that FaZe were doing where they were aggressively fighting for maybe elbow control or whatnot.
But this push from BabyBay has gotten them tons of really good information. There was a recon dart and a knife early, so XSET are pretty confident that there's not been a mid push. But BabyBay's getting them great info right now. It allows Dicey to go out and prod into mid with his operator. And if they come back towards cave at some point, BabyBay could even go for a pick.
It's a difficult one. And not looking ideal. Maybe a bit flustered from FaZe. They actually maybe forgot to buy into this one.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the guns on board. Poised has a classic.
And Dicey has enough money to buy him. Interesting. Players coming through, though. That's going to be the back of the head clipped. Cryo. Then straight back to the respawn queue. He's going to be wondering and watching the rest of his teammates.
And there's Poised with a classic. Impossible to anchor the site.
Still.
This is the final round.
Players all over the place now. The trip being found. Aaron, location revealed. They know he's just there. And FaZe are just swarming all the players. A bit of chaos there.
And I should have said this is potentially the final round because FaZe are able to survive, drag this one further. But you can see there was some chaos going on in that situation. Dicey's got 4K in the account.
That's an interesting one, isn't
And
it?
you've got a player on the team with a Classic and another player with a Spectre. So, bit of chaos, but FaZe managed to come out the other end of it unscathed. They're building up their economy. They're not in a rough position anymore. And XSET are letting these rounds slip away.
Getting that final one just over the hurdle, something to secure the map.
So far, it's been the story of FaZe throughout these playoffs. Sometimes letting big leads slip away from them, match points, map points slip away from them. This would be a big deal in the opposite direction. XSET need to be able to convert this.
Yeah, and it's still so slow by XSET. With the ults online, they could lean into a B hit with the null command. Something to just take out. Need a positioning. Dicey. And see him holding this high ground position right now. Bebe is also pushed right up in mid, holding this angle.
Yeah, so Dicey doesn't have to worry about tunnel. FaZe have never gone for this defensive setup before.
Yeah, this could be the backbreaker, but Dicey, okay. He's suppressed up. He actually cannot teleport to safety. Cryo his way across the dash into the cloudburst, and he finds the target. Dicey removed from the fight. Is it going to be a fast attempt by FaZe Clan? They're going to try and pressure them and push them back with the Hunter's Fury. It stops them trying to get set up there. And as the wall goes down, Flyer was left caught. Charles at his ankles. He didn't really know what was going on.
And XSET have got such fantastic post-plant positions here. Death picks off another one, finds the head of Baby Bay, and it's all left to poised.
How can he do this one? 1v4. Miraculous to stay in the series, or not the series, the map itself. 70 health remaining, and Zekken just takes the angle. He knows exactly where he was coming from there. That's going to be the 13-10. And XSET clawing her way back into this one, man. 13-10, winning Breeze. Again, FaZe's map pick.
Yep.
It's even in the series, Josh. It's 1-1.
Yeah, and that's absolutely necessary for XSET if they wanted to stay alive here, I think. The mental game starting to get back on track. I said this was going to be a close series. It has to be.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go to a short break. Our analyst that's going to be breaking down the map that we've just seen as well. And we'll see the continuation here of this best of 5. All on the line. Winner going to Copenhagen. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
All right, well, what started off as a best of 5 is now BO3 because we're all knotted up. XSET wins on Breeze, and that is going to tie it up 1-1. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk, folks, as we look to break that game down. You know, I would definitely say it was a I don't know how to. It was a game, you know, like it was a little slow. It kind of prodded at times, right? Kind of carried on a little slowly at times. It was a game, but I think it's also safe to say that you know, this is not going to be that like surprise Cinderella sweep that we thought might have come to fruition for FaZe Clan. Maybe.
And a lot of credit to XSET in that one, because FaZe in that first half started so incredibly strong. They were shutting down the heavy hitters in Cryo out of FaZe Clan. Their attacking side was looking impeccable, but XSET, once everything switched on over, once they were playing on that attacking side, it felt like things completely changed for them.
Yeah, and big credit to Aaron. I think he clutched up a lot in the early rounds. He got a lot of key frags to keep them in that game. And then we saw Cryo just take off. I believe he was like 26-12 at one point, just completely taking XSET over the finish line, getting a lot of important kills for them, and honestly closing out a lot of rounds. We saw that one ace he got, and that was a big key swing round, so he was doing some big work for them.
Yeah, in the first half, again, it was really defined by those clutch moments you brought up. Aaron, he had 2 of those massive 1 versus 2s to be able to win on through. A couple moments coming out of death on that Cypher as well to be able to hold on. But I think this is very indicative of how we can kind of expect this series to go for XSET. XSET is that team that is good at going down, struggling in the early rounds, making those adaptations in the middle of games, and rallying back. That's kind of what you were talking about with the series at large. FaZe is a team that when the momentum is working for them, they can start to just roll, and that was looking likely at first, but XSET managing to usurp that is huge for them, and especially in that second half, as we can see here, Cryo was a massive part of it.
Yeah, and XSET adapted very well because when they went on the attack, they kept FaZe to no first kills since the pistol all the way towards the end of the game. I believe that FaZe maybe got 1 opener towards the end, but no, XSET was getting all the openers, denying Baby Bay, denying the early denying the early plays and just
Yeah.
shutting and regrouping, playing together.
And part of that was the denial of Dicey when he got the off-out. Oftentimes the economy wasn't even good enough. And when it came out, XSET did a good job at either avoiding that or just shutting down. And I think another factor in that was how we saw Zekken playing in towards the KO. I thought, again, the combination between him and Cryo on the Jet and the KO respectively was really good. It felt like some vintage XSET stuff where it was always the initiator, the duelist between those two, or even back to when it was Pure playing on this team. And I love seeing those switch-ups for XSET. Worked super well for them here on Breeze.
Yeah, and you also have, someone like Zekken on a KO who's like, self-sufficient, right?
Yeah.
They're a lot of self-sufficient players kind of like doing their job, right? And I think on the FaZe side, we were starting to see a little bit of a comeback begin to develop here, Mimi, and I, was a bit concerned that maybe XSET were going to throw this one away. And this kind of plays back to what you were talking about. FaZe, when they get that momentum, when they start to build it, it works out for them, but they waited too late for that whole thing to work out for them.
Yeah, again, FaZe and the fake comebacks, they love making them happen a little bit. Credit to them for being able to rally as close as things did come. But again, XSET just had to wait for a few of those big ults to come online. And I think in the late round, FaZe did make a few mistakes. They were doing really good at kind of focusing in on playing kind of the site control, leaving mid a little bit more open in some of those rounds, similar to what we saw in Split and giving away that space. But in the late round, they changed their setup a little bit. They leave a player on the island, end up losing that round because they KO out from Zekken.
Yeah, and I think that was intentional from XSET to kind of leave their ults open to stack the ults. So in the last round, or not the last round, 12-10, they had the Sova ult and the KO ult going on to B site. So when you have all those ults stacked up and you're just waiting to use them, you can collect a lot of good guns, have a healthy buy, use those ults, and just close the game out like that.
Yeah, now another thing too that you were talking about before as we were watching the game was kind of like the way that the space in mid was being given up. And I have to say that one play where the trap was ducked under.
This is the play right here. So people ask, oh, why would XSET choose Cypher? And I think this is a really good round. Besides him crouching under the trip, if you look, they have a Halls trip. And
that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, and they have a B tunnel trip. And what this allows XSET to do is kind of play more heavier on the sites. They also have a cam towards A, so no matter what, you always have information. And it just allows you to play on the site with your teammate. You don't have to spread thin, picking up gaps in mid, halls, and window. And you can just play for the site. And unlucky that the trip was too high, but this was a great setup.
And I think it allows a lot of the players on XSET to float. You can have so many different looks when you just have that consistency in way of the space that Cypher is holding. BCJ, for example, so often he was the mid player watching over towards Nest, and he would almost instantly rotate to aid his teammates. They so often had proactive darts forward to fight, to spam through that Viper utility. Same to be said about Zekken with the rotations. It was all predicated upon that Cypher, and while it wasn't like the big impact, we're shutting down Baby Boy with a crazy kill trip, it's just the basic fundamental stuff that worked well out of that pick.
Yeah, it just kind of took me back to the olden days, and it was like just about,
people
hearing Sean and
undervalue him.
DDK just go crazy about Cypher utility, right?
Yeah, I think people still undervalue Cypher. Everyone's like, obviously, Chamber is an insane agent, but Cypher never really got changed. The camera is still value, especially on a map like this in Breeze, where you can pop it down. The whole map is under your control, and I think XSET is the perfect team to implement it.
Yeah, and I also want to add, using Cypher against a Neon is very, very good because Neons are kind of like inting out A main, inting out B main.
And you saw it, forcing to slow down in the first half.
It slows down FaZe, which I don't think they're very used to. Like, they're good at slowing it down and mixing it up, but at the end of the day, they like popping, they like going together and letting Baby Bay initiate. But when you have these Cypher trips on the floor, kill trips, you never know what you're going to get into.
Yeah, let's not forget that one round where Baby Bay was literally at double doors, and you could see Baby Bay just like wanted to just go, and you're like, no, hold on. You got to let them chill for a bit. Yeah. All right, we're moving into Icebox for our third map here. Agent Select should be coming up in a moment. Mimi, how are we feeling about this now? Do we feel like XSET, this map for XSET, I feel like there's no reason why they should lose it, but we have been deceived thus far.
That is true. This has been a very good map for XSET. Pretty traditionally, most of the season they were playing on towards that Raze. They make the change to actually implement the Sage into their comp when they play against Optic, and that was one of those maps where they push Optic to the very limit. 11-13 loss there, and that was against an Optic who brought out something brand new. For FaZe, this is another one of those maps where they change their style. It is no longer the Neon. It is no longer the speed. It is Baby Bay on that Chamber. So very different for both these teams.
Yeah, and I like this map pick from XSET. I think having Def back on the KO, Aaron on controller, this is perfect agents for them. Look, everyone's very comfortable. You got Zekken on Raze, BCJ on Sova. Everything is perfect for them. So these roll swaps are kind of what pushed them past that top four and kind of got into this position in the first place. So for them to be on this map to take map 3, this would be a huge win for XSET.
I'm really looking towards Dicey on this map, in particular, and what he can get done. With the defensive side, it's what we've seen FaZe toy with the idea of the double op setups. I think both both Dicey and Baby Bay comfortable in that role. As well, Dicey can be really proactive with the wall. Take a look towards A lane. Sometimes they'll be doing the boost plays to fight forward. Neither of these Sage players, who both Dicey and Zekken, are the traditional sit back, wait Sage. They get proactive, they fight for map control, and both these teams are similar in that way.
All right, you guys have been 0 for 2 so far on predictions.
We were wrong all day yesterday,
yeah,
too.
what are you going for this one?
All right,
Valen, we'll start with you.
let me think for a second. I got to make sure I'm not wrong this time.
I'll go XSET.
I got XSET.
I'll go XSET.
Okay, so that means FaZe is going to win. All right, no, I'm kidding. We'll see what ends up happening with this game. It's going to be pretty awesome. Of course, Icebox is the battleground, but let's go ahead and send it over to your casters, the app developer and the thrift store owner. I'll let you guys decide who is who.
Yeah, you do look a bit like an app developer. Or maybe I'm the app developer. I've seen programmers that look like this. They dress in their pajamas, you know? I'm in the comfort of my own home, so I'm allowed to dress like this. But we're getting into it now, and the stakes are certainly being set, Josh, here. It is 1-1 in this series. It's best of 5 in the lower finals. Winner gets to go to Copenhagen. Copenhagen. Loser, I mean, they're just going to be suffering defeat, honestly. This is the kind of match where if you lose this one, you're going to be up at night.
Yeah, sleepless nights for whoever goes out in the lower bracket final. Take a look at the pistol round. They've been kind of down the middle. You know, both teams able to pick up a couple of crucial pistols and some interesting force buys as well that we've seen so far from both of these teams, not just FaZe this time around.
Yeah.
So heading in here, you can see XSET all positioned for some kind of A take. All 5 players on this side of the map.
It's a fast approach from XSET in terms of the initial approach. You can see all that utility now being sent straight across. Drone to try and clear close to Maze, and 410 make sure there's no players just hiding there. Flash up to the back. Make sure they can get past this Viper wall, and they're fast of it still. FaZe are ready and waiting. Players in position. The fragment nade, it just misses. Comes away behind the wall, and they're going to be aware of it. Zekken, he gets the one. Oh no, Poised has to reload 7 HP. He's going to be falling as well, but FaZe are fast once more. Ryan not able to whip out that headhunter, not able to get the kill and the return onto it. The fast with FaZe in that one.
Yeah, nice pistol round by FaZe. Poised able to get a lot of work done with that opening pick. But also, they stacked 3 players there already.
Yeah.
Baby Babe was the only player holding over towards the B side, as they had 3 on A and 1 covering mid. Is XSET going to force? Certainly looks like it.
Wow.
They got the spike down. They're on the attack side. They've got that little bit of extra money. And FaZe are making another gamble read here, I think. It looks like they're stacking over fairly heavily to the B side of the map, which means, in all likelihood, they're going to end up playing retakes. It looks like XSET's game plan is pretty similar. They do have def over just making noise and attention, perhaps, with this knife. But you can see the spike on Zekken leaning heavily on A once more.
About a moment. Still, though, initial feelings for the round here. Both teams just trying to get a grip in terms of where they might be playing. XSET, though, just contacting so deep now into A. Didn't always be made as well, I believe, as a player was jumping up onto pipes, but they're just willing to walk all the way up here onto the left side of the site. FaZe at the jiggle peak. Dicey, he somehow gets 2.
Magical kills from Dicey, really punishing the contact walk. And XSET now left in a position where they're scrambling a little.
Yeah. The wall is up. Dart for a dart, exchange. Anybody going to be able to break some of them? Just waiting it out. The wall goes down, and they're actually going to be putting down their own stage wall just close to it, seeing if they can get that plant down. But again, top nest position. BCJ just taking the timing slightly off, but the spike will go down. Damage, though, has been done, and the player advantage for FaZe is just so much. Should be able to just win this by trading each other out.
XSET have to fight as well. They don't have post-plant utility in this round. One single
How'd
shot
you do it, though?
They've got to break the wall, try and get aggressive.
There's no flashes or anything available for them. Wall in the way is causing a bit of damage still. Rini pushes back and forwards. Round the side, Poise gets 2. It's down to the 1v1. BCJ against him. Can he try and clutch it up? The weapon not good for the job at hand. Trying to work his way in wallbang through.
Oh, the dart is so good.
The dart just gives complete information. BCJ, fearless in his approach, swings back around, and he just about grabs the round win.
What a spectacular situation. You're asking me, how does it get done? And XSET had almost completed the kills before you could finish the sentence. Take a look at... Oh, well, this is the dart that just essentially seals the 1v1.
Yeah.
Gives away the location of Poison and lets him know that he's not sticking.
I was looking at it, I mean, they just had no utility. I was like, how do they win that one out? But it's just the timing that Aaron takes.
Aaron with a pop-off as well. Zekken, Aaron BCJ able to turn that on a dime.
Immediately answering back.
Cryo instantly with the first kill.
See ya.
FaZe can sometimes look so dangerous on these thrifty buys, but I don't think this round is going to be one of them. And Brent, we've seen map 1, Dicey, spectacular. There were other players stepping up, of course, but to me, Dicey was really getting the big key impact kills. Map 2, you've got cryocells on fire. Who is it going to be over the course of the rest of these maps that steps up when the pressure's on, when everything's on the line, when you can take your team to Masters? My eyes are on Baby Bay, of course, on the chamber, but we've already seen some big plays from Dicey, Sage.
Dangerous circumstances.
The round's getting a little scrappy, but unless Baby Bay's able to pull off another, they should still be able to get into B.
Still got 5 bullets in a headhunter, but that wall that is up, just impeding the vision. He means it's the way for it to go down before he can try and take any aggressive fights. But already look at that orange control being taken, and they just swing through.
Yeah, nice aggressive position from Aaron, not allowing Baby Bay to set up on these long angles and try and pick off some of his teammates. XSET gonna have 3 Spectres, a rifle for this bonus round. Def choosing to invest rather than save up. And Baby Bay is opping. Glass cannon op in the hands of the chamber. A FaZe are kind of unusual in that they have 2 of their players playing chamber. Depending on what the map is, this is the only one where Baby Bay picks it up. We've seen him drop unreal score lines before on this map.
Yeah, he's often the one that's leading the charge for them.
He's been holding B on most of these rounds, kind of solo. They're just allowing him to take early contact. And there's a first kill for Cryo.
Yeah, maybe anticipating that they wouldn't invest into this one, maybe carried a bonus forward so they wouldn't have rifles in their hands to try and take that fight, but they do anyway. Def decided to invest.
They have 2 of them, Def and Cryo. And Baby Bay's pulled back a little bit, worried about the push underneath Tube to Orange. That's freed up this lane of the map. XSET going for another kind of contacty play here as they just walk it forwards, holding angles for each other, ensuring they're tight enough to try and trade out anybody that might be hiding in a corner.
This angle is so narrow for Baby Bay to get anything done.
Baby Bay's also getting decent information that they aren't pushed up. So that's going to allow potentially Poise to drop off the site.
But the timing here now. Getting low in the round, Josh. 33 seconds left. The drone going to be looking his way across. That's going to be the exchange. You can see all those slow orbs being used. But across the ropes now, they want to try and take the fight. Still Dicey with the crosshair placement for it, but he had to flick over to the dart, trying to remove it. Cryo! Once again, ripping his way across. That's going to be the spike planted. Down to Baby Bay and Poise. See if they can return some of this fire, maybe take out a player or 2, but Baby Bay's already out of the fight. He's out of action. It's on the other side of the map, just wants to save that operator.
Smart decision, I think. You need the op and the rifle for the next. Your economy's not going to be in a good place. The economy has just been up and down all over the place at the beginning of these halves, based on how much people are willing to, how much both of these teams are willing to force up in the second. And then teams able to convert their bonus as well, as XSET has done here. What a superb round from Cryo. Finding the entry pick at the peak on Boiler, and then trading out Dicey, so he's no longer a danger man over at screens. Finds another kill after getting into top nest. This chamber battle is going to be intriguing to watch on this map.
Yeah.
And both of the analysts went with XSET winning on Icebox here. I don't know that there is a heavy favorite, though, particularly.
Well, for FaZe, it's difficult to tell. They seem to just spend the first half dominating, and then they let slip in the second.
Yeah, and it hasn't mattered whether they're on the attack or the defense side.
No, it just depends on the first half.
Yeah,
it's weird.
It is very strange.
I can understand why they would be favoring XSET, though. I mean, the recent matchup against Optic, it did go down to the wire.
Yep. It's not a map that Optic have been looking fantastic at recently, though. I think there's definitely chances here for either team. Depends what the form of these players look like. I think so much of the playoffs battle comes down to stuff like that. Can you pull out a big game when it matters?
Baby Bay forced to respect that one. Drone getting a tag onto him. He does end up breaking it, so dart has to be used close. You can see XSET just clearing it, but they're still not leaning players that way. A lot of them grouped up down into mid.
Looks like they're trying to grab some information for a gamble stack. Currently 4 players over on A, but in really weird positions. I mean, now they're set up for some kind of hit. But I think as the time ticks and the noise is cut, FaZe might be inclined to start moving away from A just as XSET arrive. We'll see whether they hold their nerve.
I mean, they are holding their ground for now, aren't they? Look at the crossfires that they got set up here. Lines going across. Dicey, that wall.
Oh, the
timing of it.
timing.
That's good.
Beautiful. Dicey's gone for those kind of plays quite a lot on their icebox defenses.
Boys doesn't end up shooting a knife. Doesn't want to give away his positioning that he's up here in Nest, just in case he gets spammed out. He's the one who's got that rifle in hand. That lights up one of the players, but he's still just holding it. Once again, such a small margin for him to try and find that shot if a player decides to swing into him, but Def's just not giving him a thing. All of that utility is being cleared out. 27 health, and they're so aware that he's up there.
The rest of the team don't have rifles. They can't break this wall from Zekken. And now Def's up at 410, and while this did look like a really dangerous stack, XSET navigated it perfectly, and Baby Bay, he's just got to save again. I mean, this is looking pretty similar to how Ye was having to play when they played against XSET on Icebox, actually. If you're the Chamber, anchoring down this kind of area on the map over towards green and yellow, there are going to be times where the round is just unwinnable for you.
Yeah.
By the time you rotate over...
No worse feeling than that.
You just feel like you can't have impact, and you get antsy. Of course, this map, very young so far. Cryo's gotten very close to Baby Bay.
They want to hunt this up, man.
Realizing.
They need to take this operator away from him. They've got the money to spend, and...
Oh, no. No!
Oh, my goodness.
Devastating. Simply no reason to go for it.
That's a morale breaker.
It is. Or a morale boost at the very least for XSET.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I'm sure they're going to be giggling about that one.
That one's going in the highlight reels as well. For no good reason, just because it's a knife kill.
Yeah, don't think there's a bigger chamber diff than that.
At the same time, that does have a pretty big effect. Baby Bay didn't have enough money to be able to buy up another op. Still 3 points away from his tour de force because he just hasn't been able to get into these rounds.
Yeah. Big kill. Aggressive by FaZe. I'll try and get that wall down. The way this is played as well, XSET just can't swing fast enough to try and break a piece of it.
And FaZe going for heavy extremity control, the same way that they were playing Split. So putting down the wall here holds XSET in their tracks, and on the other side of the map, you're running into a Viper's Pit.
No way, poised. Reposition on top of the box.
It's a nasty spot to be holding against this current meta Viper wall on Icebox.
Yeah, while all this is going on, Dice is just trying to bait for him.
Yeah.
Slow orb every now and then. See if they can set him up to get a couple of these picks. Except though, just content with, again, just holding.
Yeah.
They want this game to go until midnight.
Oh, what an entry from Cryo. He must have heard Poise drop down from his box position.
And that's going to be the null command. Still need to be proactive when it comes to clearing out this yellow position, because Dicey could just start clicking on heads. One after the other. Still holding that yellow position as well. The spam is there, but time is being bled off the clock. There's only 30 seconds left. There's the res, and now the crossfire. It's set up for them. Baby and Dicey return. Fire is there for them. Zekken is going to get it out. They're just trying to break through bit by bit. Eventually causing these rotations, and they know that they have to cover that kind of plant. Cryo is on a bit of a tear there.
Oh, it's such a wonky round from XSET in terms of their macro game plan. Not able to clear yellow with any level of utility, not able to get the plant down while they're using the null command, and FaZe do punish them for it. But it's Zekken and Cryo that step up and save XSET in their dire moments. There's so many duels there that XSET's players had to win to make that round winnable. Yeah. And they come up with the goods. Cryo, I think, having 3 on the round, and Zekken with another one. Now Cryo going exploring again, realizing that Superman's going for the save. They are not letting a single free gun remain in the hands of FaZe.
X out of money cut. Happy to go for it. Happy to trade it. Just need to find where he's hiding.
And Cryo's been putting some beastly rounds together recently. 12 and 3. 12 and 3. He's getting just first kill after first kill. He's 3-0 in them so far across these first, 6 rounds?
Yeah.
And he's also just getting incredibly important mid-round kills too. I was asking the question, which of these players, which of the heavy hitters is going to come alive here as the series goes deeper? And Cryo, after having a fairly quiet map 1, woke up on Breeze, and he's kept that momentum going into Icebox.
Overall, just putting up pretty tremendous numbers. Start up onto Bow, that's going to get broken. XSET Once more, making sure they don't get postured away from this close A control. Still Baby Bay. He's just walking his way across the pipes there, and even going to get the teleport off, so easy first kill for them.
This is such good stinger range for Poised, but Aaron's sharp on it. Playing a great game today.
He is. Won multiple clutches over the course of this one. Inconsistent.
Yeah, I don't think they could have won Breeze without him. And that's another little piece of danger that XSET managed to navigate. All of these rounds feel like they could go the way of FaZe, but XSET are pulling out the magic when it matters. And really are denying them every gun.
Every advantage that might possibly be there.
You are not allowed to save rifles. You're not allowed to pick them up off dead bodies. Not a chance.
All of the top of this is more than dangerous because Superman holding close. Only the one before BCJ will take care of him. The trade. Cryo with his late lurk. Icy seems to be watching it. High ground position drops off of it though. Oh, the timing. Oh, the timing there. That is brutal. Does find 2 kills somehow.
Wow.
Spike is dropped. It is going to be planted. It's left up to Cryo now. Wall being broken. He knows the positioning of one of them. The quick glide round. That's Baby Bay. Jump peeking.
Something going a little wrong there. A dangerous Thrifty for FaZe to pick up. And yeah, Cryo's lurk. The timing is good, but facing 2 players into it when Cryo has the guaranteed kill? Yeah, a bit awkward there. The rest of the players on XSET want to be baiting and making noise so that Dicey's attention is focused on them. But giving away 2 kills in that position is not what you're after.
It's always these kind of rounds, isn't it?
Sometimes.
It's always these ones.
So there's the first kill that Dicey gets. And then BCJ chooses to challenge instead of just allowing Cryo to collect.
Yeah.
A little awkward there. After I was just praising XSET for navigating these dangerous waters so well. FaZe pull out a Thrifty round. Is that going to be enough to get them back? Remember, the last times that you've watched FaZe on Icebox, they've gone up to some tremendous first halves. I mean, 10-2, 9-3.
Massive leads.
They've been blowing teams away in the first, and they often can't keep the momentum going in the second. But this is different. This series, they've not been able to pull out those kind of devastating performances early on in the maps. Hasn't necessarily mattered too much. They were able to recover a 5-7.5 on split, but it feels like not all of the gears are working quite here on Icebox.
Yeah, it's been relatively back and forth. We'll see, though. That Thrifty might put things back into contention here for FaZe. With the timeout on top of it, afforded a breather to work out exactly what I'm going to do. You can see the pings on the minimap over towards A on Belt. Close and personal, it seems. Maybe they want to play with a couple of the players.
Yeah, one of the rounds that Dicey's occasionally gone for is putting down that wall to block you from going into A, but he actually walls himself up and pushes
Jumps onto Belt, yeah.
Yeah, he's gone for that a couple of times in the playoffs so far on these Icebox defenses, but this time just going to be playing over towards B. Kind of a passive defense on the B side of the map with a recon dart for early information. And that set Baby Bay's aggression up quite nicely over here.
Yeah, close angle. Any players at the top of pipes? Probably not going to be pre-firing this one. No way. You can hear the jumping around, the jiggle peak. Opportunity abounds! Oh my goodness, slow orb in the hands of Zekken. He didn't get his head ripped off once more still. Now they're running away with it. Hunter's Fury, all the utility, clears the back of 410. The players are already deep onto the site.
I think the game plan there is good from FaZe. They're trying to catch XSET as they set up for this A execute. You see when XSET go for this A exec, they get really close before they throw the utility.
Right behind pipes.
Yeah, they are all the way up to pipes before they even start throwing the first piece of util. And Def, in fact, is on pipes with utility in his hands. He has a flash out.
I mean, almost the entire team, as you almost saw Zekken die.
Exactly. And so for FaZe, I think choosing that timing to try and fight XSET makes a ton of sense. Maybe they just couldn't quite get the kill.
Yeah.
But the adjustment of the timeout there was good, and XSET still win.
What does that say about this series moving forward? It's a prime game and flawless.
That's how the map feels currently.
Yeah. Bit of a flattening for FaZe, honestly. Only finding a round or two when it's briefly gone their way. What is it? Winning that pistol, winning a Thrifty?
Yeah. And XSET cutting noise and playing slow defaults ready to collect any level of aggression. Worked for them on Breeze, and it's working for them here on Icebox too. FaZe are finding it really hard to get the timings.
Drone going to be used to try and work their way through. It clears a decent portion here of B main, but they still need to be worried about the back of yellow, just in case. I mean, Babyface been playing there every now and then.
Superman getting just a tiny little peek. And seconds collected, Babyface push on the other side of the map.
Maybe anticipating that one. Still, Dicey's actually, I believe, ward himself up there with a rifle in hand. Aaron will fall, but it's traded out.
Cryo's been so tight on these trades. If he's not getting you the first kill in the round, he's trading out one of the star players on FaZe and stopping them from getting multi-kills. His value's been spectacular. There's another one. Die. As he just picks up Superman.
See if there's any magic to be had here. Flyer, tap tap, Vandal in the hands, but slow orb means he's stuck out in the open.
And these Thrifties have been getting some value from FaZe, but this would be a really tough 1v2 for Poise. 1v3 now.
Yeah, committing the res. I mean, that's obvious respect being shown to FaZe, because you never know what they're capable of. Poise has been pulling out some monster rounds.
He has. Having to go
around
the houses just to get a rifle.
Yeah. With the wall in play.
It just looks impossible.
It is impossible, really, isn't it? Be sick if he did it, though. That's what makes it cool. Let's see. One shot? No, can't get the second one. Too clean with it.
Cryo there with the trade again. Just perfect on the trade. Never allowing the FaZe players to get more than a single kill. I mean, Flyer did. He found his moment for a double. But those were the only kills he's had in the map so far.
And what a one-sided affair this has been. Gotta see on this map so far. Yeah, you got to put the asterisk there, because you never know when FaZe might just turn things around.
Yeah, and FaZe so far have let the plant go down 9 out of 9 times, and I don't think it's because they're playing retake. They're trying to stop the side hits from coming through, but they're just failing. They're trying to challenge these players as they get in. They're not able to win the duels, or they get traded out.
Yeah.
And they lose the map control that they were holding.
Well, XSET seem particularly driven, I think, to try and gain a lead in this series. One step closer to try and make their mark, represent North America at Copenhagen.
So here's a different play. Dicey with the wall. Does he get checked by the drone?
Did they see that?
I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it.
No,
otherwise, they would have been spamming Dicey's position. He gets away with it, incredibly, but it doesn't matter.
Not playing there, though.
Some of these rounds, it looks like Def is IGLing with the minimap on.
Yeah, you can just see the positioning there, everybody. It does feel like it sometimes. But a contact now into B main. Players are rotating over towards B. Maybe they're going to be joining the rest of his team when he operated. This long sightline could be everything for them. And up top, there you go, you see it. First kill just peeking before the Viper wall went up. Cryo pays for it dearly. His life going to be gone, forfeit. Now 30 seconds into the round, and they want to disrupt this one before the plant even goes down, but a return fire is there. BCJ right through the box. The wall bang.
Oh, they've missed their opportunity, though. FaZe were in complete control of this. Putting the squeeze on XSET. And BCJ's just hitting everything.
I mean, the guy is just coming alive. See these rounds every now and then from him. Recently, over the course of playoffs, I mean, he's been turning up for this team. Now it's down to it. Dicey Flyer, Dicey taking that flank angle.
Taking advantage of the fact that Cryo's dead and the trademark no
trademarks. Is the flank being watched, though? There needs to be a bit of a distraction in terms of noise being found, but no, they're aware of it. And there we go. Trade once more. 4 kills for BCJ. The 8th round on the board. XSET now on the verge of really setting themselves up quite nicely, I think, on this first half.
And FaZe, the best they can do here in this first half is a 4-8 scoreline. They've never won a map in the playoffs where they went down 4-8. There's always a first time, and it would be a fantastic achievement for them if they were able to pull off the comeback. But that hasn't really been how FaZe have been operating.
Yeah.
They've been liking to lead, or at least play close. And XSET, look at their faces. It's so different to the beginning of Breeze. The beginning of Breeze, they all had tense looks on their face.
Yeah.
Like they could feel the weight of the expectations on their shoulders. And now they're running away with it. The morale could not be higher.
Giving it up for them. Cryo's just holding it, anticipating it. Expecting a risky play from FaZe where they would push through. And Dicey up on his wall here. He's found his way onto Bell. The shots, though, you gotta hit those. Trade, luckily, is there, but Cryo's gonna be dealt with in mid. That's not ideal for them, is it? Space could be in gain. In fact, a rifle in the hands of Baby Bay. Gonna be collecting that one, a bit of a salvage operation.
This would be an incredibly important round for FaZe to even make this map look close to winnable. Being able to get the last two would be so important. Baby falls. Aaron again with a crucial kill in the mid round.
He's so far back there.
And it just opens up pivoting avenues for XSET. They can actually leave the A site now and go and rotate to B. It forces Superman to go and rotate as well so that he can anchor that position, and they use the pit.
The pit's being used on B.
They use the pit.
Superman's on 20 health.
I mean, any spam and Superman could fall here.
I don't get this.
And XSET, I think from Superman's position, the half is lost if you don't win this round.
Yeah.
So invest everything. That's the call. That's what he goes for. Putting every scrap on the line.
Viper wall up top there. That's going to be blocking off.
Oh!
Bit of the back, and yeah, 20 health. Fragment nade will do the job.
And he just jumped into it.
Player dropped down. Aaron even committing his own pit here, so B main control. Good luck trying to take this one. Just the orange control, I should say. Contact. No noise being made by FaZe, but Flyer and Poise are going to have to do something crazy. The angles are being watched. Just for now. Shock dart, time running low. The longer they wait with Poise falling there, Flyer just down to absolutely nothing. It's going to be the 9th round for XSET. One more left in this half.
And what unbelievable momentum they've got so far in this map. Cryo's been crushing, the trades have all been there. Dicey and Baby Bay, quiet. I think the quietest map I've seen from Baby Bay on Chamber. 5 and 8 right now.
Yeah.
Just unable to play most of the rounds. The least deaths on the team, but, you know, not particularly high in terms of the kills either. Just hasn't been able to get involved in most of these rounds. He's had a couple of moments, but broadly speaking, shut down by the way that XSET are approaching their attack half.
Yeah, always making sure that Bebe's either just left out of the fight playing retake or mostly hitting an opposite side to him. And that slow play from XSET, it's working out for them.
Revealing area.
And there's been a lot of talk in the community about XSET in big games. They always finish 4th. They never quite make it. This time, it does feel different. Their run to Berlin was stopped by Optic. Their run through LCQ stopped by Cloud9. Cloud9 again stopping the run to Reykjavik. These are big name teams from North America that they've run up against. They don't lose in upsets. And they are the favorite here against FaZe. And now, finally, in the 3rd map, they're showing it.
Will be taken. Superman surprising that he even gets the one there, but now the Hunter's Fury. Flyer dodging, juking, just needs to sidestep it to survive, but he's got one of his own. Ultimate popped off, that is going to be the tag. In fact, even collecting that kill onto Cryo. Potentially could have got a second one out of it, but maybe enough to turn things, except with the player disadvantage here.
2 shock darts and 2 snake bites here, but all getting turned offline by Poised.
Yeah, no command.
Can BCJ dodge this? Is he out of range? It looks like it.
Waves of it coming through. Flyer collecting that one onto Zek, and with the wall up, someone's got to deal with this one, but it's entirely blocked off, and FaZe will get that consolation prize, I think, at the end of this first half. That 3rd round on the board for them, but is it going to be enough? We're going to find out on the other side of the break, just if they can drag back this series, or this map, I should say, from the brink. FaZe are no strangers to this 9-3 curse, the comeback potential, but usually they're the ones on the other side of things. They're the ones who are having the comebacks against them on their strong performances. We'll see if it works out on their side of things now, though. They're going to need maybe a bit more than just luck, I think, on their side.
They're going to need a massive shift of momentum. FaZe are much more of a an all-in team on their attack compared to what we've seen from XSET, where they poke and prod and play very slowly and try and figure out where the flaws in the defense are. It looks like they're going to have a very similar approach to the pistol. It's an all-in piece towards A. Only a single player from XSET currently set up to collect this, which would be Aaron.
Yeah, just opting to play the retake, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of an anti-strat coming out from XSET on the pistol, expecting them to go towards B and setting up very heavily for that. So already FaZe off to a beginning of the round where they're able to get a bit, I was going to say a bit of a free plant, but Poised taps that one, trying to bait out a wave of defensive utility. Does get a shock and a molly out.
Just lucky he didn't go down there with the wall in play. He's going to get the heal. Spike is down now for FaZe, so they can start to try and play these fights, but XSET are fast with this one. Look at that, Zekken. He's holding up the wall, just trying to take the fight, maybe try and block off a portion of it so we can try and get that defuse off against the pistols. Could be everything. It's all being chucked at it. It's up to the FaZe members to try and hold on. Dicey and Baby Bay, they're still alive. Well, not quite. Baby Bay, the defuse coming through. It's already halfway onto it. Pressure once more applied, but FaZe running right over the ropes. Taking a top of 410, control of it gained, and they do walk away with this pistol.
Really good timing on their aggression in the post plan. I was concerned that FaZe positions were a little passive there, especially without all of the utility that they have, because it's only a pistol, you don't buy everything. But as soon as the wall went up from Zekken and they saw that they were trying to go for the defuse, everybody from FaZe run forwards. They go over the rope, they push the wall, and they manage to put the pain onto XSET. No force buy coming through here. Again, following the same theme that we've seen so far, it has to be the attack side with the spike plant down for them to want to invest in that manner.
A fast play from FaZe. You can see Bay's bought this rifle. Vandal into the round, taking his high ground positions. Aaron's dealt with easily enough. He was holding close, hoping that he could get a freebie. Maybe just holding where they typically wall up. Cryo's caught, just trying to lurk around. Trapped at that angle, can't go anywhere.
Little unfair in terms of the weaponry that they were bringing to that 1v1.
Well, not quite. He's playing chamber.
I mean, sure. That's a good point. FaZe won both of the pistol rounds right now, and they are still down 4-9 in the series. Partly because XSET were able to win round 2 with their force buy. So, a little deceiving in terms of that statistic, but still kind of indicates that FaZe are not struggling in pistols, which was a problem for them in the group stage. They need to keep this momentum going, and they have kept 4 Spectres and a rifle into the bonus. So they've got really good weaponry there. Their economy is going to be in a great spot.
A good start for the second half of things. That's going to be the flawless, as you were mentioning, Josh. Keep all of those guns going, but honestly, now comes the question with the bonus. To get that one going, now I'll start to believe, but
yeah,
it does come down to this round.
And so far, XSET have been doing the same defensive setup where they've had multiple players with death over at B. This is the first round where they've got double anchor on A. FaZe on the bonus round here, I think, just run it again, run the A hit again, because they haven't met any resistance. This time, the knife spots Zekken, and that should start maybe an alarm bell ringing. Zekken has not been anchoring this site previously.
I still want to hit it though.
Oh, nice. Nice volley there coming out from Aaron to deny crucial position.
FaZe really just do not care. They push forwards, the wall goes up, but Zekken on the back of the site. Does he know what his players are? No. Superman managed to work his way into that angle. Bit unorthodox from him, but he's able to just watch up close just in case that rafters angle gets thrown out from. So not messing around with this one. Retake though, it's a bit of a slow trade, but it is a trade nevertheless. Aaron finds that one and he's looking to get a timing. Slow orb though, that's going to mean he gets punished.
Perfectly
through
timed.
it, and that is the bonus converted. FaZe, momentum's on their side, money's on their side. It's all looking good, Josh.
Yeah, this could be a bit of a comeback happening here. And FaZe just going for the same A hit 3 rounds in a row right now, and it's worked every time. They're throwing good utility, they're pushing together, getting the spike plans down, varying up which sides they're putting players towards.
Sure.
Normally going for that slightly passive spike plant, that time going for a bit more of an aggressive play, deep into the site, get within Spectre range, fight backside. And they're doing the old classic here, Bren. We go A in all of the gun rounds, and we'll go B when we have massive gun advantage.
Have to be aware though that there could be a player holding close, shorty in hand, but no, they're pretty clean with it. Running straight through B main, so not really too worried. Wall going up, Aaron holding close. Portion of it getting broken there as well. Suspected that Aaron's picked up in this round. That's still going to go down though.
XSET's retake doesn't have too much behind it. Decent slow orb and shock dart. He's going to do some
the
shift.
utility! What is that?
That's working really well.
Shock darts, fragment, it's all collected, but still the kills are there. Aaron up close now. Spectre, last player left standing, and that got more than dangerous. Almost turning around entirely there. Honestly, better weapons. You might just see XSET claw that one easily.
But that's an interesting round for FaZe. I mean, Poised is going to be looking at that outcome and thinking, I don't know whether we want to be going B. That XSET retake was nearly good, and it was on a thrifty. I think as XSET take a timeout here, we'll be seeing another A hit coming through, because it just worked perfectly for FaZe. And so now you get into the mind games portion, of what XSET choose to adjust here.
Back and forth, back and forth. FaZe wondering, do we just end up hitting A again?
Yeah.
Do we just go for this? Are they going to be able to, you know?
Because FaZe are a pretty all-in team on their attacks. I know that they sometimes throw in some interesting stuff, but on Icebox, I feel like they are less inclined to go for some crazy, you know, B split or whatever.
Yeah.
They're going to try and keep it simple, hit the shots, play together. And XSET during this time are wondering, what is the adjustment that makes sense? They could have, of course, Cryo playing in some aggressive position over at A. I think that's a decent option.
Yeah.
Or just leave Cryo on his own towards the B side of the map and stack the rest of the players over on the A side. I think also makes a lot of sense, and that's the setup that FaZe were running a lot in the first half.
Pings all across the minimap from XSET. Who knows what they're talking about?
Yeah, there was a ping at the bottom of Tube there, which made me think maybe they were planning to push a player down, but Cryo's just using his op to watch for that.
Yeah, just under. And the smoke's going to be blocking the cross with the orb up. Nice doesn't catch anything. Cryo still needs to be wary of it.
FaZe are going for something tricky.
Up in Tube.
They're going for the sprint up
boy.
Tube.
And BCJ caught him. Bit of damage there with the spam straight through the wall. Oh, he's going to get healed up. Oh, the damage not quite being done too much here. Now the slow orbs and the fragment to try and push him back with this kitchen play. It could go completely wrong. Superman does have his ult available. The Viper's Pit. It looks like they want to try and go for that B plant in the halls. He drops it down. He's vulnerable up. And Dicey, he's watching the slight off angle. For XSET, it's a difficult task for them to try and deal with, but the spike has not been planted. They have control of the one side of the site, and the players are walking all the way back.
Aaron could be the key player here, just dodges the recon dart. And he's wondering whether the rest of FaZe are going to go for a mid to A push. Yeah. This Viper's Pit still being up implies that Superman is still around kitchen somewhere.
Nobody watched the cross.
No, wouldn't have been possible with that orb online as well.
Left.
The time is getting so low.
26 seconds.
If Aaron makes the right read and can get into the backside of A,
He's going to try and do it. He's going to try and contest this one. You can feel it. Wall goes up. There's a snake bite as well. There's 16 seconds left into it. Oh my goodness. What a Pit's Tower, and Superman, he's just worked his way into the back lines, man. The rifle in play. 3 kills. Weaving in and out. No one can deal with him.
oh, what a fantastic round. He starts off making the space for them to potentially get a B plant, ends up being the backstab player. And that was, I think you were dead on there. I think Aaron was going to try and deny that plant coming through. You could see him wrapping up to rafters just as Superman got him. Timing could not have been more perfect.
Wow.
And Superman collects 4 on the round.
Takes the op out of their hands, not saving it.
And that was in a situation where I think XSET read what was going on. They looked at the Viper's Pit for Superman and thought, this is going to be a mid play. Because there's no other reason I can think of that Cryo would have his op just looking towards mid, ready to swing into kitchen. I think they read, vaguely what was happening in that round. And FaZe was still able to play the audible in the middle, retreat out of tube.
It's a good pivot.
Yeah. Very nice mid-rounding from Poised.
That kind of chaos as well that FaZe are able to inject into the rounds. Be a difference maker.
They've put XSET on an eco. If this round goes the way it should, FaZe have drawn back a level on Icebox. They are not a comeback team. They haven't made a significant comeback at all in the playoffs, and yet,
all over the place. Could be possible.
suddenly in this game choosing to rewrite the script.
Could be doing it. Still, Aaron up close. He's on top of the wall. Portions of it being broken there, but a fragment nade he can't quite find the head. They're trying to get that spike down. It is in play. Poise has to back away from this one, but now it seems the FaZe can play these post plants. Set up the crossfire, set up the angles. And this mid lurk by Superman. Going to be trying to catch that timing on them.
This wall is a pain for FaZe to deal with.
Uncomfortable. Hunter's Fury, the dart, it's all being utilized. Something to just try and push them off these angles, but right now it's anyone's guess as to which way and direction it could go. All needs to be spammed out. It's not even on where the spike could be. And FaZe with the utmost confidence, taking the fights right to him.
Great kills from Dicey up top there. Manages to, I think, hit a headshot and then spray control onto a second player. My eyes didn't deceive me. And that's FaZe once more on their anti-eco, going towards B and playing into that. It seems like a conscious decision from Poised, IGLing, that when they're on the anti-eco, they want to go towards B and play that side of the map.
I don't know what to make of these teams, Josh. I don't know what to make of FaZe.
FaZe are such a strange team. We've had crazy first half performances. We've seen fake comebacks, real comebacks. Insanely close series, one-sided halves, and now a comeback of their own. From 3-9 down, winning 6 rounds in a row. They got XSET on the ropes again.
Yeah, XSET losing their nerve.
Oh, what a push from Dicey. Finding the timing just as BCJ was reloading.
Do they know about this one? Fire falls. Okay, one player picked up. Are you going to think to still watch that mid push?
I mean, there's no way you expect 3 people coming through mid.
The mid to A? This is the play that they end up making. The angle's being watched though. They thought it was coming straight through Tube. He collects it. Bebe though, he's still there with them, and now his position is known. Pulling it back, Poised was able to find that timing as well. The distraction play in mid gives him the good angle. Now it's a 1v1, make it 1v2.
Baby wanted to deny the res. They've just made it happen.
Flash through, oh my goodness. Wallbanged him right through the drone that BCJ was holding in front of his head. Repositions to the top of nest, you can just see the ponytail. Second, a swing, slight miss there, but he ends up clawing it out anyway.
What a round from Zekken. I guess technically that's a 1v2 clutch, but with the res, it caused so much chaos. That was a really creative round from FaZe. Going for the mid to A push with like, kind of
but contacting three players.
Really unusual.
That's strange.
And Baby realized that he needed to fight. This is the moment here. Zekken has the res. Baby thinks, I need to fight this. I need to contest this. But he doesn't have Poised with him at that moment in time. It's just a split-second decision to take the fight. And he ends up giving his life away. You know, had a chance of being able to just close it out right there, but Zekken, very clean.
Very clean indeed. And that's the round on the board for them. Yeah. XSET were desperately hunting for it. The first one they've won in this half.
And it stops the economy getting trashed. But they still have 2 Spectres.
Money's not great. FaZe though leaning now over towards this B hit. This time going up against pretty good weaponry. There's a drone. Does it actually get taken care of? It does, but the angle at the back of yellow here, Baby's aware that it could just be broken for Cryo to try and take this timing.
And Cryo would love to try and push up onto a deeper angle where he has more time to react to a swing. But he knows there's a potential that Baby could just be holding this.
Yeah.
They're both aware of the other.
The spike from FaZe is actually leaning over towards A. Maybe the goal is to dump utility into the B hit with the wall up and do a bit of a QB snake. Poised has been pulling these ones out a lot.
It's an interesting wall, actually, from Zekken. It kind of denies them going for the B plant.
Losing their nerve ever so slightly. Fake footsteps, though, on the other side of the site. This is FaZe trying to fake the B approach. No command being committed. Baby just lurking his way up, seeing if he can find a couple of the kills, and it's XSET that have bitten. The rotations are in play. They're working their way over towards B. The spike is on a completely different site.
Yeah, they're going to get the freest plant ever here. Gorgeous manipulation of the defender rotations. That is such a classic Poised round. But Superman still falls.
Get the res off there. Good positioning for it. 5v5. Cryo being baited. Taking a bit of damage there. Just one stray shot. Just couldn't find his.
I mean, Baby got legged. He's on 30 health.
Oh, he did find it. Low enough for them. Maybe this could be a difference maker. XSET going for this retake now. They've already got position onto this one. They need to deal with this wall, though. You can hear them spamming it down, breaking it down bit by bit. Cryo still operator in play, and the rifles. The swings from FaZe just a little bit too out of sync. Uncoordinated, ever so slightly.
Yeah, they're giving XSET a lot of space to go for the retake, and it allowed Cryo to rip shots off. He gets a leg shot onto Baby. He picks up another of the mid players. I think that was Poised that he found the first kill on. And then he's just able to post up there, finish off the kill on Baby, and pick Dicey down too. Big round from Cryo. Facilitates that retake. And despite all of the good work that FaZe did, despite that really good QB sneak play that Poised was able to pull off with the rest of the team, FaZe kind of looking like that comeback may have been a fake one.
Yeah.
Winning 6 rounds in a row, now losing the next 2. It's not game over yet, but they don't have too many more to give.
No, there's not much of a buffer, is there? How strange is this? They win so many in a row.
Yeah.
So many to bring it back. Losing in this fashion and this map would be, it'd be dire circumstances.
And this is an incredibly important round, obviously, as we head in here. FaZe taking a timeout. Their adjustments after the timeouts have been good. They're able to report to the coaches, get some input, filter it through Poised, as he, I'm sure, is drilling out commands to the rest of the squad. Where is Cryo taking this operator? Looked like he was going to play B at the beginning of this round.
Potentially still is. Ah, just setting up his TPs, actually. Wants to push down mid.
Yeah, this looks like a tube push.
Yeah. Trademark over to watch the B main area. But a must-win round for FaZe. They've got to start to put something else on the board. Don't let XSET run away from this one if you're looking to try and take the map.
It's this period of time where they would be wondering, where is Cryo?
So much potential for this angle to go wrong as well.
Look how quickly FaZe have taken space on B.
No way! Orb going down, stood right inside of it. Cryo does return the fire, but you're right, Josh. Space taken by FaZe. Plan going to start to go down. It can get into the exposed plans once more.
Incredibly quick space take from FaZe. I mean, they are instantly all over B main. One knife towards yellow gives them all the information they need that it's free.
There's the operator though. Cryo wants to try and do some work. Maybe still with his own.
The retakes have been good, but it's been powered by slow orbs and Viper walls. Second and Aaron are dead here.
Poised falls as well. It's another lurk from Dicey. Superman fell earlier there. Baby holds that one angle forwards, and there you have it. One after the other. XSET just running right into the crosshairs of FaZe.
10-11 the score. FaZe able to find a foothold, and the economy is in a bit of a shambles kind of situation there for XSET. They could try and force around the tour de force, but it looks messy. It looks very messy.
It's really messy.
They might have to allow this one to go 11-11 and try and pull ahead later on with the ults. Can they make a smart read on how Superman wants to use the Viper's Pit? Last time Superman had this one active, they went for that tube play. Just ran up tube.
B-wall is used incredibly early on into the round here. Knife over the top. Lands, I believe, onto the top of yellow to clear that one area with enough time. Yep, right over there. It's going to be clearing that one back with the drone on top of it. Forces out the Viper's Pit, though. Aaron chooses to commit this one.
So now, knife, drone, and the recon dart have all been used before they get into Aaron's pit. So FaZe don't have too many tools to navigate this and try and push inside. It does pose a bit of an issue.
Are they just going to contact in? Around it? There's a gap up to the back.
Yeah, there is. They could just work their way all the way around. And Aaron's worried to even play inside of it.
They are just going to contact all the way around it.
But mostly for Aaron, he just needs to keep this one active.
Yeah, it could be a watchdog! Crosshair placement not there. Now the walls are drip across, and now the Viper's Pit goes down one of their own. Clashing one after the other. Space being gained for them. Aaron just trying to spam his way through, trying to break that Sage wall to the back of it. His team needs a way into this one. A bit of raw spam there into danger. The positioning is known, but the damage not really done. It's only a classic. They don't have the weapons, but BCJ gets it anyway. Is that Ares? Snake bite. Superman is in so much trouble. The shock dart's so narrow. BCJ, how are you getting that? He's on 1 health. Holding it down. It's all up to BCJ still, though. When the Viper's Pit eventually falls for both sides, you have got to be joking.
Poised is only on 29 health, a single shot
will do it. BCJ, half of the defuse. He can't react fast enough. Poised locks up the round. With the time running that low, BCJ had no choice but to try and stick it.
Yeah, that one got so dangerous.
How did he do that?
Even though they were all inside the relative safety of Superman's Viper's Pit, the common positions for you to hold were just getting spammed.
Constantly.
BCJ so smart in terms of the positions that he's going for there. Just picks up a couple of players that I'm not sure he knew they were there, but he had a feeling deep in his gut. Ended up almost paying off. But XSET deliberately took the half-buy round in order to invest in this one. It's not great, though. They've got no armor on Cryo, light armor on Aaron and Def here.
And look at this adjustment by XSET. BCJ is now playing over towards B with this Odin to try and break down the wall that might be coming down the Sage wall.
Yeah, I like it. Makes a lot of sense. We've seen it from a couple of teams at this point. 3-player stack on A. FaZe began this half by running A hit after A hit, and they haven't really gone for it recently. Throw in some different stuff in, the mid to A, the tube push, the B hits.
Good timing for the wall to go up.
But FaZe themselves are using this as a timing to try and get close. Put a bit of spam into the wall, try and make it feel like there's only a single player here.
That knife is potentially tagging onto a couple of the players. Maybe enough to get the information. They know that there's at least 2 leaning it. But no command was online. The orb wasn't really contested, so now the hit comes through. FaZe want to be taking this one, and time is running low. A lot of pressure now on the shoulders. A second to see if he can stop this one, and he does, but at the same time, it's another sneak. It's another fake. The spike in a completely different direction. The players just looking around into mid. And this time, the responsibility, the mantle of it, it's now on the shoulders of BCJ. He hears it going down, the Odin spam! He knows what the player is, but he just can't quite wrangle control. Dicey left down to 23 health. This is just ridiculous.
Spray control, just his biggest enemy. And I think they're going to have to call a save here.
That's such a hard decision to make.
It's a 2v5. I think you just have to play for OT. I can't believe the Poise has pulled off another fake there. Masterful IGLing in this map.
And the return of the fire here. Def, he just needs to keep his rifle, but the angle, it's Baby already pushed up onto it.
And they're not going to let him in.
No
and
money.
XSET's economy is tragic for this final round.
It's 12-1, 12-11.
FaZe may have just pulled off this comeback. Down 9-3 at the half. Just using every piece of the curse that they could muster.
Yeah, apparently it just works both ways, I guess.
I guess it does. 23 rounds, and the spike has been planted every single round. I mean, no team has been able to stop it at all. And BCJ was the closest there. Odin in hand, got rid of the Sage wall entirely, but just couldn't get the final finishing blow on Dicey.
So much to chew through.
That's one of those moments that keeps you awake at night.
Up close and personal, like someone to try and take the fight anyway. Fragment nade, there's no swing into it. Even a no command. Final round, you might as well. Def decides to just let it rip.
And that scared FaZe away. But that's where 3 players were holding for XSET.
Ooh, this is looking so panicked.
Takes a shot, backs off. Did do a bit of damage over to Baby Bay.
Both sides, both teams. It's an early skirmish at the beginning of the round. Zekken, 1 point away from the res, with Dicey falling. Flyer grabs the orb. He's going to get his ult into this round now, and this mid push by XSET, this is the kind of answer that they're trying to come up with.
But the problem with this is that it takes them away from anchoring the B site.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance of them denying the plan, is there?
Unless they're able to rat back. They're just getting here in time.
I don't know
FaZe were a bit slow to get onto this because they didn't have Dicey. They didn't have the wall.
The wall goes up, and they just take it. Slow on top of everything else now. Once more, Baby Bay, 56 health to his name. He misses the shot. 3 players left standing. We've seen some ridiculous stuff now, but that's the Hunter Syria fly. He's looking to see if he can push his team up into a favorable angle. The shot down, BCJ. This guy is a menace. But now he's got his own online. The kills that he's been gathering over the course of this round. Enough to push them back. Vulnerability applied. Superman, he's in this angle. Is he going to get the kill? No! The shots are missing, and 10 seconds into the round leaves it all up to Flyer. He needs a miracle, and he's not going to get one. The discipline from XSET is there. Holding, not giving him the easy fights. It's brought down now to OT. 12-12 is the scoreline.
The final round of the map. The first round that the spike is denied. Absurd. I mean, what an incredible adjustment from XSET. I think the wrap back, the wrap back to be able to get to B, and the early kill onto Dicey. You couldn't find a better player to get rid of from FaZe's attack. Not only is he coming up with first kill after first kill, and just in general, 24 on the board in 24 rounds is absurd. He's playing spectacularly, but he also has the wall, the ability to get them that spike plant down. And FaZe just a little more timid.
We'll see just how close this can get between both these teams.
9-3 halves from both of these squads. Whichever team is able to come up with the right defensive adjustment is probably going to win this series. Or at least this map, sorry. Speaking too early, it's not a BO3, of course.
Drone can get broken there. Dicey up top. He's tight. He has to push himself away. Pull back for now. want to give away your life, but Flyer still with the confidence to just hold this rafters. In fact, over the ropes, Dicey still wants to take this one. It's being watched. You've got to be joking. You have got to be kidding me. Where did you find the confidence to do this? Where did you get away with this? 2 kills. Eventually, the kill comes down as Cryo will take care of him, but Dicey like a thief in the night, man.
The damage has been done at that point.
He's already done it.
Mental, morale damage to XSET, who've only just managed to get this back into OT. Now find themselves in a 3v4 after Dicey's just styled on them.
Plays like that. That's a difference maker for FaZe Clan time and time again. Even if in that confidence.
Cryo go for the entry, just missing a little bit there. And even if XSET cut noise with 30 seconds left, maybe Bay's watching their escape.
Yeah, it's essentially hit A. We'll lose the round.
30 seconds
Everything now needs to be pumped into this one, but only 2 players left standing, Zekin and BCJ. It's going to take a miracle. BCJ, he works his way forward, deals with the player right there. One more just behind the box, but he's just the last player left standing. He knows that there's one watching juking, running his way around, and he guesses incorrectly with it. The reposition of Superman is just impeccable.
And I said it was the team that would make the defensive adaptation
There you go.
that might win
There's
the map.
one.
I don't know whether that was an adaptation. That was one of the boldest plays I've seen. I mean, look at this.
It's just ridiculous.
Def is caught so off guard there. And Aaron tries to trade, gets punished for it as well. That's an absurd play to make in the first round of overtime. I don't know whether he thought XSET had left, so there was a potential he was just gaining information for the reclear, or whether he really thought he could find the timing. We saw Baby Bay go for something similar on one of the defensive rounds.
They were trying to disrupt the A hits.
Yes, they're trying to disrupt the A exec by finding timings where FaZe have got where XSET have got utility in their hands. But that push was even before they got utility in their hands.
It was Dicey getting pushed off from the drone. They thought they had cleared him out of that position,
And he just runs
instead
at them.
it just gets held by Flyer, and he just slowly creeps across the ropes.
Yeah.
Just an insane play, insane.
And that's
A
sometimes
timeout. Just I mean,
what you
listen,
need to go for.
this just screams to me. They're like, okay, let that one sink in. XSET.
Yeah.
We found the edge on our defensive side first in this OT. Now we're into comfortable territory, I think. FaZe on their attack side. At least for this map.
XSET able to win that final round by getting the denial on the plant and the early kill on Dicey. You can't necessarily pick who you're going to try and kill first. But it would be fabulous if they were able to find a similar result and push this overtime even further. Very deep stage wall over by B, allows Zekin to rotate within the first 10 seconds of the round.
Cryo, there's so many angles he's opening himself up to here. Just by trying to take this one. Pushing all the way through. But FaZe have somehow sniffed something out. They were looking like they were leaning towards it, trying to set up maybe for the fast A pop, but not go for it. No way.
Oh, no way! Oh, and just the tiniest fraction of a wallbang saves Cryo's life. A sliver of pipe.
Right there, the jiggle peak, the pre-fire.
And now the problem starts for XSET. This Sage wall has now broken over by B main. And it means that they can't really afford to keep this many players on A unless the hit comes through immediately.
And it looks like it's starting to. They're going to be layering on their own utility to try and deal with this one, and Zekin comes up with a phenomenal kill. Baby Bay being dealt with. One of the questions that they had coming into this round dealt with, and the crossfire is not only on top of it, it looks like it's XSET who's coming out on top. The swing! Oh my! It's all up to Dicey. They're trying to take away the map. 1v3, dodging the utility, dodging the drone, the flash even over the top, but information is gained just from the Ferrari swing. Peeks around. And XSET, no. Time is against Dicey, has to try and get that plant down.
And just baiting, making noise for Def, who made a fantastic reposition to ensure that that 1v3 was utterly unwinnable. Both of these teams could not win a defensive round to save their lives in the regulation time.
Now they're doing an OT.
And now they're just pulling him out.
It's absurd. You can feel how much both of these teams want it.
Of course. And I think for XSET, it's a factor of trying to make it to this point time and time and time again.
Always finishing at that 4th place mark.
And for FaZe, it's about grabbing an opportunity when it presents itself. The organization with Baby Bay has only gone on a run like this once at Masters 1. It was before international events were really a thing in 2021.
Baby Bay push back. You're right, Josh. All on the line. The opportunity to represent North America at Copenhagen. That's what this series is representing between both of these teams. And of course, remember, it's a best of 5. Whoever takes this map, the series keeps going.
But a very crucial lead. Even to whoever close this overtime out. Dicey is going to be under a lot of pressure here.
No way is he just going to be egoing this one. Holding close.
Seems like a great position to hold against how XSET normally run
destroyed. The drone's been destroyed. They're not going to be hard clearing this one. Cryo watches it. The angle's there, but still Superman delivers. He catches 2, and he's still alive in it, but just weak enough.
You want to play?
Cryo takes him out easily done. 2v2.
Cryo popping his ultimate. He has a tour de force active right now.
Yeah, afforded that one somehow at this point.
Yeah, able to grab those 3 kills that XSET have gotten.
Josh, the time is running so low.
Yeah, 30 seconds here. XSET are just trying to cut noise and fake the fact that they could have gone on the rotate. Maybe May's going to bite a little bit, goes over to Boiler. As XSET just walk their way in, push over the ropes.
VCT up top! Oh! Boys just couldn't quite find the mark. The crosshair placement was there, he had to adjust for it. But time is still running low here, Josh. 12 seconds remaining. They don't know where Baby Bay is. Runs his way back. It gives him the angle, so Cryo can't get that plan down. Now into this post plan, it's all down to this, but Baby Bay falls in the end. XSET grabbed this narrow lead.
Fantastic round from Cryo, dealing with the threat of Dicey up on pipes there. Able to pick up the first kill. Gets another important duel there against Flyer and picks up a very weak Superman for the 3-piece to open the round up for XSET. I mean, without those kills, there is no chance that XSET have anything. Cryo's dropped 32 so far across the 27 rounds that have been played right now. Dicey and Superman are still having star performances opposite him, and Cryo's outshining them both. The question becomes, can XSET actually finish it on the defense side?
And they capitalize. An opportunity that's presented for them, but they need to convert it here to take this map away.
It's the same deep Sage wall over by B. That means XSET can focus heavily on A for the first 45 seconds.
Interestingly enough, Zekken this time doesn't give up the positioning, he just holds behind it.
Yeah, that might be the adjustment that catches FaZe off guard, because you can see Poison Flyer looking like they want to prod this area as soon as the Sage wall drops. Or maybe a tad
expiring, yeah. It does expire.
But if Zekken just tucks, I mean, he's going to have to break this recon dart, though. That's one of the biggest problems.
It backs away. Drone now going to be used as well. The knife over the top.
This makes it feel like a B hit.
It feels like a B hit, and guess what? It's not. Once more.
It's pulling everybody. Def and Aaron have left Cryo on his own.
What a shot! What a shot! They leave Cryo to try and lock it down with the angle, just in case. Just in case they decide they have the gall, the indecency to try and go for it again. And guess what they do? They pull it out.
I'm loving this. It feels like LCQ all over again. Poised, able to pull out some of these gorgeous mid-round calls.
Teleport away.
I mean, I think that was actually just the entire plan of the round. Flyer picking up in mid as well. This is going to be a 3v5 retake.
Mid-lurk is causing all sorts of trouble for XSET. They are so worried about this push that could be coming from screens. It doesn't afford many of the players, any of the personnel to try and take the fight up close and personal, right where they need to deny this one. BCJ, though, taking matters into his own hands. The dart, it collects it, but now he's left alive. Quick, flick of the wrist, almost quite there, but not enough.
These rounds have been masterful from FaZe on their attack. How many awesome rounds have we seen from them in Icebox? Either running a fake, doing something interesting up tube, really going away from what was working for them and still finding success. Got some serious depth to their playbook here. And it's catching XSET off guard.
And when you get to this point, the adjustments and preparation you might have had coming into this map, out the window.
It really is.
When you're in OT,
yeah,
side switching every single time, backwards and forwards.
Outrageous stress on the IGLs, trying to outthink each other, make the adaptations on the fly.
That pressure starts to mount. Which team will break first? Which team won't be able to hold that lead? The angle is being watched! I can't believe it!
Oh, going for the bait play there. The idea being that no one would expect a player to be pushing past the wall.
Being watched anyway.
Who expects Dicey to be on top here as well, though?
And risks upon risks, Josh. XSET decide to contact through into orange.
I think that makes a lot of sense based on the fact that they know Dicey and Superman can't be there. Superman falls, Dicey's got to be somewhere around B main, because that's where he used his wall. And that becomes the big question now for XSET. Where is Dicey?
Yeah.
They're on B. They're clearing this whole area.
Back to the side. Are they going to be able to spot him? Yeah. Aaron sees him.
And they deal with the star player from FaZe.
Free plant.
Spike.
Another beautiful round.
you just... It's not pre-prepared. It's all just off the cuff. It's improvisational. Based off of what people are doing, the way that they're leaning, the way that their opponents are going. But Fly, okay. Bit of run and gun in play. Breaks a portion of the wall. No bullets left into the rifle. Has to try and reload and push them back. Cryo, though. Got to try and lock it down. The sideline, the angle, the flash as he peeks. Poised, he gets it, but it's all down to Baby Bay and Def. Well, he just about salvages it.
Postplan player looking good for XSET. They had a flank from Cryo coming through mid. And it did look dangerous there. But they had players ready to support the people that were in a bit of a one-and-done spot. This play is really nice from FaZe, I think, actually. Arguably, the peek from Superman is maybe a bit early. Peeking after the wall has gone up maybe makes that play work a little better. But overall, I think just a really interesting idea to throw out in the 29th round when your playbook should be completely expired. But XSET move up to map point.
And they are pushing down mid. Cryo with the operator. Glass cannon. No armor. It's being watched. Baby Bay seems to be aware of the approach, but it's actually the players now falling, tumbling one after the other. FaZe. They lose Baby Bay. They lose Poised. At this point, most teams, the confidence is just seeping out of them.
XSET go for another push in B main. 3-player push out into spawn. A similar adjustment to the one that they went for in the 24th round to get this into OT.
They need something massive. BCJ with this just quite slight jiggle peek. Tagged up now by the drone. A lot of pace behind this though.
Choosing to go for the percentage play, dropping back, not playing that position at yellow.
Here.
So timid right now, FaZe. Viper Orb honestly stopped them in their tracks from being able to follow up on that and take this space. Even then, how do they clear through this? Dicey contemplating using the wall to just try and take an angle, maybe try and take the fight, but at that point you use the wall in that fashion. How are you going to get the plant down? 3 players now, the wall's up. Right over the top. He wants to try and take some risks, and he's working all the way into it, taking a fight straight to them. It's managed though. BCJ, the angle, watching it straight from the back of Snowman, and it's all up to Flyer. Flyer and Superman, now just Superman. One shot found, but he is in such a precarious position. Back up against the wall, the angle is there, and XSET, they find the edge they need. Oh my goodness, Josh. That's gonna be Icebox.
All the way to round 30. XSET take that one 16-14 after being up 9-3 at the half. So that was absolutely anybody's. And if that is how the rest of the series is going to go, we've got a blinder.
Yeah, absolute blinder indeed, haven't we? I mean, potentially looking like one of the longest Valorant series in the history of the game, apparently here. The lower finals, the winner of it going to Copenhagen, and XSET would have just slightly pulled ahead. We're going to go to a break. Our analyst Des is going to break down all that, just the chaos, the pandemonium, whatever you want to call it, and of course, the continuation of this series. Don't go anywhere.
What a game we just saw. I thought it was a great game, but Mimi said no, it was a hyper banger. So I guess we're just rolling with that.
Sure.
Okay, we'll roll with that. We'll roll with that. But it really was a fantastic matchup between two very determined and hungry teams. But it is going to be XSET who walk away with the victory in overtime. Talk about taking it the distance. But let's actually start things off and really just talk about how XSET, they really did, especially in that early game. Whew, boy, the control that they had, Mimi. I think they were able to plant every round?
Every single round in the first half. I thought they had a fantastic understanding of how to play the attack side here on Icebox, and getting the plants out every round reflects it. A lot of rounds just starting in this default, waiting for Cryo to get a pick, and then getting that plant down. They converted 9 of those post plants. FaZe only being able to win out in 3 of those. And what's impressive is that it was pretty well split. I believe we have a heat map to take a look at of where they were actually getting that spike on down. But it was moment after moment where it didn't matter if it was over towards A, over towards B. It wasn't one set play that they were just repeating. They had so many different ideas of how to get in towards these sites, get themselves into these post-plant positions, and traditionally, they were able to recover it. I don't know how they got 14 plants, because of overtime. That's how. That broke my brain for a second.
Yeah. It just goes to show, Valen, just the effectiveness of the team, the way that they were able to make these pushes happen on the attack. And really, you know, it comes off the back as well. Like, we were highlighting him quite a bit, Cryo.
Yeah.
I mean, the effectiveness of that player was just out of this world. If he wasn't getting the first blood, he was there for the trade. Like, and it's been like that this whole series for him.
Yeah, and everyone knows that Valorant is such a momentum-based game, and Cryo was stepping up very early, setting up his team for like long-term success. The first 6 rounds, he had 3 first kills and 12 total kills in the first 6. So that just shows he's getting every trade, finding the openings for the team, doing such a big job early round or early game to set up the late game as well, because you're building up ult, you're building up momentum, economy, and the early round or the early game is so big.
Yeah, and Will, it was definitely the most standout on that attacking side to get that strong lead that XSET started with. I think he was also the player that kept pulling them over the line when that lead was starting to slip away from them, and eventually did slip away from them in the second half, having to come back in towards overtime. It was Cryo with the consistency, and it feels like for this XSET team, it is always Cryo with the consistency. Against Opic, he was only negative in one of those maps. Even in Lost, this guy is popping off. He is the rock for XSET in their current form.
Yeah, you don't want to say that one player is the win condition for a team, but I mean, this guy, he is so damn good at this video game. It's genuinely absurd. But, you know, as we got into the half, we thought that the 9-3 curse was going to come to fruition here, Mimi. And it turns out that we got jebaited. Fake comeback, lol. XSET ended up walking away with the win, but FaZe made him work for it, and it really came off the back of some real clever plays that forced XSET even to have to get creative in the late game.
Yeah, that attacking side out of FaZe had some really fantastic ideas, and I think a big part of it was the fakes. The casters set this up really well. We've thought a lot about FaZe recently as being fast-paced, pretty set piece with the Neon, but they've been continuing to go back to their older style, which was a lot of audibles and a lot of really good fakes. I think Poise, coming in as a caller, had some fantastic ideas on this map. This was one of those fantastic rounds. They put the pit down in halls and then realized there's too much pressure towards this side of the map, so they just walk it back, head over towards A. It was consistent in these rounds where FaZe had an initial plan and were great to deviate from it and still managed to win out.
Yeah, and look at Superman right here, like picking up the flank, cutting off all the rotations. So when they're going A, they have so much time to set up in the post plant, get good positioning, get deep positioning, and that was a really good fake by it.
Yeah, I also think that for the side of XSET, it was not just FaZe being fantastic. I want to give them that credit, but I also think XSET is one of these North American teams that is falling into the ice spot pitfall of not pressuring the flanks and the extremities quite enough when you're on that defense. A lot of the times they got worried about that initial hit from FaZe. We're heading in towards those rotations quickly, which meant they weren't shrinking the map. They weren't finding that space from behind to make those retakes more doable, which meant repeatedly when FaZe get that spike down, they were winning because it was just that retake from one front. Fakes are so often the win, or excuse me, flanks are so often the win condition, especially with multiple players on this map, and XSET wasn't really pulling that through on their defense.
Yeah, but I have to say though, toward the end there, that play that forced the overtime where I believe you had 2 players, I think, push. I think it was the Sage and the KO pushed B long and just pushed back FaZe. They were not expecting that at all. They just got completely downloaded there, and then when they had the opportunity, they went for it. So it goes to show that this XSET team, when they want to throw some uniqueness into it, Valen, they can easily do it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that just shows the confidence on the team to be able to pull such a risky play in such a big round of the game.
Yeah.
They're down 12-11. They got to make this big play, and they just gamble B. They put 3 people towards B. Def is running it down as KO, getting that entry and just resetting, finding that opener for them.
And it's another one of these maps where XSET, they start in a strong position, they get down, they get in a position where I think a lot of teams would lose their mental, get a little bit tilted, let it slip away, and XSET find that adaptation, rally back, win. It's happened 2 maps in a row now.
Yeah, that's why they're one of the most consistent teams in North America, but they're trying to get to Copenhagen. So here are the maps as it is right now. Ascent is going to be coming up next, and then if necessary, we're going to be going to my favorite map, Haven, for a little barn burner, maybe a bit of a slobber knocker. I don't know. But here's the thing. Ascent's FaZe pick, Valen, do you feel like we're going to Game 5 here? I mean, not just because of the stakes for the guard, but genuinely, this game has felt so just like a seesaw.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to map 5. I think FaZe is looking really solid on the Ascent, especially doing the triple initiator comp with Baby Bay on the KO. I think they looked phenomenal with that comp, and it's kind of something different. So I don't think XSET is going to know totally how to play against that, especially because it's so new. They're just expecting, the fast play style with the Neon or whatever, but that's not what they're doing this time.
But they have played against the competition. They played against Optic running a similar triple initiator setup. They pushed that to the limit, 13-11 loss against Optic Gaming. I think Optic has had a better implementation of that composition. What was good for FaZe, I think a lot of that previous game can be attributed to some mistakes coming through by NRG and also just the tightness of that series. I don't think it's a direct one-to-one comparison. This could go either way, but based off that experience of getting to see that VOD, not having the surprise factor for Fade, and already playing against a similar triple initiator, I do lean towards XSET on this map.
Yeah, but, and I know that it's always like a little bit of a, like a whatever conversation, right? The pressure, the moment, Again, we talked about this at the beginning of the show. FaZe have nothing to lose here, but XSET need to win this. It will affirm everything that they have worked so hard for up until this point, Valen. You've been in this position before. FaZe were in this position yesterday. I don't know. I feel like they're kind of channeling guard energy right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back to yesterday when it was tied 1-1 with NRG, they came out and they were swinging on the map 3. Like, I think FaZe kind of thrives in these high-pressure moments where I think XSET is kind of, flustered right now.
Yeah, well, Agent Select's going to be coming up here. It's time to jump into Ascent. Oh, let's see how this whole thing plays out. And you know what? I really do hope that we get the KO again, Mimi. I think it worked out for them. Might as well go back to the well.
Yeah, I was a fan of the Baby Bayo. I think it had a good implementation against NRG, and with Poise picking to the Fade initially, it's what I would expect, and there the pick does come on through. I'm still critical of teams running the Fade without the Raze. How many times is that going to happen to me? Because it's such a good combination, but this comp worked for them. I like how teams have been implementing the triple initiator. FaZe did a good job at it. XSET, on the other hand, it's another just bog standard comp. It's comfort for them.
Yeah, I mean, XSET's comp is a very simple one, but it makes sure you have consistency. Like they have the Killjoy for mid and B main. It kind of allows Crowd to move around more with the op because they still have information on where they can't be. So it allows him to get new lines when he gets a pick B. He can go back into mid. He knows no one is pushed forward.
I'm really looking towards XSET, and particularly in towards Zekken in this series and how he's been playing on that Sova. I imagine playing against this triple initiator on the defensive side is going to be a lot leaning in towards the retakes, which means it has to be Zekken, it has to be Def with the proper utility to set Cryo up to be winning in those situations and also to be pressuring either the extremities or mid control to allow those retakes to happen.
You're looking at these compositions, it looks like XSET's, maybe just going with a standard meatloaf. Meanwhile, FaZe, they busted out a good El Pastor taco. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we get a little bit of spice over here. But a caster who really enjoys himself a solid meatloaf is Sideshow. We'll go ahead and ask him all about it as we send it over to our casters. I don't know how this segue worked, but whatever. We'll just roll with it.
We got there.
Yeah. So the game's ready to go. Let's go ahead and do this. Come on, Meatloaf, talk to us.
Thank you. Yeah. No, you do look like you couldn't handle spicy food. He's got a point.
You just roasted me like that for no good reason. I mean, I don't know what I've done to deserve that, but all right, fair enough. There's so much to look at in the most recent matches for both of these teams as you go into Ascent, and the desk have talked about it. The XSET Optic game, the FaZe NRG game as well. Yeah. But you're coming in here on a half where FaZe were able to get a huge amount of rounds. They went 10-2, right, in their attack half, where they were playing against NRG. But for XSET, they also had a huge amount of success. When they were playing against Optic, they went 9-3 on their defense side. So this is the favored side for both teams, playing against, similar-ish kind of compositions, especially for XSET.
Yeah.
So this first half is going to dictate a lot, I feel, in terms of who's able to get the upper hand on the other.
Deep breaths in order. At 4. It's XSET with everything to play for. Well, both teams, honestly. Listen, don't want to discredit FaZe here. They're playing to stay in the series.
And what a run it would be if FaZe were able to make it at this point.
Cry already utilizing his dash now. Pistol round to set the stage. Oof, make the mark early. Bit of damage applied. Cryo.
Some pretty heavy damage. And Cryo not inclined to go for the repeat, even though he had dash.
Lambot tucked up against the wall there. You can see they were trying to spam it out and pre-fire it, but it's at a slight different angle. There we go, finally found. That's broken.
When XSET were playing against Optic, their B players were dropping deep into the site.
No
They
way.
were giving Optic all of the mid control and then just playing off their site anchoring.
was the idea here for FaZe? Okay, Dart now comes through. Looks like they're just trying to hit it into A. Are the players able to get themselves in, though? Flash now off to the side. Cryo needs to start hitting some shots off, but luckily the team is there.
Down A.
Backing me up. Except watching their sides. Dicey's low.
30 seconds left.
They've got like a double lurk situation, but the spike
No
is
way.
currently down.
Oh my god. Almost went down to the turret.
Dancing with death. But this
22
round is all on
seconds, Josh.
poised.
Yeah. He's got the haunt in his hand. He's got a ghost, but the angle's being watched. And Dicey, there's no chance in hell, man. No chance in hell.
It's a good pistol round starting out here from XSET. Aaron cleans it up. You can see how this defensive composition is going to work. But that round, you actually had Aaron and Zekken fighting over the B main choke point, running a crossfire from logs and lane that I don't think you'll see too much once they get into the rifle rounds. And here the question is, do FaZe go for a force? FaZe love forcing on these second rounds, but only when they get the spike plant down. So it seems like, as expected, we're just getting a pistol.
And FaZe, I think, off the back of that, losing in the overtime fashion they just did. Now it's map point for XSET. Here's where they're really, exactly, the mental game. That's what I'm trying to lead into here, because I've often, spoken to the credit of FaZe, where they always play with confidence, but looks like Superman might have DC'd. He's just slowly walking into a wall.
Interesting. I don't think this is part of their attack.
No, don't think this is intentional. Might be having to take a quick pause. Yeah, some disconnects across the board, it seems like, for all the FaZe players.
The best round that it could possibly happen in, though.
Oh, sure. No, actually, that's a good point.
When FaZe all have classics in their hands and they don't really have to worry about it too much.
No.
But this is going to confuse the XSET players.
Yep. No, fully intentional. Wanted to get a round over fast, I guess.
Yep.
This, yeah, probably have to be taking a tech pause off the back of this one. Something of that nature. Seeing if we can get these FaZe players back online. And now I'm left wondering, what is the longest game of Valorant that's ever been played? What is the longest game of VCT history? Because
that's a serious question that we'll have to answer.
Don't want to put it in the air.
No?
But it's already here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back into the bloody action. It is going to ascend here. We're obviously 2 rounds in, as we've been mentioning previously, but we are here. Your eyes aren't deceiving you.
It's finally happened. It's taken a while, but all good things require a good old wait. Here we go, into the round. FaZe playing the anti-bonus here. Cryo with an op in round 3.
Yep. Somehow finding his way with that one.
Playing on that aggressive B main kind of position, off the back of the turret. Ends up falling off a little bit there to some of the B main pressure, and FaZe regrouping over at A.
Important round for obvious reasons.
Take flight.
I mean, just in some sense, to get the morale back.
Absolutely.
Get the synergy flowing. Get the gears turning. FaZe all grouped up over at the A site right now. And Zekken's made the rotate. So there are going to be 3 players from XSET collecting this push. Recon Dart not available to stop the push coming through, though, because Zekken's used it for info earlier.
You see that fragment nade is going to be blocking up the choke point here, cutting it all off, but still the hit. Looks like FaZe might be wanting to commit into this one regardless. There's 42 seconds left in the round, and now they're only just starting to spill out into the site. Still an area the map just controlled, but not quite enough. Boys, he flicks to the side. He takes out Def, who was just holding it down at that door position. Potential for him to get a couple of kills.
And Dicey with 2 huge ones as well. Cryo operator now noted. And there you're in with the Spectre. Swings onto Poise. Can they make this one dangerous?
It picks up a bit of an upgrade, but I think Cryo, investing into the operator in this round, wants to just try and scurry it away, store it away, save it into the next round. But FaZe is going to be on the board with a round here, it's looking like.
Makes a lot of sense from Cryo's perspective that he would want to save the operator. I thought Aaron was going to try and do some damage. FaZe only losing a single player in this round. Should be pretty reasonable. Flyer can't pick up Poi's gun because Aaron's run away with it. That's a good start from FaZe. And there'll be some deep sighs of relief. Partly for just getting back into the series, but
yeah,
immediately finding a round win is a major positive for FaZe, who've had to move locations entirely to play out the rest of this map and series.
Outstanding resilience, I think, to be able to come back into this one now for both of these teams as well, honestly. But obviously, FaZe having the harder circumstances all around, but now looking towards the next one. It's going to be that buy round for both of these teams. Rifles in hand on either side.
Yeah, except look like they want to go aggressive in A main here, maybe off the back of a one-way from BCJ perhaps. Cryo exploring pretty much on his own towards mid, and you can see a lot of pings on the map there from FaZe. Knife recon being used to try and control this avenue, and Cryo's taken a step backwards, giving a bit of respect, especially to that smoke. FaZe players could pop out from any side.
Certainly could, but for now, slow around by FaZe. Then it's simmer for a little bit, the time being burnt off the clock.
Yeah, one of the big advantages in round 3 was that they were able to put a lot of utility towards B main at the beginning of the round and instantly pivot into an A hit. This round is just a default. They don't actually control B or A main. Might start working their way towards Cat. We've seen in the game that Optic played against XSET that this catwalk area towards Tree is very heavily contained by XSET. If you're trying to get through Def and BCJ, good luck to you.
The FaZe now set up for the B split. It's looking like the Knife's going to be getting that connection. The players working their way through into market. Now trying to find their way onto the side, and it's down to these anchors. Aaron just behind. Will he get the support of his teammates? Seconds get taken out. He only grabs the one, eventually traded, but XSET, a fast response from them. They've already rotated in, and it's BCJ who just catches the tail end of Baby Bay.
So now a 3v3, and I think XSET are confident all three of them are in sight. You saw Def just glancing towards market. He might think a player's on the lurk, and in fact, just close the door.
Well, the Knife Force going to be scattered across now onto the site. Just try and push back. XSET make sure that they can't find their way into this one. All the noise cues just being cut away from them. A slight jiggle. Flyer just gets a bit of information for that one, but the players still not quite committing. BCG, okay, he's finding some fantastic kills, and the return is there. Swing in time from Def and the rest of them. That's going to be the defuse on the board for them.
What an insane round for BCJ. Not only does he pick one up as FaZe are getting into the site, and kind of acts a little bit like a site anchor, even though he's positioned over at CT, to be able to grab one of those kills on the entry. Not only that, but he retakes while kind of deafened. I think he was still deafened when he was picking out those kills at lane. It's a nice idea from FaZe in the post plan. Nevertheless, utilizing the Nightfall at the same time as a recon dart, the power of this triple initiator composition, it tagged up the XSET retakers, and they were very lucky to escape with their lives.
Yeah, typically you're going to see a couple of them go down to the wallbang kills, but in that instance, they just about scavenged the round out.
Cryo starting again over at B main. They are layering the Killjoy on top of the AWP, which seems like a weird setup, but the idea is that it's unexpected. And FaZe are trying to find an early timing through Tree before Def and BCJ are set up.
Quite dangerous for them. The Prowler's going to get that connection. Still need to try and control this one, and poised. Just split up there from the fragment nade. His team just couldn't follow up and help him out. Still with the rifles, the pull as well as that. The fragment in place. Ekon just standing his ground and just using the drone out in the open. Absurd there, but still now a flash to try and retake control, but the XSET players have got the crossfire. The FaZe players just toppling one after another.
Yeah, very weird situation to just see a Sova channeling via their mind the drone whilst being sucked into the center of a pool there. But overall, I really think FaZe are going to struggle to get through on any of these A pushes if they're going mid to A. That Tree hold with the KO and the Omen is devastating. They have flashes to re-peek. They have a one-way that you have to push through. They have a nade to be able to re-clear. It's just been devastating. If Optic couldn't manage it, I don't like FaZe's chances.
To look somewhere else, I think, for opportunities. It's the half buy. See the tour de force for Dicey. That's going to be the horn to try and take some space from FaZe. Moving forwards now. To mid with the door in play. Okay, Cryo. Right through the Prowler.
Great opener. And you're right, it was a wallbang shot through the Prowler, still finds the kill. And Cryo's been eating Dicey's lunch.
Angle just being taken. A flash through into it. Drops down the Cloudburst to try and survive. It's fast approaches by FaZe. That's a flawless for XSET. No damage being done.
All the way back 2 hours ago, Bren, when we were discussing Ascent, we were talking about the fact that both of these teams did really well on these respective sides in their most recent game. When FaZe played against NRG, their attack half was sublime. I think it ended 10-2. And then for XSET, they had a similarly excellent half on their defense against Optic. So the question really is, who was going to break first? And thus far, XSET's defensive side has looked pretty immaculate. All of the strength still coming through. The operator looking beastly in Cryo's hands. He's 8-0.
Feels a little bit rushed from FaZe, honestly. A lot of the beginnings of these rounds seem to be quite all in. Getting crushed by these defensive setups by XSET. Can't blame him after what's happened, but...
An XSET play control A main at the beginning of these rounds. Here we go, though. Zekken, offside, still getting caught by this ultimate. Can't use any utility to help Aaron.
Fast again now with the Cosmic Divide to try and split it up. The players, they need to get themselves into it. Nice little tag there.
Do they expect BCJ? He used his Omen ultimate and they're just fighting CT.
Straight into it. Def somehow gets two. Still crying out, popping off the knives. The Bladestorm in play. You've got to be joking. Running right into him. And he's just absolutely sliced and diced them up. Superman, though, he returns. Let's get that one pick off down to the 1v1. He's on 31 health.
His teammates will be reminding him the Omen ulted this round. He could essentially be anywhere, but I think you can make a fairly reasonable guess that BCJ would have gone into the back B site. It's a very common position. Superman here is in spawn, hoping that BCJ is finding a timing
To try and walk potentially past him, but
that's not going to be the case.
22 seconds in the round, Josh.
The good part for Superman here is that BCJ does believe he's rotated A. He just took a different avenue, so Superman is going to get a free plant here.
10 seconds left.
I'm running so low. Smokes it up. Not aware yet that he's got that free plant.
That was Superman's last star that he used to smoke in case BCJ was on the site. He doesn't have one now for a pull as BCJ goes to defuse. Superman can now be fairly confident the site was open and BCJ was elsewhere. BCJ still with a paranoia, though.
Yeah.
And his Superman's incredibly weak.
It's not looking ideal for Superman, but if he was able to convert this round, it could be exactly what FaZe needed to get them back.
BCJ's clearing spawn. He's so confused about where Superman could be positioned.
Smoke drop down. Oh, and a spike has been covered. A bit of random spam. Surely not like this. BCJ just sticking it.
Tragedy.
Oh, man. Ice cold under the pressure. Gives up the gun at the end of the day, but the round, always more important.
And Superman gets 4 for a collection of 5 deaths, 5 kills for Superman so far. Collected 4 of them in that round, still not able to win.
Oh, man.
BCJ with a really smart smoke that not only covered his defusing position, covered the spike as well, so Superman couldn't tell whether it was a fake or not. Brutal. Unfortunate in terms of the spam in there as well. That drops FaZe down now onto a really rough buy. Dicey is going to force the rest of the team taking a half buy.
He opts into it with a half armor, just to have 2 rifles on their side. Does make sense. Could be a difference maker in this round, but risks are going to have to be taken here for FaZe.
I think XSET deserves so much respect for how they've built this map up. Used to be their permaban.
Yeah.
Never played it at all. Recently re-added it back into their pool. That's a great opener, though, by Dicey. This area of the map has been an absolute menace for the attackers to get through. But Dicey's just cracking it open.
Dicey's positioning there, just expecting that there could be a reclear from one of the players. BCJ now up close and personal. Dicey wanted to try and capitalize once more, just taking control of it.
This is the problem. How do you get through that one way? You really need a smoke of your own. But Superman's not with them, not giving utility for them either. Focused on his own battles.
Winning that one out, though. That's good kill for them. And the cross not really being smoked off. So he's going to be returning with one of them, but still the FaZe players barreling through that tree area. Plant's going to go down. It's down to Cryo now. 1v2 for them. FaZe, a critical round for them to win, and they are going to be carrying it forwards. Luckily, those rifles that they invested into, Josh, definitely putting in the work there. Most notably, Dicey.
Yeah. Fabulous, fabulous performance from Dicey to open that round up. It's a single round that they get in addition. So now currently sat at 6-2. It's a pretty hefty deficit, especially considering the damage they were able to inflict on NRG. They'll take it. Every round matters.
Every round indeed. Maybe carry forwards the operator. Yeah, they did. Managed to pick that one up. So Dicey's going to be working with that one now on the attack side.
It's an interesting choice for a triple initiator comp to also be opping. I feel like they might struggle in terms of who's supposed to be entering here. It's got to be Baby Bay now on the KO. But if they can work picks instead with Dicey's op, they might just set themselves up for a massive player advantage situation when they finally do hit a site.
Ultor picked up. Not a drone sent flying.
I am choosing not to break it here, relying on Def's ultimate, in fact, and Dicey peeks! Just finding the timing perfectly on when Cryo would swing after the drone got knocked out.
Yeah, that repeak. A huge kill for Dicey. No command going to be waited out, just backing away. It was all just being used so that they could cancel out that drone. FaZe are looking like they are just primed here for a retake, a re-hit I should say. Hunter's Fury is waiting obviously for Flyer. That could be supplementing this push now coming through.
Coming into this map, Dicey had the most first kills out of anybody.
Here we go.
And he's setting them up for a 5v4.
Beautiful work here with the Hunter's Fury, trying to push these angles back. Defto still alive, and second comes Win, one of his own. The ultimate being ripped across. Baby goes down here, dropped to the floor, and they still do not realize that Def is just ready and waiting once more in hell. With the ultimate coming off, the Killjoy ult, there's nothing to stop it.
Now, how do you deal with this? Dicey's doing his best. Yeah, they're just out of here. There's 10 seconds on the clock. They are just, I think, going to be able to get this one over to B.
And nobody's watching that angle as well, so his plan is not going to be denied. Dicey as well, he's just making moves, lurking through.
Oh, that's absurd that FaZe have got the better end of this one.
How have they managed that?
After not clearing Def and dealing with the lockdown, I think XSET assumed there was no time for the spike plant.
Yeah, just assumed that they would have the edge in that one. They couldn't rotate back to the other side of things, but now left up to Zekken. FaZe. Lovely angles in terms of the crossfire they've got. Yeah, that's an impossible task for Zekken to try and win out. Another one for FaZe.
What a tight call from Poise there in terms of rotating the spike over to B. If there had been a single player from XSET still holding the other side of the map, that would have been devastating. That opening kill is just fabulous. Dicey is doing it for his team right now.
Just capitalizing off of all this chaos as well. Yeah, and you can feel it. The XSET players realizing a little bit too late there. The rotation's coming down as they realize, oh, they're actually going to be able to get that plant off. But it's set the stage now for FaZe to have a much better chance when it comes to carrying this one forwards.
Definitely. The jet being detected over at B gives them some idea of what their defensive setup looks like. XSET continue to put a little bit of attention towards A main at the beginning of these rounds. BCJ and Def work hand in hand to grab that area, but that's not where FaZe are. Working towards a B split.
Angle being held. Swing, that's going to be some information for XSET. Cryo. As he found that one, the Sheriff ripping someone's head off. He's got a bit more. Just swings back into it. Got the info, of course. Even the recon just pointed him out. Back in now with his job. Just wants to hold this one. A couple of shock darts to try and push them back. But now FaZe, they want to try and glide their way into it.
No
Inside the flash. Pretty sure Aaron just couldn't really see too much in that scenario, but he just pre-fires at the right time. And another one for him, just rattling them away. A thrifty for XSET.
Oh, what an absurd round from Aaron. He's anchoring the position in backside, saves Zekken's life, and swings around for another two. Cryo does brilliantly to find the first picks. But then Aaron pulls magic out of nowhere. Take a look at this on the replay. This was the beginning kill. Just Flyer peeking slightly too far. That one's ridiculous.
Just a confidence for it. Aaron playing the anti-flash as well. As soon as he hears it coming out. No one's looking.
And part of that is, no one's looking at Aaron because BCJ is sprinting into sight from stairs. And that's what BCJ's done so well in these kind of B-hit scenarios. He is an A player. He plays towards tree, grass kind of area, but he's going to be fast on the rotate. And the XSET player's job on B is to slow you down enough so that BCJ can wrap in from CT and help out. He's been very, very good in those scenarios. And he's the crucial hidden player there to set up Aaron for two fairly easy kills, actually.
Timeout for FaZe. Believe their money situation, they should still be able to buy into this. Get a decent amount of bankroll being built up.
Definitely. Question here of whether Dicey wants a tour de force in his hand or a Vandal. He looks like he's going to ult. It's a 4-player stack from XSET over on A. What am I looking at here? Aaron now starting to back off and pull
Paranoia
himself
set
over
play,
to
I
B.
think.
Play,
Yeah.
let's play.
One way. Waiting for the contact. Okay.
So it looks like it was just a last-minute call for Aaron to rotate and get set up on the B site. His Killjoy utility really late to be activated, but not punished this time.
Paranoia flash. So looking to punish this one again. The counter flash to try and regain a bit of space. Take back the positioning.
The question for FaZe here, do they know Cryo's still here as well? This looks the same as when Def and BCJ are playing it, just the two of them. But in fact, Cryo was there for a while. Now Cryo taking his operator and moving it towards mid. Not in reaction to the alarm bot being broken, just a feel in terms of how FaZe are maneuvering around the map.
Moving around.
Here.
Bayrey picking it up. He's got the null command. Positioning her. And waiting. Looking like they want to go into this one with a bit of a B split. From mid, the players have already gained control of B main, and there you go. Letting it rip. There's one of the ultimates. BCJ's just watching that one angle though. Second, holding it logs, and it does not get cleared. And the guy just swinging around, finding the shots, regardless of all of it, all the pressure being applied. BCJ just getting away with it, and now Flyer left alone, back against the wall in this 1v3.
There's that push from BCJ again, running through CT in order to relieve pressure from the site anchors, allowing Aaron to stay alive. And now there's 10 seconds left, and Flyer's just going to run into Aaron here in sight, if indeed he's able to do anything at all. 5 seconds left, no chance.
All peeking him at the same time.
Gorgeous coordination, and it takes it getting up to 8. They have looked outstandingly good on Ascent, only just getting pipped to the post by Optic, the best team in the world.
Yeah.
And FaZe, unfortunately, not able to hold a candle to this defense so far. Their attack half was sublime against NRG, but they just can't find the same openings.
And we've seen some honestly bizarre stuff over the course of this series with comebacks and back and forths. Final round now of the first half. FaZe be doing everything in their power to see if they can convert it, bring it to that 8-4. Any sort of chance for it. Early shock dart just to push away the pressure. Prowler into mid from FaZe as well. They want to try and take some space there.
Drone comes through from Cat, indicating the Zekkins playing around the tree kind of areas. And it's quite a safe, passive setup on B right now from XSET. A reminder that even if FaZe lose this round, they've come back from a 9-3 deficit so far in this series. They took Icebox to overtime, despite being down.
The players rotating though. It looks like FaZe want to be trying to set up the A hit. Perfectly timed ult there. BCJ is going to be getting a ton of information. And it's going to start to put a bit of a time pressure, I think, onto FaZe. So you can feel it now slipping away as the information. The element of surprise is going to be missing from this one. But that knife attacks onto 4. 45 seconds left. The FaZe really want to still commit into this.
Spike down A.
Loitering around just through the choke point. They really can't afford to just press the advantage and push forwards now.
Cryo getting his knives online, prepping them for when the sight hit comes through. He's going to be able to go for an updraft peek that'll help Def out in his anchor position again. They're thinking 2 steps ahead here, and they're still prepped for the re-hit. Aaron's had no contact on the alarm bot or the turret. They're pretty confident this is still A.
Google peek just in case, but now time is running so low. 12 seconds left. They've left it as late as they possibly can. The players now just need to come up with the goods, but how do you do it? Except were completely aware. All the prior information to know that hit was coming in. And that is going to do it for that first half. Except leading things 9-3 now. We'll see if FaZe are capable of battling back to stay in this series and stay in the road, the running here to represent North America at Copenhagen. 4 rounds, that's all that stands between XSET and the chance to represent North America at Copenhagen. Booking that ticket to Copenhagen.
Their first international event, their first opportunity to represent North America, and their first time really stepping into that upper echelon, the elite teams in the world. XSET have always been on the outside looking in, watching the big boys play from their spot in the playground. And now, finally, they might be ready. This could be their time. We've seen a comeback, though, in this series already from 9-3 down. FaZe took us to OT before, despite only winning 3 rounds in the first half. It has been a bizarre series, and a break from the norm when it comes to how FaZe have played in the playoffs. But they're still fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, never willing to count out FaZe.
They've just got something about them.
These players have shown so much resilience so far, all the way up to this. From group stage to the playoffs, all the way to now, but we've got to deal with this XSET push fast and loose all the way through into market. Dice is going to be now teleporting all the way to the back. He's got to try and anchor it though. The swing timing, it's not quite there, and he is just being swarmed from way too many angles. The Horn to supplement to try and help him out. It's going to be dealt with easily enough. Just up to Superman and Poised.
Really tough situation here. FaZe desperately need the pistol round. And only Superman and Poised alive. Thankfully both on decent health. And nobody really in a backstab position for the post plan. All of the XSET players committed onto site. But what utility do they really have to break these crossfires? It's essentially nothing.
Yeah, and the one-way setup, they know exactly where Poised going to be pushing from. Even the paranoia. Superman.
Brutal.
Yeah, hard ass for him to try and win that one out in the situation that he was in.
And FaZe not even on the attack side where they can rely on the spike plant to get a force going. I think that's a question they've got to be asking themselves right now.
Yeah.
Down 310, do we want to force? Can we force? The money doesn't look good enough for them to put together a decent buy. They might just have to accept going down 311.
Oh, it's looking dire for him.
And for FaZe, just imagine what the morale must be like in the camp after the tech issues that they faced today and all of the trials and tribulations of the first 3 maps. It must be so difficult to keep your head above water as you see the scoreline receding further away from you and the thoughts of Masters getting further and further. It would require something special, something miraculous.
And it not working with too much. A miracle round from FaZe Clan to try and convert this one.
Even Dicey only has 3 bullets in the Headhunter. That's a player you're normally looking to, wasn't quite able to land those shots, anchoring his position at backside. And XSET just getting more comfortable, leaning more and more into their role as the favorites in this series.
Oh, the jiggle of the movements. Cryo. Spectre in hand, he finds it an easy task, I think, to deal with any sort of players that might just be around here. And look at the discipline from XSET, making sure that every single corner is cleared before they end up getting this plant down, just in case.
Even using the shock dart onto that position where people might be holding with a couple of shorties. Really very diligent play from XSET. And FaZe, I doubt they even want to give them the ult points here. Try and play XSETs, see if you can punish anyone from XSET. And just die to the spike. I think that's the game plan, honestly.
Yeah. Just try and think about the percentage play. Minimize every advantage to your opponent. So you're going to need it. Except looking like they are just going to be stealing away that 11th round here. There's Aaron. Okay. Collects up onto Dicey. Just trying to avoid it. And yeah, it looks like they are just trying to wait around for that spike to go down. Denying any opportunity, any chance of giving away those ult points.
This is going to be a fantastic buy for XSET in their bonus, though. They're keeping 4 Spect as a Bulldog and full armor on most of their players, so they don't have to reinvest. Their economy is through the roof. I guess it doesn't make too much difference because FaZe simply have to win every round from here. There is very little margin for error. They can give a single round over the course of this comeback. They are going to have to mount something special.
It's going to take individual heroics, I think. They're not looking at any ultimates, honestly, to try and turn the tide of the fight here.
I do think it's so spectacular that XSET have been able to broaden their map pool and get to a position in North America where they're able to look like the favorites in these kind of games. They've always been a team that is the gatekeeper. They're one step away from messing with the top tier, but they're very consistent in dealing with upstart, upset teams like FaZe. But FaZe have had their number at certain times throughout this series.
Oh, it's been close.
XSET have been pushed, but they're really starting to flex now.
All the way. These limitations, but XSET, okay, they poke a little bit into the cat area, into tree, just making sure that they can pull a bit of the utility out, but they're going to be starting to pivot once more down to these players, seeing if they can anchor it. Flyer. Back to back with Poise, just trying to dodge and juke, avoid this utility. Aaron gliding across, and look at that crossfire, the instant response, Baby Bay. Once more, just works its way in, but not quite counting out Zekken.
Yeah, the round is not over yet. However, Zekken doesn't control the spike. It's dropped right in front of Superman.
FaZe, they've got a lovely crossfire onto this one. All the information being gathered as well. As soon as Superman takes contact into there, even if he fell, Dicey was ready to swing.
And the thing that I was praising BCJ for so much, in terms of how he rotates and helps out the B-site anchors, BabyBay did the same thing. And it's even easier for BabyBay with the flashes that he has on board. He can get through the smoke at CT, he can send flashes in for the backside players as well. I mean, the timing could not have been more perfect there to assist Flyer in backside. He's about to take a fight, and two of the players in XSET just topple over. And FaZe's composition has so many tools that make it really nasty to deal with on defense. They have Horn, Recon, all sorts of stuff. XSET struggled a lot dealing with Optic's version of this.
Yeah, they did. The layers of utility that you can send out when you're going for the anchored plays. Oh, BCJ though. What an opening to find. Dicey. Said his name so much over the course of this series so far. He's been their star player, their difference maker.
FaZe are grabbing some information in A main right now, using that Prowler from Poised as his last of the round to go and see whether anybody was grouping up in A main. And now, looking like they want to prod towards Catwalk a little bit too.
XSET just making sure not to give away anything by making noise, a footstep here or there.
The tree position does look significantly weaker without that Omen one-way though. Poised and Superman are having to be pretty mobile and now just leaving Poised alone.
Oh boy.
And XSET found the timing past that Prowler, you know, that was thrown 30 seconds ago. And they're in on A.
Yep, here comes the hit. The Horn to try and push them back there, but yeah, all the players just ducking, weaving, hiding in and out of all of these smokes. A bit of run and gun in action. Poised. He's desperate to see if he can catch a stray bullet, but BCJ impeccable with that one. Finds it with the timing, the paranoia to push them back even further. It's down to just 3 players of FaZe.
And if BCJ gets full threatened here, he still has his ultimate to be able to get out and regroup the rest of the team.
Flash them worked away though. That's Superman. Great kill onto death. We need a bit more though. All that utility to try and flush out the angles. XSET are so cautious. They understand what they're up against here.
And Cryo just looking like he wants to take XSET home. The star players, the heavy hitters coming out for XSET. Cryo's had a demonic map and an incredibly good series. This is going to be XSET getting themselves to series point. One step away. A whisker from Masters.
Massive for all the players involved.
They've been waiting forever for this, Bren.
Yeah, this opportunity.
And they've had to fight for it. They've had to earn it. When the other teams in North America have been a little up and down, when certain favorites have not turned up in playoffs, when others have been upset or eliminated by your NRGs or your FaZe. Throughout the year, XSET has been there consistent the entire time. And now finally taking that step forwards.
And it's on the other side of things, FaZe taking this time out now. Mulling it over.
They've had a lot of time to think about their approach to Ascent.
Oh, they certainly have.
But taking one last discussion among the team, try and figure out what the adaptation should be. A reminder, XSET only got 2 rounds on their attack half against Optic when Optic were running the triple initiator comp that FaZe are currently on. So XSET already have more rounds than they managed to get against Optic just by virtue of winning the pistol. The double pistol round win, insanely important for XSET in this series, in this map.
Yeah. Always dangerous though, going up a team that's recently lost like that. A lot of ammunition for them to improve upon.
Of course. And I think they have already, just from the small glimpses we've seen. FaZe throwing in some aggression into it. Is this going to be a classic FaZe round here? It's such a wonky buy.
Everything's really being dumped into this mid push.
Double Spectres and a Sheriff. One last hurrah potentially here for FaZe as they try and put the hurt down.
It's all on the line for it. Taking the space into mid, just trying to find these long angles. All the players are there. BabyBay with 1. Finds the second. Eventually returned. The damage has been done here. FaZe maybe opting to take a couple more risks while they're at it as well. The off angle by Flyer. He just about dodges though. The cloud burst. They're so well drilled. XSET are dealing with it well enough. Moments away potentially from being able to secure their spot. going to Copenhagen.
But it is still a 3v3, and FaZe have got the flank off here. They know there's nobody in B main. They're approaching from all avenues for this retake. Superman still with a star to work with, and Poised Haunt online. VCJ, I can't tell whether that was for info or whether he was planning to actually commit to that one.
He gets the info though, regardless of what the intention was. He finds out where Dicey's playing. Now a stun against the box here. Everything on the line here for FaZe. They need to be perfect with this execution. The shots firing. It's down to the 1v1. Dicey versus BCJ. Both of these players have been monsters in this series. The responsibility, the mantle of it's never been higher. Taking it the side angle, and he's broken his ankles. BCJ with a teleport off to the side. XSET with that. They have secured their position. They will be representing North America, no matter what, at Copenhagen.
Incredible performance for them over the course of this series. Their players really stepped up. The playoffs run has been fantastic. This team has hit their final form and have looked like the second best team in North America. Hey, they still have a finals to play.
They do.
Maybe they'll be able to pull out the win against Optic as well. But undefeated in terms of the run that they had in that upper bracket up until they hit against Optic. Only taking a single loss in the group stage as well, topping that group, and now finally making it. What a sweet moment it must be for the XSET players. They deserve every moment of this.
They really do, yeah. And I mean, a shout out to FaZe, I think, as well, with their, honestly, the battle back performance that they've had to make it all the way. But right now, the glory of this one is going to be going to XSET. We're going to go to a short break, and our analyst desk is going to be breaking down the match of the day. Don't go anywhere, guys. It feels weird me saying that again, but I assure you, they are going to be talking some cool stuff.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Analyst Desk, and a huge congratulations to XSET, as they will be the second team from North America that will be going to Masters in Copenhagen. Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Valen from the Guard as we break down that series overall. And, you know, just really to address the elephant in the room at the top of it. Obviously, it was always going to be a tall task for FaZe to have to really pick themselves up after that massive delay. But that is not to take anything away from XSET, who played an absolutely stellar series. And speaking of the series, let's actually take a gander over at Prime Gaming Highlights to see the series overall, because Mimi, this was just, I was so excited coming into this. I didn't know what to expect, especially when you talk about FaZe Clan as a squad, and they really brought it today. But XSET, man, they're so good, so put together.
I think so much of this map was just the war of who can adapt better in the middle of each and every map. I think these teams both have had a good idea of what to expect from their opponent coming on in, and it came down from the leaders making the decisions in the moments that mattered. That's a very difficult thing to do, and the fact that both of these squads were bouncing back and forth in that way is so impressive. Map number one there, it was XSET, the one to not quite be able to close out in the second half. We then come on over to Breeze. This is one where FaZe were looking strong, then XSET rallied back.
Yeah, I mean, insane composure from XSET. Like, having a leader like Def probably helps a lot because, you know, older guy, much more experience. He's kind of helping those young guys stay composed, because in a BO5, you have a lot of emotions, and you have to kind of relegate it if you want to close it out. They started off slow, they lost map one, but after that, they were looking flawless.
Yeah, and I think it's especially stressful as well, because you lose out on that series versus Optic yesterday. It was so winnable. 13-11 twice to not be able to make it on through. Now they come here, last chance. This team has been plagued by losing in pretty much this exact matchup over and over again. It's been at least 4 times that they have been one series away from going to an international event, and they have finally done it.
Yeah, that I think is the most important thing to note here, Valen, for XSET. They were the team that, you know, they were known as the gatekeepers of North America. They were the most consistent squad in the region, and they were never really able to go to the big dance. Now they have that opportunity, but yeah, you have to wonder, right? Like, there was a lot of pressure riding on them here, because they could have easily had really felt it, and they maybe even fell apart at the final moments.
Yeah, I mean, I think XSET, I think on an international stage, I think they'll be a very good team because, like I said, they had the leader of Def, and I think that goes miles. Like, I think having someone who can just kind of keep the whole team composed and kind of be that backbone for them, especially for Cryo and Zekin, is going to be massive. But also, Aaron calling on defense kind of puts the pressure off of Def. So I think the total dynamic of the team is just perfect. And I'm excited to see them play in Copenhagen.
Yeah, it also helps out when you have a player like Cryo, who just absolutely takes a poo on everyone in the middle of the game. I mean, this guy was disgusting. disgusting. You know, and stats are stats, right? But you just see the impact, Mimi, that he has in every single round that he plays. It's profound. It's felt by anyone he goes up against.
I am the first person to stray away from stats, but plus 43 across a series
Absurd.
is absurd.
Yeah.
This is the biggest game that I think Cryo has ever played. In his career as a player, he comes out swinging, knows when it matters most. They stepped up, managed to win things on out. Super impressive, the performance from him.
Yeah, and I just want to recap again for the last map there on Ascent. He's going against 3 initiators in a crazy match, and he's putting up like plus 15, like insane numbers against this heavy util comp. So it just shows that he's not only a very good mechanically talented player, but he has the brains to back it. Like, you know, he's going against this util heavy comp. He knows how to position himself to get frags, to reposition, and he's just so like. So good, man.
That back A side play when, you know, he popped the 2 smokes, took out the blaze, knowing, like, just you said it before, like his micro.
His micro's insane.
It's absurd. And thankfully, we actually do have an opportunity to talk to Cryo for our Verizon post-match interview. I'll say goodbye to my analysts for a minute. They'll come back in a moment here. But I believe Cryo's with me for the interview. Cryo, you there, buddy? You hear me?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, baby. Congratulations, man. You're going to the big one. How does it feel?
I appreciate you. It doesn't feel real to me still. This is being like my first competitive game, and I'm about to go to an international event to represent our region. So it's definitely it feels like a dream, to be honest.
That's awesome, man. And I'm very happy for you, you know, and I'm sure everyone watching as well, you know, are very proud of you for just the way that you play and the way that you carry yourself in game. It's really awesome to watch. You know, let's talk about, you know, you joining this lineup because you came into it, a lot of expectations for you. There were a lot of rumblings about your talent. Did you feel the weight of having to perform on a team with such talented players? Did you feel like there was a lot of pressure on you when you came into this lineup?
Initially, yes, and I definitely felt the pressure going into my first season, but with enough reps in a practice, I just like slowly easing into it. But yeah, I just want to say thank you to all the fans who supported me all the way through ever since I joined XSET. So I wouldn't be here without you.
That's awesome, man. So you're going to Copenhagen, which, have you ever traveled outside of the country before?
I have, yes.
All right, sweet.
A few times internationally.
Okay, that's what's up. So you're going to be prepared. You're going to be prepared for the experience. But let's talk about the competition you're going to be facing over there. I know that you're probably very excited to be going toe to toe. Are there any teams that you're looking forward to face off against, specifically like in the European region, like whatever region? But which squads are you looking forward to facing, man?
I personally don't watch any Valorant outside of NA, but
you gotta be kidding me, bro. Are you serious?
my bad.
Okay.
Well,
that is the
Dirk
realest
from Fnatic
answer.
looks pretty nice, so I mean, I would like to see us going against Fnatic.
I would like to see that too. You guys versus Fnatic would be great.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're going to have to watch some international Valorant now because you're, you know,
For sure.
playing against them. Will probably help
Probably.
you. You know, going into this series here, it was always the storyline, you know, XSET so close to the promised land, but never quite getting there. When you guys lost against Optic, what was the conversation like amongst the team? Because I know that there must have been that feeling of like, oh no, this can't possibly happen. Or were you guys in high spirits going into today?
We were definitely still in high spirits. Obviously, we were still like a little upset because we're competitors and all, but I mean, we were all thinking like win or loss on that Optic match, we're still going to Copenhagen no matter what. So we just had to keep it tight for the next match.
Well, there's one more game, and this is a pivotal game because it'll be an opportunity for you guys to get that top seed in North America. Do you feel like you know the mistakes that, you know, if there were mistakes? I mean, honestly, you guys played a phenomenal game against Optic. Both teams played hard there. But do you feel more prepared for Optic this time around because you're going to be facing off against them tomorrow?
Definitely. I mean, the maps were really close. We just had to tighten up on some few mistakes here and there, and we just have to play better than Optic on that day. So.
All right, man. Cryo, I want to thank you so much. Congratulations. You were just a monster all day long, and it is a genuine pleasure to watch you do your thing. It's like watching a painter paint. So congratulations, man. You earned it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, there you have it. Cryo for our Verizon post-match interview. Analysts, feel free to come back in here.
Thank you.
Doesn't watch international Valorant, Valen.
That's interesting. He's surely trolling.
No, I mean, maybe he's just a guy who's just focused on his own
There's a lot of
region.
Valorant
Hey, he's
out there to
repping
watch.
NA.
I
Honestly,
understand it.
respect.
It's true.
He's repping NA.
Yeah,
only.
all the things, just through and through. Honestly, though, I don't know how you do it. You like.
I just
keep
don't have a
up-
life.
Baby, you can't say that on the broadcast. Okay, you can't say it on the
It's too late.
broadcast. But here are some reactions from everyone for the qualification. Obviously, a huge shout out to the XSET organization as well. I actually know those, the org pretty well. All good people, always supportive of their players. So it's great to see it. Okay. It's a lot of.
So I believe Aaron, I think he was saying in a different interview, I think he actually went to school in Copenhagen or traveled there at one point when he was a student. So cool to see him go back and
Oh my
have
God,
that
he's gonna be
opportunity
that
to
guy.
compete now. He is that guy.
He's gonna be that guy.
I know all
Oh,
the restaurants, man.
I know where the best place to eat, so just like come over here, dude. All right, that's
all the
awesome.
recs.
Yeah, there goes the coach as well, Psycho for the squad. I wouldn't want to say it's bittersweet because XSET certainly earned and deserved this, without a doubt. But what a road of this team, and what a day this has been for XSET. Because, you're also just sitting on the sidelines, Valen, just waiting for the smoke to clear here, the dust to settle, and you got to play your A game. But it really felt like XSET were just, they had a mission, they had an objective, they had to accomplish it.
Yeah, they were tunnel visioned on one thing, and that was Copenhagen, and they showed out. Like, everyone was playing phenomenal. Support cast was playing insane. Cryo, stepping up to new levels that we haven't seen. Like, this guy was playing out of his mind in the biggest match of his life. Mad respect for that. But yeah, I mean, them being top 4 for so long, you just have to kind of be happy for them. They finally broke through. They're finally going to an international event. Yeah. And now we get to see them on the big stage, which we never got to. So I'm really excited to see them.
I've just had a smile on my face since I saw like those initial reactions from BCJ and the team after winning things on out. It's really cool. For a long time, I think this team has only ever, as a squad, played one LAN together. They played like a small Philly LAN to get their reps in, but this is their first time to actually have big competition for a lot of, especially the younger players. Zekin, Cryo was saying in the interview, this is his first competitive game, period, that he has been a pro player in. This is brand new for these guys. This accomplishment is massive, even if it was unfortunate with the FAZE situation. I still believe that I think XSET came out and was the better team today and fully deserved that slot in an
without a doubt.
Yeah.
I don't think that's ever going to be in question. I mean, even going into the Optic matchup, there was a very real possibility.
They almost beat Optic. I think they were pretty clear in the maps that they were winning in this series, and even if we got deeper, Bind was good for them. Like, this team deserves this 100%.
Yeah, and earned it as well. Let's not forget. Before we go to our next segment, Valen, as someone who's played against international competition in the past, and the skill that's out there, where do you feel XSET stacks? Because I feel, and a non-NA bias, just like a realistic, as a professional player who understands this game at a very deep level, do you feel like XSET is a squad that, the international team should be concerned about?
100%. I mean, they're so well-rounded in terms of calling. Like, they have 2 IGLs in Aaron and Def, and that's just such a good dynamic for that team. Insane players in Cryo and Zekin. Like, I think I would put them honestly top 4 in international play when they're at their peak. Yeah. And I think they can do great things. I'm just excited to see, honestly.
Yeah, I am too. I'm really looking forward to it. We will do a bingo update, but before we do our bingo card update, let's get some more business out of the way because we have some awesome plays to watch for our Aim Lab Flick of the Day. So cue up the graphic because this was a pretty darn good one from Flya of FaZe Clan. This was the moment right here where the ponytail didn't do him wrong. You thought that the hair would have got caught on the trap, Mimi? Didn't happen.
Yeah, it didn't in this one. Manages to just barely sneak under. You see Def is a little bit late to re-clear that space. Nice combo with the utility, and then just a quick little 180 flick, turns around, takes down BCJ, ends up winning that round for FaZe.
Yeah, felt more Valen like we were into him being Tom Cruise and doing Mission Impossible and going or doing a little limbo, if you will. But there you have it. There's your Aim Lab.
Yeah, putting his head down and grinding.
Exactly. The cape didn't get caught. The hair didn't get caught. You love to see it. Okay, well, bingo card update. XSET 4th place curse is broken. Yeah. Did you have that on your bingo card?
Check that.
Maybe you did. I'm sure XSET did, and they get to go ahead and scratch that one off. What a day. What a day this has been. We still have some more things to try and to get everyone up to date on. Playoffs as well. We only have one more match left. This is it. Optic versus XSET. They're running it back. Mimi, this is going to be an exciting matchup. Because there's a lot on the line. That first seed is so important for this. And I mean, could XSET pull it off?
I think it's possible, but also Optic doesn't really tend to lose rematches. They are very good in second matches against teams, rallying, fixing any issues, and shoring things up. I'm sure XSET is going to give it a hell of a try, but also, I don't know if it would fully be a good thing for them to immediately go into the playoffs. It didn't work out super well for you guys, obviously, but I think it's going to be good for them to get that experience in the group. More matches on stage, more matches internationally, because I believe they only do have to win one game, hit their way in towards 10th place minimum to be able to make it to champions, or of course, get that bye in towards the first. So even if they have an earlier loss at Copenhagen, which I don't expect, their goal is making their way to champions beyond just Masters.
Yeah, I mean, XSET is not done. This is a huge match for them coming up versus Optic, because if they secure this first seed in NA, they automatically qualify themselves for champions.
Yeah.
So that's big. But also, like I said before, kind of getting that second seed might be beneficial for a team like XSET who hasn't played on an international level, because they're getting those reps in groups and, you know, kind of feeling out LAN and, you know, not just going straight into playoffs. I think it could be beneficial for them.
Yeah, it certainly can be. And we're excited to watch that matchup take place tomorrow. But, you know, I think that's it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty darn late. We've been burning the midnight oil over here in the East Coast, so I think it's time to go ahead and wrap everything up. The crew here is very tired, but big shout out to the crew for working diligently. Of course, our incredible admin team for putting in all sorts of hard work. Seriously, everyone wanted to make sure that the best outcome possible would come to fruition, that we'd have a great match, that we'd be able to send a team to Copenhagen representing North America the right way. And a huge congratulations once again to XSET for qualifying and making it up to this point. But we are not done yet, because tomorrow we have one more game to settle who gets that top seed. And as we've seen in the past, that top seed could be quite pivotal. So you don't want to miss it, folks. We thank you so much for tuning in today, for bearing with us as well, because we understand viewers at home, you guys have better things to do. So we appreciate you chilling around with us while we go ahead and fill time and play with bingo cards and meme a little bit, and Mimi walks off stage for like the 15th time. It's always a riot. But anyway, folks, thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate you so much, and we'll catch you tomorrow, same time, right here. Thanks for watching. We'll see you then.